What's up, guys? Welcome back to Kitchen Court Cases. I hope you are all having a good day. Let me say hello. We are jumping right in. First of all, here's a disclaimer. This is live court, so I don't know if we're going to get a conclusion. If we do, please know that I keep all the good endings for myself personally. I never share them. I literally have a folder that I've labeled best endings to cases just for me. So know that. Obviously, I'm kidding. If I have an ending to your videos to a case, I'll always post it. But at this point, this is ongoing and I have no clue what will happen. So until I place it in that folder, just be aware of that. You might invest all this time with me and then be in the exact same position that I'm in, which is really, but that's the way it is. So, and it's about the journey, people, not always the ending, the journey. Anyways, I hope you are all having a great evening. We're going to watch a divorce drama. We have a couple things on the go here. Firstly, we are at Matthew Hagen's court and we need a name for him. I've already named him in my mind, and I want to see if anybody in the chat can guess the name that I have. It's Judge something. I know y'all like his hair. I have a theory on how he gets it like that, and I'm going to explain it more later. But I want in the chat, I want names for this judge to be going as we're talking. Also, no, this is not Judge Amish. This is, I don't know what Time Served calls him, but also Time Served's not going to be live tonight, which is why I'm here at this time slot. But any viewers that are new to me, maybe please subscribe and hit the like button or the dislike button. Also, yeah, let's get going.
Got it. This is case number 2210869 DM Llewellyn versus Ducala. Today's date is April 10th, 2023. This is date and time set for, we do have two dueling motions with regard to custody, but defendant filed first, so we'll start with defendant. Ms. Whitman, state your name for the record, please.
Melissa Whitman here for Aishwarya Nukala.
Ms. Belden.
Megan Belden here on behalf of plaintiff Andrew Llewellyn.
Ms. Ducala.
Aishwarya Nukala.
And Mr. Llewellyn.
Andrew Llewellyn.
All right, thank you. As per usual, I've gone through the file and read through everything. You're welcome to give an opening statement if you'd like. Ms. Whitman, we'll start with you if you want. It's up to you.
Certainly, no. Briefly, Your Honor, this case is about what is in Josephine, Leo, and Uma Llewellyn's best interest long-term. It's a pre-judgment case. It's a 15-year marriage. There are 3 children, Josephine, Leo, and Uma, who is going to be referred to during this case as Birdie, just so there's no confusion. Mr. Llewellyn's family is in Northern Michigan. The whole family moved to Northern Michigan from California in July 2020. The purpose was for a new start, a lower cost of living. The children attended schools in Northern Michigan. A year later, Ms. Nukala decided to divorce, or there was a divorce decision. These parties attempted to engage in a collaborative divorce process. There was no resolution. In June 2022, Ms. Nukala conceded to Mr. Llewellyn's wishes to move the children back to California against her better judgment. Even though he works remotely and her business is based in Leland and requires her to be boots on the ground. No spousal support or child support was ordered. The arrangement was not financially viable. It made no financial sense. The question will be brought up, I am sure, why did she agree when she knew it wouldn't work? She will explain why and will testify to all she has done to try to make it work and to change it when she knew it was hopeless. August 2022, the children moved to Pasadena. They are intended to have joint custody, legal and physical. Private school tuition is supposed to be paid by Ms. Nucala, but she earns a fraction of what Mr. Llewellyn does. The evidence will show that Aishwarya could not afford her own rental. She shared housing. It did not work. Mr. Llewellyn's outbursts of anger in August, October will be testified to. The children's dismay, Leo's poor grades, Birdie and Leo's mental health issues, and the extreme travel stress that Ms. Nucala experienced when she was trying to comply with the previous order or the current order. The evidence will show that Mr. Llewellyn focused on a new romantic relationship, not the children's needs. It was untenable, impossible, and the arrangement was not in the children's best interest. Motion was ultimately filed because nothing could be resolved. There's no need legally to show proper cause or a change of circumstances, but it exists anyway in the mental health decline and Leo's declining grades. The two youngest children, Uma, otherwise known as Birdie, and Leo returned to their mother in December of 2022. A stipulated interim order was entered in January. Leo and Birdie remain with Ms. Nucala, Josephine with Mr. Llewellyn. She attends a private school, high school in California. Parenting time is stated in a specific manner in the stipulated order. Evidence will show that Mr. Llewellyn has chosen not to exercise this time except for recent spring break. Told Ms. Nucala that he didn't want to or he couldn't because he needed to pay legal fees. Despite that, he failed to pay Josephine's tuition. There's a show cause pending. Leo and Birdie are doing very well. We will hear from Birdie's teacher. We will hear from Birdie's caregiver, Tracy Smeeds-Hepler. We will hear from both children's therapist, Megan Murtaugh-Graber. This has been a very stressful period in the children's lives. They need consistency. They need calm. They need community support. They need to settle in without fear of being forced to change schools and home yet again. Northern Michigan, we believe, allows them to heal, to regroup. It's financially viable. There's a reasonable cost of living. Their needs are met. Ms. Nucala owns a home. It will be renovated soon. She has social supports in Northern Michigan. She has therapeutic supports. Mr. Llewellyn can have 50% time. He just needs to move back to Northern Michigan, which he can do because he works remotely. Or he can stay in California, and Ms. Nucala would be flexible and generous with a long distance parenting time schedule. The evidence we will present shows what is the obvious solution to a difficult situation. Ms. Nucala will be testifying, as I said before, Birdie's teacher, Birdie's part-time caregiver, Leo and Birdie's therapist, Ms. Nucala's therapist, and one of Ms. Nucala's many friends who help support her personally and in the community. Ms. Nucala only wants what's in her children's best interests. She only wants them to be safe and happy. And she knows that this requires them to reside in Northern Michigan with her and hopefully their father and adjust to their new normal post-divorce. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Belden. Would you like to give an opening statement now or wait until you present evidence?
I'll wait until I present evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Whitman, your first witness.
We call Aishwarya Nucala.
All right, ma'am, if you'd raise your right hand, please. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Aishwarya, could you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Aishwarya Nucala.
And you are the defendant in this action?
Yes.
And you're married to Andrew Llewellyn?
Yes.
For how long have you been married to Andrew?
Since 2007.
And how many children do you have with Andrew?
3.
What are their names and ages?
Josephine Llewellyn is 15. Leo Llewellyn is 14. And Uma Llewellyn is 4. She will be 5 on April 25th in a couple of weeks. And she is referred to as Birdie.
Where are you currently living?
I currently live in a rental home in Northport, Michigan.
And where are the children living at this time?
Josephine lives in Pasadena, California with her father in a rental home there. And Leo and Birdie live with me in a rental home in Northern Michigan in Northport.
And how did that arrangement come to be?
We entered a stipulated order in January after months of renegotiating a custody agreement. The reason we renegotiated the consent judgment, the custody that was entered into the court in September, is because of the circumstantial experience of the children, and the difficulty in exercising parenting time. And we made decisions together on the phone at the end of.
I'm sorry, circumstantial experience of the children? Red flag much? I'm really unsure as to what that even means. What does that mean? It's confusing. Anyways, if you're just joining us now, we are zooming to Michigan, where I believe that this judge is dreaming of waves and where he can surf next. He's got that look like he just came in from the ocean and that he is wishing he could get back there immediately. Maybe that's why he's zooming into court. I'm just joking. That's absolutely not true, but could you imagine? Anyways, I think that this is going to be a frustrating case to watch. From when I started watching it, it was, and so I imagine the beginning was too. This case was on all day. Lucy was on all day so that we can be on. Don't tell everybody. No, I'm just joking. I think that it's worth a watch. It's very interesting. At first, I thought it was he has circumstantial experience at surfing. Exactly. But seriously, like, I feel like maybe he's actually at a beach, just waiting to go there. He's patient. Don't get me wrong. Like, he's waiting patiently, listening to all the evidence, but sometimes that look in his eye. Anyways, please do like or dislike, whichever you prefer. That's how we take attendance. And subscribe if you haven't subscribed. I believe you get more points for subscribing. I tried to make that work. Anyways, let's continue on with our stuff. I gotta get like cooking, cleaning, doing all the things in the kitchen. So I'm listening as well. If there's any major questions, everybody in the chat, like, we all help each other out. But I have to like get going on the dinner or else it won't happen. Anyways, let's get going. Potatoes.
Of December into early January, we had multiple conversations, Andrew and I did, about what was best for each child. I feel that we addressed each child's needs individually, and it was agreed by both of us that Leo and Birdie would stay in Michigan with me for the remainder of the school year, and Josephine would return to Pasadena to finish her freshman year in Pasadena. And our hope really was that we would be able to.
What's a freshman year? I'm Canadian, I don't know. Is that the 8th grade, the 9th grade? What grade is that? Can somebody in the chat tell me? I have no clue.
To have a lasting settlement and not have a full hearing.
Where is Mr. Llewellyn currently living?
He lives in Pasadena, California.
And how long has he lived there?
He moved there he moved away from Leland. He drove on July 9th of 2022. He got there a couple days later, and he did not, and then, he came back for a few days in July. I think maybe like 4 or 5 days. I can't exactly remember. It might have been a week. And then returned to Pasadena and got a rental home that I believe started on like August 10th or something.
When did you and Mr. Llewellyn and the children move from California to Michigan prior to Mr. Llewellyn's move back to California in July of 2022?
We moved as a family of 5, myself, Andrew, and our 3 children on July 19th or maybe July 20th of 2020. It was in the very middle of the pandemic.
And why did your family move from California to Northern Michigan at that time?
I would say that it's a very multifaceted, it was a very multifaceted decision, but I would say that in broad strokes, we had a 3rd child in 2018. She was very little, and we had a gigantic amount of living expenses and private school tuitions in Pasadena. And I just, it was so overwhelming, the amount of financial cost of living in Pasadena with the 3 kids. I really needed to help the family by earning an income in Pasadena, and it was incredibly hard for me to do so with 3 children, including a new baby. And we had always come to Northern Michigan since 2004. I started coming here when we were dating, and our children have come here every summer of their lives, except for maybe one, I think, in 2009. And it's a really, really special place for our family. And we all love it here. And, you know, there are other experiences with Andrew's family that was creating a very toxic dynamic in our marriage. And between the cost of living and the desire to have a change and have a more stable life, we almost lost our home in Pasadena prior to our move. I just wanted to live somewhere quiet and where our kids could go to public school and also felt familiar. And so we were actually really deciding between Ann Arbor and Northern Michigan. And I can't remember if it was me or Andrew, but we both, I would say collectively, made the decision together to move to Northern Michigan.
Was Mr. Llewellyn in favor of that move?
Yes.
And did he tell you why?
You know, we've been married for a long time and we had a long relationship. And I think we always harbored this kind of like fantasy about living in a rural community and like having chickens. And, you know, Andrew's a writer, and I really wanted him to have space and time to commit to his writing, his creative writing. And, you know, he had written a novel and he'd written a screenplay and he'd written all kinds of things. And but he also was very overwhelmed, I would say, and stressed by the financial commitments that we had in Pasadena and in California in general. And he always had to commute many, many hours a day to earn an income as a copywriter at various advertising agencies. And it took him away from our home from, you know, morning, noon, night, 5 days a week. Sometimes there was traveling and he just wasn't home that much. And I wanted him to be home and, you know, have a normal family life and see him at dinner time. I didn't see him, I think, for many years on end for dinner. And I just wanted to have like a functional family life. And he would then also have space to do more creative work without the financial pressure of supporting the family.
Mr. Llewellyn filed a complaint for divorce with this court on June 30, 2022. Did that filing come as a surprise to you?
No.
And when did the decision to divorce, when was that made?
I made the decision to divorce the previous year in July of 2021.
And at the time that the complaint for divorce was filed, had you already signed a proposed consent judgment of divorce?
Yes.
And how did that come about?
After I said that I needed a divorce the previous year, we entered a collaborative divorce process. Gary Gardner was my attorney and Shelley Kester was Andrew's attorney. And we met with Jake, I can't remember his last name, he was a divorce coach. And we had many collaborative sessions, I think beginning maybe in October, but it really didn't lift itself off the ground until February of 2022. And it was just grinding. We could not come to an agreement. And a lot of it revolved around the fact that Andrew said on multiple occasions to me that living in Leland was an impossibility for him. And he used the word impossibility. It was too small. He was unhappy. And I understood. And I had really didn't want to keep him here, but I also was feeling like I didn't know how we would navigate another move with our children. And we were divorcing. And it was like, how is this all going to go? So Andrew researched many different places where he wanted to move, including North Carolina, where he went to undergraduate college for his freshman year at Wake Forest. Ann Arbor, I think he probably looked on the East Coast. We looked at Birmingham and the Detroit area. I expressed interest, and this will be a conversation you'll hear probably all day, but Josephine got into Cranbrook, which is one of the best boarding schools in the country, which we'll address that later. But we just couldn't come to an agreement. And I wanted to purchase the home from him here. I love this property.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Just, first of all, lawyers, be better. Can you fucking lead this witness properly? I know they're allowed, like, the narrative is ridiculous. Secondly, I did do this to us. I did it to us all, though. And I'm here to say, again, I don't know how this ends. We might get totally cock-blocked, have absolutely no ending to this. She would not like me. Let's put it that way. Her and I would not get along at a party. She would be like, "Oh my God, did you see her dancing in the kitchen? Are you fucking kidding me? Wow. And did you hear that I want to send our kids to public school, but also our daughter got into the most prestigious boarding school? But we'll get into that later. Sorry." She's setting me off a little bit, and it's only beginning, but this is the way it is. She has absolutely, like, seriously, I can't. Does that make any sense though? She literally just spoke about how she wanted to do public school in Michigan, be down to earth. Oh my God, like, we're gonna live in Michigan and we're gonna be good. Hi, looking at legal stuff. Thank you so much for coming by. You're so amazing. Looking at legal stuff and I are going to work on getting a P.O. box together so that you guys can send stuff to us that you want us to see or have or try. If you guys aren't already subscribed, please go subscribe. She's amazing. Her and I, she works so well with me and Phil, and we love her so much. Please give her love. A ball gag? We do probably need one of those for tonight for her on the screen, not looking at legal stuff at all. Would you really, Daylight? Well, that's why we're getting the P.O. box, because I know some people want me to try recipes, but if there's like a specific ingredient that you need for that recipe, it's not that I don't want to find it. It's that if you put things in front of me, I do them. And so if you send me like the recipe card with the key ingredients, I'm likely to just do it. Anyways, so also for anybody not reading the chat, that's okay too. Yeah, send me fucking weird stuff. No, you can't send that. I just thought about it. I was like, I don't think so. But it's a P.O. box. So, um, send whatever you want. And send postcards is what I'd really love to get. Because if I get postcards, I'll post them somewhere and it would be really fun. Um, yeah, exactly. That's a no. Please only send items that are legal in Canada. That's a good rule. Legal in Canada. Inappropriate? Fine. Legal? Let's aim with that to start with. Courtney, I think they call you. Weirdly enough, I literally know that because I watch many, many YouTube channels and people order live chickens a lot. And when they're rural, they have PO box addresses. And so they get a phone call from the post office like, "Hey, your chicks are here. You better come get them." Yeah. Anyways, I know, Lucy, you keep saying the Reuben casserole. I want to make it. I'm like in. I'm seriously going to create a cookbook with all the stuff you guys sent. And I love postcards. And looking at legal stuff and I live very close to each other. So we're going to save. I don't know. You're going to have to check into that, Viking, to see how much it costs to send those things. You might be better to charter a private plane in that case. Okay. Let's get back to this drama, this divorce drama. Honestly, I feel for Matthew Hagen. Not only did he have to sit through this, he has to pretend like he doesn't, well, or he has to like have his judgy face. I'm like sitting over here like whatever, lady, like just literally gagging. So watch how good he is. That's why I think he's literally charting out some tides right now. Oh my God, you got 6 chicks. That's amazing. I love little chickens. They're so cute. Okay, let's continue on while I get the egg. Now we're having eggs Benny. That's what I was starting to say. Also, love y'all. And if you're new here, please subscribe because I'm so close to my 1,000 and we have some plans for that 1,000 party. So let's get yeah, absolutely. Chickens are great because they also eat a lot of your compost. So you save on lots of things. Anywho, let's continue with Judge Surfer Dude, Judge Riptide, and Annoying Lady. She's like literally the lady at school that I like my daughter's the exact same age. Freshman, you guys said freshman? That's my daughter. She's in the 9th grade. So if I had to meet and hang out with this lady at a school event, oh my God. Anyways, let's keep going.
And I had a new business here that had really taken off. And I had income coming in, a significant income coming in, but I needed more tax years to demonstrate to the bank that I could get a mortgage to buy him out. And so, there were multiple I would just say we were diametrically opposed in many ways. And we just couldn't come to an agreement. Am I allowed to reference any of the meetings that we had inside of collaborative divorce, like any events?
I would imagine so. They
Okay.
weren't mediation events, correct?
No. When we were in collaborative divorce,
Okay, already mad again. But here's the list. We're gonna go ahead and just list off all these judge possibility names right now. The Breck judge, Judge Stepbrother, Judge Shameless, Judge Standish, Judge Robert Redford, Judge Rogue, Judge Yummy, Judge Surfer Judge. Hey, Wendy, you got me. The same. Judge Perm, Judge Baywatch. Oh, that's winning. Surfer Judge, yeah. Daylight, you figured it out too. Who's the guy from Baywatch? The Hoff. Judge Hoff. We'll keep going. I will try and post a poll. I try not to overwhelm my computer. Judge Weasley is true, but I believe that he is not dreaming of potions and tricks and magic, but yet of surf waves and the beach. And that's how he got such a nice tan. Judge McDreamy, I know he's pretty cute. But seriously, also Judge Patient as fuck because this lady is so annoying and we are not going to be as nice as he is. So, anyways, let's continue. I won't interrupt again for like 6 minutes. That would be impressive.
There was an episode in March when
Which year?
in
Shwari?
2022. I'm sorry, yes, 2022.
Okay, thank you.
You know, Andrew's family had played a really large role in our life as a married couple, and it was increasingly toxic and disturbing and horrible. And his family had, his father, previous to his death, had started some 529s for our children, college funds, and had contributed significant amounts to them. And I actually have no idea how much is in them. The last time I saw it was like, you know, each of our older children had upwards of $30,000 to $40,000 in each child account. And during the collaborative divorce, that came up as maybe an asset. And it was understood that, and I think Shelley or Gary, someone said, well, if those are not in your name, they're still in your mom's name, then they actually don't belong to your children. And so they're not going to be for you. And I expressed dismay, but my tone was similar to what I'm saying now, like, oh, that stinks. And Andrew, I don't know exactly how it came about, but he just started like yelling in the collaborative meeting and was like, saying, you know, these are my kids and I don't want anyone to tell me what to do with them. I'm their father and no one's going to remove them from me. And I can't remember, but he had an explosive kind of outburst. And I just shut down, and Jake ended the meeting right after that. And my attorney called me and was like, you know, it seems like he just was really angry. And
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. You shouldn't be testifying to what you and your lawyer had to say at that point.
oh, sorry.
Attorney
I will
client
just say,
privilege.
okay, sorry. So I will say that after we had that meeting, Andrew and I talked and calmed down. And he said to me that maybe I should not say this, but he told me his attorney said, bravo, that was a great performance.
Okay, I'm gonna object now.
Okay.
Without hearing the attorney.
I'm sorry. I think what I'm trying to say overall is that in the collaborative divorce process, I felt that we could not reach an agreement. We were diametrically opposed, and there was behavior in the meeting that I felt just was part of the larger pattern of being bullied.
And
So we
what did the consent for divorce, the one that you signed, just so the court is tracking, the one that everybody signed in June of 2022, what did it say about where the children were going to live and how custody and parenting time would be divided?
when we signed the consent judgment of divorce on June 17th, 2022, we agreed together that we were going to try and manage things as a family. That was my priority. The judgment said that the children would reside in Los Angeles County, and that Andrew would have a home, and that I would also have a home, and we would have a 3-2 split. And that was what the custody agreement was.
How did you feel about that arrangement at the time that you signed that document?
I mean, I didn't know how it was going to happen, to be honest. And I didn't feel like it was really good for the children. I felt like another giant move was going to be stressful. You know, my work was here in Leland, and Andrew had a remote job. And I just felt like, honestly, like I just had to give him what he wanted in order to make this grinding argument end.
At the time that you and he came to this agreement, to clarify, where were you and Mr. Llewellyn living?
We were living at the home on 3080 North Lake Leelanau Drive.
And
together.
where were the children going to school?
When we signed the agreement, the two children had finished their school year at Leland Public School, and Birdie was in the summer program after attending the school year at Leelanau Children's Center in Leland.
And during the collaborative divorce process, what did you believe to be in the best interests of your 3 children?
I wanted everybody to stay in Northern Michigan. And I actually wanted to have some time to buy the house from Andrew. I also felt that our oldest child, Josephine, who is an excellent student, that she would benefit from being at a really great school. And I'm going to be honest and say that I knew that this transition from married couple to divorced couple was going to be very hard for Andrew. And so I wanted to preserve Josephine's high school education without interruption at an excellent place that met her needs. We applied to Cranbrook. She got in. I had the cash to pay for it at that time, a full year of tuition. And I believed that she could go there. She would be safe. She would be only a 4-hour drive, no plane rides. It would be paid. And Andrew and I would have to manage the first year post-divorce. And our other 2 children would be safe, and their education would be stable, and their housing would be stable in Northern Michigan. That is what I wanted.
And at the time that you signed the judgment on June 17th, 2022, did you believe that the terms of that judgment were in your children's best interest?
No.
What appeared to be a child-related settlement, which is called an order, was entered with the court on September 15th, 2022. That essentially tracked the terms of the consent judgment of divorce. And the reason I'm bringing this up, procedurally, your case is a little bit unusual. How did that order come to be entered?
We had a phone call with friend of the court. I think it was September 6th. And by that point, our children were already living in Pasadena. They had already been enrolled and were attending their 3 private schools in Pasadena. And I had already paid over $9,000 in cash and tuition fees for the 2 older children. And so when we had the friend of the court meeting, it was my intent at that point to move to Pasadena and for the children to attend the schools that I was paying for, as we agreed in our consent judgment.
Did anything happen prior to the entry of the September order that caused you concern about its terms?
Yes.
Can you tell the court, please, what happened?
Andrew moved away on July 9th of 2022. And I was home with our 3 children in Michigan. He helped clean out parts of the house that I appreciated him doing. But the children needed to be fully packed up. And also Andrew had all of his furniture, like all boxes and things that he wanted moved to Pasadena were left at the house. So long story short, I was in charge of everything. And I was struggling with that. And I felt almost immediately after Andrew left town on July 9th that I had made a gigantic mistake. And I called him and said I was having reservations. And he said to me on the phone, I think he was driving through Oklahoma, it's too late. You signed it and our marriage has been terminated and you have to bring the kids. I said, okay. There was no room for discussion. I brought the kids on August 9th. They had COVID. I had COVID. We're all recovering. And we got on a plane for my daughter's first day of high school, which was, I think, August 15th. It was a Monday. We flew on August 9th and we arrived, and Andrew's house was not secured yet. He had just rented the rental and we stayed in a hotel for the night. And he was actually doing some pet sitting for a friend. And so I stayed at the hotel with the kids. And I just knew that this was a huge mistake in my heart. And I tried to talk to him about it. And I don't know the exact date, but I believe it was August 11th. Actually, there were 2 experiences. I can't remember, but it was between August 9th and August 13th. These 2 events happened, and I can't remember the specific dates. But one day, the first thing that happened was Andrew and I were in his car, and we were in the driveway of his rental home that he had just secured. And he was in the driver's side and I was next to him on the passenger seat. And I said to him, I was really trying to say to him, like, we can't do this. We don't have the money for this. I'm overwhelmed. I don't know how I'm going to move here. I have to go back to work on Monday because I have to meet people at this project I was working on. And I don't know what to do about this. And he always characterizes that conversation for me as negative SHIT. And in the moment, he just lost his temper and grabbed the steering wheel, and his hands were fixed and clenched on the steering wheel. And he was like shaking his body and started screaming at me. And he first said, I'm going to call the police for harassment. And then after that, it was just, ah, ah, ah. And then he got out of the car, slammed the door, and started running up and down the sidewalk, shaking his arms like this, running and just going, ah, ah, ah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to do a live dramatic reenactment of her absolutely, totally believable story. Does not sound at all fabricated. Also, yeah, lady, you have just driven me in 20 minutes to wanting to smack you. I can't imagine what it would be like to be going through a divorce with you, a collaborative divorce, and have signed an agreement. And then the next day or immediately thereafter decide that, oh, I don't like the agreement that you signed. Yeah, that would be really frustrating. And you're telling me that what this man did was regulate his emotions as quickly and carefully as possible while driving a vehicle. So he dealt with it himself, pulled over, got out of your space, and tried to handle it himself. That doesn't sound unhealthy. Okay? That sounds like a very mature reaction. Listen, we've all heard many, many cases about guys and girls who do not do that. So I'm sorry, your story doesn't actually make you look good and him look bad. It's the other way around. You drove him out of the vehicle to scream for his own emotional sanity. Think about that. Am I right? Am I wrong? Also, high time served. Thanks for being here. She is crazy, and I'm sorry. Listen, I call it as I see it, and I'll call it like I see it for every case. So I'm going to be as hard on her as I am on him and everybody else that I see. And again, open invitation. Anybody that wants to come on and talk about their court experience and explain themselves, come right ahead. But I just am really getting bad vibes from her, just like really inauthentic authenticity, where it sounds rehearsed. It sounds like this is what she's, knows the right words to say, but they don't ring true. Anyways. Again, thank you all for being here. If you guys have another name for Judge Hagan up here other than something we've learned or we've already read aloud earlier, I'll keep going with it. But I would love to hear them in the comments. I'm making eggs Benny. The water is a-boiling. I'm gonna get going. Nobody's mad at anybody. We're very busy. Hopefully there's lots of people in here and it gets busier and busier. But let's continue on. And seriously, guys, I don't know what to do with this lady. She's just rubbing me the wrong way. Let's continue.
I was sitting in the passenger seat, shocked. The car closed in on me. All the blood drained out of my body. My children were in the house. And I was
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I have to interrupt. Is she dead? How exactly did all of the blood drain from her body? That's not even, like, feasible. Oh, I didn't do the reenactment. You're right, Monica. Right, the reenactment. He got out of the car. He ran down the road. He was. And then the car stole all her blood. Please don't forget. We cover witches, wizards, warlocks, all the good stuff on this channel. Let's keep going.
Frightened and terrified and shocked that they would hear their father and watch him behaving this way outside of their brand new rental house that was completely unfurnished.
What happened next?
Hold on, I'm trying to muster up my fake tears. This is the part where I cry.
Andrew went inside and I sat in the car for a few minutes and I was overwhelmed. And I got out of the car and I walked into the house and the kids were in the back of the house. And I said, I think we need to make something for dinner.
Did you and Mr. Llewellyn exchange emails in August with regard to those events and after them?
Yes.
No. Excuse me? The ending to the story was you walking in and saying, I think I have to make something for dinner? Listen, lady, if you want to be dramatic in your kitchen, you need to go start your own YouTube channel and get out of my lane. Okay? That is so my thing. Seriously, what the hell was that story? This is the problem. That's how I know this story was fake. She fabricated it. She instigated it because the story was he got so agitated at her that he had to leave the car and he was screaming and yelling. But that doesn't put her in a very good light. So she was like, what am I going to do? Oh, I have to bring the kids into it. So they were in the house. I need to take care of the kids because I'm the one that does all that. So I'm just going to go ahead and end it like that. Anyways, I'm sorry. This lady's.
I'm going to call the court's attention to Exhibit 25. Your Honor, we did indeed email the exhibits. We've emailed them to Ms. Belden, and I am going to attempt to share screen as best I can here. If you'll give me one moment. Hello, move over. Can everyone see this?
Yes.
Okay. This is marked as Exhibit 25. Ms. Nucala, do you recognize this email?
Yes.
Do you recognize the email address for Mr. Llewellyn?
Yes.
Is that his email address to your knowledge?
Yes.
Is that your email address below it in the 2-line?
Yes.
What is it dated?
It's dated August 13th,
What year?
2022.
And do you recall this email?
Yes.
And was this after the event that you just testified to in the vehicle?
Yes.
And what do you believe is important for the court to know about this email?
Andrew makes it clear in this email that the arrangement in Pasadena that we signed is untenable. He writes, You are right that it might not be advisable for us to have any kind of financial relationship with each other, especially one that we have no proven ability to afford over the coming years.
Ms. Nucala, I want to ask you briefly. Actually, no, I'm going to strike that. We'll continue forward. I move for this to be entered as Exhibit 25.
No objection.
Thank you. 25 submitted.
Ms. Nucala, what was your understanding or what was your reaction to this email?
I think I was relieved
How come?
because he could see what I was saying, which is that this agreement that we both signed in June was not tenable. And if it's not tenable, then it's not in the best interest of our children.
And when you say tenable, what do you mean by that?
We have no proven financial ability to avoid over the coming years the tuition that we had agreed to pay, the need for me to have my own home there when I don't work there, and just the overall agreement.
Did anything else happen in August of 2022 that concerned you?
Yes.
What was that?
So this email, I will say, the August 13th email that we're looking at came after a series of 2 events. I'm sorry, the first event I described was so loud. I'll say the second event that happened prior to this email. I was inside the rental home with Andrew by the front door. And once again, I was very angry, but I was, just standing there, and Birdie, our 4-year-old, was standing with me. And I think I just made a comment, we were not fighting. It was just like a comment like, well, we can't do this, or I might have said something about like, well, the kids are here. There's no furniture. What are we doing? I said something, just a comment. And he put his hands on my shoulders, which I will tell you, he doesn't normally put his hands on me. But on this instance, in front of Birdie, he put his hands on my shoulders. I'm significantly smaller than him. And he marched me aggressively backwards out of the front door, shoved me over the threshold, and slammed the door in my face in front of Birdie. I opened the door and calmly entered, and I went to get her, and she suppressed a scream in her mouth and ran down the hallway to her brother, Leo. And I said, I think we need to calm down. Let's focus on things that we have going on today or something. I might have, again, suggested making dinner. But it was obviously a pattern of trying to be peacekeeper, regardless of anything that's happening around us.
Was you acting as a peacekeeper, or was that a typical role for you?
Yes.
I am going to, hold on one moment, call everyone's attention to Exhibit 24. And
Did you even enter that exhibit, or did you just look at it? I think you just looked at the exhibit. I didn't hear anybody tender anything for anything. I will do some dramatic readings of the emails coming up. But I'm just getting dinner actually sorted right now. So we have to deal with her drivel to begin with. And thank you all for being here. Greetings from Scotland. Hi from Canada. I was born in Scotland, so thanks for watching. Do one now? Okay, hold on one sec. I will read that last email. She said, no, but this is from him. So I haven't got his voice yet. I don't know what he's like yet. So that's his email to her. I wait from I gotta wait for his or hers to him. I was born in Glasgow. My dad's from Clydebank, but I came to Canada very young, so I don't have an accent. But I can understand everybody with accents, so it's like a superpower. Okay, let's continue.
1 minute. Do you recognize this email, Ms. Nuka?
Yes.
And when is it dated?
Monday, August 15th, 2022.
And is that Mr. Llewellyn's email address?
Yes.
Did you hear me? Is that
Yes.
it? Is that his email address? Is that your email address?
Yes.
And did you receive this email from him on that date?
Yes.
And what do you believe to be relevant about this email?
He fully lays out the problem at hand. In
And
a
what was the problem at hand?
that I felt, number two, I felt forced into the situation. And that he did not want me to feel that way. He, number three, recognizes that in order for me to pay the private school tuition that I had agreed to, I had to get on a plane and fly back to Michigan to earn a living. And that kept me separated from our children, which was bad for them and also bad for me and bad for our family. Number four, he recognizes that I had a business in Leland that I had worked really hard to build. And he kindly also says that I've done amazing work and wonderful opportunities, and he does not want me to lose that. He also recognizes that he doesn't know how often I'll see the kids, and he doesn't want to live with that ambiguity. And he also says at the end that we should move to Ann Arbor. And so, we had talked to the kids after those two events I had described, and the email from Andrew stating that he knew we could not pay the tuition. We had talked to the children, the older children, Josephine and Leo, on Sunday, August 14th, about moving to Ann Arbor. Josephine, her first day of school was this Monday, August 15th. That did not go well with our children. And Leo started to cry, and Josephine was like, I don't understand. Like, we're here.
You can't testify to what Josephine said.
Oh, sorry.
Continue.
I felt that they were confused. And Andrew and I wrote many text messages, which are in Andrew's exhibits, just stating that I knew that this whole thing was done. And no matter how much I had tried to communicate to him that this was not going to work, and his acknowledging that this was not going to work right here in front of us. We both knew that it wasn't going to be okay, and that this was not in the best interests of the kids. And so but he also was like, I'm not moving back there, and I don't know what to do. I'm just going to take them to school. And he bought them school supplies. We went to the store together on the 14th. And, even after all of this, I went to the stores with them, and we got school supplies and, computers for our children that he paid for. And, it was like, and I had paid tuition bills, and it was like, I was beside myself.
I move for this to be entered as Exhibit 24.
No objection.
Admitted.
Aishwarya, why didn't the mentioned Ann Arbor move come to pass?
Our children were not, they were confused. And I think that Andrew was like, we had made no plans to move to Ann Arbor. Like I had a home in Leland and our kids had been in school in Leland. And like, we've never lived in Ann Arbor as a family. And, that part of the whole Ann Arbor thing was like, there's really good public schools there. And so, but at the end of the day, like, I would say Andrew just only wanted to live in California. And we went through this over and over and over again during the collaborative process.
I want to just diverge here just for a minute so the court is understanding and has an understanding of, can you tell us about your business?
Yes. I am an interior designer and I have I went to school for interior design beginning in 2014 and worked kind of like, did a couple internships in California. I had a little bit of a business in California, but it was sporadic and really fit between all of my parenting duties. I did open a small home store in California that was kind of a disaster, and I had to close it. I was pregnant and having a baby, and I'm sorry that it went the way it did. I know that Andrew's angry about that. But then we moved to Leland, and I was actually not really planning to work that much here. That was part of this whole like rural lifestyle we were thinking about, was I would be able to really just focus on our children and, as I always had been, their primary caregiver. When we moved here, I was hired to do a very large project. It kind of landed in my lap by out-of-towners who lived in Texas and bought a house in Leland. They hired me to remodel their home while they were gone for the winter. And so starting in October of 2021 through the summer of July of 2022, I earned $150 an hour remodeling their home, which meant tearing out their bathrooms and taking basically most of the home down to the studs, employing all of the subcontractors to put the house back together. I traveled around the country to purchase all of the furniture. I picked out all the surface.
Sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, my dear. I have a few questions about your fucking story that you've got. First of all, I cannot be burning my fucking dinner, but you're being annoying. So we need to talk about this. Did you just say that you got paid $150? I have to use my red flag to start. She got paid $150 an hour, but then she had to hire all the subcontractors. So doesn't that mean she has to pay all the subcontractors out of that $150 an hour? It doesn't? I'm getting word from the living room that that does not mean that, okay? What about the chat? Do you guys think that means that? That's her wage? $150 an hour to remove shit down to the studs? Supervise. Fuck my ass. Okay. Anyways, let me just say that person was dumb to hire her. Anyways, let's continue. I guess now I have questions as to why she stopped doing that and now she wants to live the rural lifestyle, aka not work. Do you think that being rural means poor? I don't understand.
Materials including tile and flooring and lighting. I purchased art and rugs, and I had a weekly Zoom call with them, and it was very hands-on and required almost daily presence at the house here in Leland. I have since continued to do this work. I'm currently remodeling another house in Leland that also requires my physical presence as basically a contractor. And at this point, I'm essentially running a construction company. I have 2 carpenters who work for me, and I have all the subs at my disposal, including plumbers, electricians, HVAC, mechanical.
She doesn't have all the subs at her discretion. I can guarantee you that. And if you know what I'm talking about, you know.
Which is mechanical work. I do all the drawings myself. I submit them to the building department under my business, and I use one of my carpenter as a building license, so we can use his building license. And this past weekend, I just signed another project in Northport that begins in the coming months, and it is also a large remodel at the end of Cathead Bay, which is about 15 minutes north of Northport. And it also includes the new build construction of a small guest house and garage that my business will be doing.
How do you feel about the state of your business and your ability to create this business from nothing?
Well, I'm proud of myself, and I'm also thankful that I can support myself. I've never, prior to living in Leland, I have never once earned enough money to support myself, ever. And that was because I was a stay-at-home mom. And now I am a working mom, and my business is flexible because I own it. I always pick up my children after school. I take them to school in the morning. You know, my daughter has ballet on Monday afternoon, so I just tell everybody I can't go. I'm friends with all of the people I work with, and it's a dream, and I'm grateful for it.
Back up for what?
Sorry, I 100% guarantee she is not friends with all the people she works with. She thinks she is, but they're not her friends. No way.
1 minute. Thank you for that, because I just wanted to clarify that piece. Why didn't you take any action to stop the entry of the September order at that time, given your reservations?
The children were already enrolled in school. The order was entered on September 6th. And after I left on August 15th, I think, or the night of the 14th, the kids were in Pasadena. They were all started school. Josephine started, I think, the 15th. Birdie started a couple weeks later, and then Leo had started. I was already paying the tuition. And at that point, Andrew and I had really, I felt that we were together trying to find a way to make the consent judgment work. And that was, he put my name on his lease. And I had been looking for work out there. And he said, I had a plane ticket. I think he bought it for me because I was kind of low on money, for September 8th, 2 days later. And I was staying in his house with our children. I slept in Birdie's bedroom. We did not have a romantic relationship, but we were a family. So on the day when that was entered, we were a family.
Did you do your best to follow the consent judgment of divorce that you signed in the September order?
Yes.
And did anything of significance happen after entry of the September order?
Yes.
Could you tell the court about that, please?
Yes, sorry. There are a series of events that started to unspool after the consent judgment was entered on September 6th. I was there from September 8th to September 18th. And I then was back in Leland, and I was trying to figure out work, and I had a couple people ask me about work, but since I was planning to be in California, I couldn't really commit to anything on site here, and I was just struggling with it. I had one project that I'm currently doing that was a little more flexible about my traveling schedule. But what happened is I got back on the plane to go to California to see my children on September 30th. And I got there, and almost immediately upon arrival, things with Andrew, we had some conflicts. And these were conflicts about other people that we each were having, that I had had a relationship with previously, and that he had met online. And so,
Thought that was a throuple. Was that almost a throuple? Holy crap. Yeah, he's awake now. He's like, woo, throuple time? That's not what I think she's saying, but okay. Anyways, hi everybody who's joining us. This is gonna be a long case. This lady doesn't shut up. And we don't know the conclusion. I don't know if there will be one. So that's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. Okay.
We, I would say we're having difficulty communicating. And it was awkward for me to be in his home, but I didn't have another house to live in. And so I had to be there. And I was scheduled to stay until October 17th. Josephine, our oldest child, her birthday is October 16th. So I scheduled a trip from September 30th to October 17th. And I was low on money, but I needed to just see my kids. And this trip, I started making a real effort to find my own housing. And it was really hard because there's very limited housing and it's all really expensive, like upwards of $3,500 a month for a 2-bedroom rental in Pasadena. And Andrew was paying, I think, close to $4,000 a month in his rent. And we started to fight. And I'm trying to think about how it exactly started. But essentially, he had a date lined up for mid-October. That is what we're looking at is the lease that I was offered. And I'll give you, we'll go run through the dates really quick. But our children were in the schools, and Andrew and I got in an argument, I think around, I don't know. I think he said something to me about this new person he had met. I found it hurtful. I turned around and said something not nice to him about somebody I had had a relationship with that he did not know about. It was like torture tag, like tag, I'm hurting you, tag, I'm going to hurt you back. And it was totally terrible. And we should not have been living in the same house. This is another underlying reason why this consent judgment was a bad idea. On October 5th, I was there from from September 30th. It was October 4th. And our son was not doing well. He seemed really depressed and withdrawn. And I contacted the school, and we had a meeting with the counselors at the school who said that they would help support him. And on October 5th, Andrew and I were trying to talk about, he was basically like, I don't think you can stay here. And I agreed. And and I was really hurt by what he had said to me about this other person he had met. It was hurtful. And I said to him on October 5th, the reason I asked for a divorce is because I was in love with someone else. And that was hurtful. But I ended up taking his car. It was like, just in the driveway, and the girls needed to be picked up. So I drove to get Josephine and Birdie. And on my way back from getting Josephine and Birdie in the car, I pulled into the driveway, and I got out of the car, and I was trying to get Birdie out of the car seat in the back, and Josephine, our oldest, got out of the car in the front and of the house, and Andrew came storming out of the house and started yelling at Josephine to get back in the car, and was like, get back in the car, Josephine. And she was alarmed and got back in the car. And I was holding Birdie, and I took her inside, and I was in the doorway of this rental house. And Andrew came into the house and just started yelling at me in front of her while I was holding her, you need to give her to me. And I said, I need for you to stop acting like this. And he said, give her to me right now. And I said, you need to calm down. And he said, if you don't give her to me, I'm going to call the police. And I said, you need to stop talking like this. And she started crying in my arms, and he was being very aggressive. And so I handed her to him to diffuse the situation. He took her while she was crying, and she started screaming, "Mommy, mommy, mommy." And he put her in her car seat while she was crying repeatedly, "Mommy, mommy, mommy." Josephine was in the front seat, just shocked. And Andrew got into the driver's seat, backed out quickly, and quickly, I would say, at a high-ish speed, drove away. And my reaction, once again, which is reflected in text messages, was to say, "I'm really sorry about everything. I'm sorry that I said that to you. I'm sorry if it was hurtful." And I just apologized to him. He went to pick up Leo, and I went on the Delta website and I changed my flight for October, the next day, October 6th. And I called my friend Myrna, and she said I could go stay with her that afternoon until my flight the next day. Andrew came back with all the kids about 20 minutes later, and he said he wanted to talk to me outside. So the kids were in the house and we were outside the house. And Andrew said, was like, "This is not working." And I said, "I agree." And he said, I said, "I'm going to leave." And he said, "When are you leaving?" And I said, "I'm going to leave tomorrow." And my memory is that I said, "I'm going over to Myrna's house. I'm going to go see another house to rent and for myself. And I'm going to go to Myrna's house tonight, and tomorrow I'm going to leave." And he said to me, "Well, can you stay a couple days? Because I'm going on my date on October 7th. And I said, "Okay." I went to go see the rental house, and that lease is on the screen right now. They were really nice. And the lease cost, I think, about $3,900 a month. Yeah, $3,980 a month. And they needed close to $8,000 for me to sign it. And I did not have anything like that in my bank account. And so I stayed in my friend Myrna's house. I said to the lease people, "Let me think about it." And
We'll stop you there, Aishwarya. Is this a true and correct copy of the lease agreement that you were presented by Justin Young and Jen Dye? I'm going to say her name, I might have mastered.
yeah, and we had a verbal agreement about it, and they sent that to me a few days later.
Okay.
That's why it's dated October 10th.
And did you ever sign it?
No,
And why didn't you sign it?
I did not have the money to pay for it. Like the security deposit upfront. It was about, it was $7,960 upfront to get it.
Move for this to be entered as Exhibit 3.
No objection.
Did you say Exhibit 3?
Yes.
Thank you. Exhibit 3 is admitted.
1 second. Why couldn't you afford this lease at that time, Mr. Kala?
Because my business is in Leland and I'd been traveling back and forth, and I wasn't able, and the big project I'd been doing in Leland had ended, and I was trying to sign a new project that was taking some time, and I just was not able, I didn't have the money.
Hold on a second. I'm in the wrong exhibit. Give me 1 minute. I meant to do 4. Do you recognize this document that I'm showing you?
Yes.
What is it?
These are, this is
And just so do you want this? This is on YouTube. Are you wanting this? Are these records something you want published? I mean, it's up to you. I'm just.
I don't care.
They're not records per se. They're a summary of records. It's up to you, Ms. Nicola. Do you feel comfortable with this being public, or would you rather it be taken off YouTube?
She said she didn't care.
Okay, I don't care. I received a all of these, okay, so if you look at it on August 15th and August 12th, there's a total of like close to $25,000 in deposits from a client. And I had to pay a lot of expenses. And so those expenses are below from 8/1 all the way down. And so even though it looks like I was making a lot of money in August and September, there were actually significant expenses that I had to pay for the project. And so I didn't actually, that wasn't all my income. And then I did sell a project in Leland. It says Chatfield, $5,000. That was for an initial design fee. And that is actually money that I did use to go to California. That's just pure income. But again, I didn't have anything close to the $8,000 that I needed to secure the lease. And I also was trying to pay school tuition fees.
So, Ms. Nicola, here we have total business deposits and the dates, correct? And these are dates from August all the way through until March, just last month, correct?
Yes,
And if you go down below, you have subtracted out your business expenses, correct?
correct.
And what has been your gross?
Hold on. These are jokes, right? Like, who has it listed out? Seamstress, bathroom items, pillows, $2,500 on pillows. I guess if this is for her business, but then why does it fucking matter? And that tells me that she does have to pay some. I don't understand. Anyways, sorry. I'm like, I was believing it until I was like, everything looks like from Pleasantville or whatever, like just sort of fake. It's very easy to make invoices when you own your own business, isn't it? Let's continue.
Income since 8/1/22.
$42,870.
And that is what you have had available to you to spend between the time that we're talking about here, August of 22 until March last month, correct?
Yes.
And so is this a true and accurate summary of the income that you've received and the expenses that you needed to pay and your net income?
Yes.
Move
for this to be entered as Exhibit 4.
Just a quick question. When was this document created?
Actually, the original one was done in December and it was submitted with my motion to modify for a request for child support that I submitted that we filed in the court in December. I added my subsequent income to it. I think maybe a few weeks ago. That was the income I earned from just like after that motion was filed.
Okay, and you are stating this is all your income and all your expenses for your business.
This is all of my income, and the expenses that are on here are expenses that were paid out of that income from the first 2 checks. The other income is income that is like just income, it's separate, and then the client gives me money in the form of checks that I then use to pay for their project. But so what's on this page here is just income after the September deposits, after the first 2 September deposits. I hope that makes sense.
Ms. Belden, do you have an objection to this?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Exhibit 4 is admitted.
Have you, Ms. Nicola, have you calculated how much it cost you to try to comply with the terms of the proposed judgment and September order?
Yes.
And what did you use to calculate those numbers?
Flight
What did you look at?
I looked at all my traveling expenses and the maze that my life became. So I included all my travel expenses, the cost of being in California when I can't earn any income. I don't have any billable hours in California. And I also calculated tuition costs for the children in California. And I also, I think, added in costs that I paid for the moving truck to load up Andrew's and some of the children's furniture from Leland that was moved to California. Therapy costs for them in California that I paid for, as well as I think I also included Josephine, our oldest child's oral surgery, which was an emergency surgery that she needed to have covered on January 2nd when she was with me here in Leland.
So I want to go through this exhibit with you. On the top section, it states travel costs. What were the total amount of travel costs that you needed to pay in order to see your children in the fall?
The total travel costs from August 1 until the end of December was $12,967.62. Andrew contributed $2,999.40, and I personally paid $9,968.22.
What about expenses that occurred while you were in Los Angeles?
I paid $3,773.57 on food, gas, parking, when I was with the kids there, things that I got for them. I will say that I took my children to Disneyland for my daughter's birthday, which was just something I wanted to do after we had a really hard month in October, and that is not reflected on this. So I took that off because I didn't see that as a necessary expense.
And during this period or these periods of time, August, September, October, November, December, you lived in Mr. Llewellyn's rental home for some period and also elsewhere?
Yes, I have a friend who lives in the Laurel Canyon section of Los Angeles who would help me with letting me stay at his house. He's just my friend, and that's not a romantic relationship. And that became invaluable to me because if Andrew was not letting me stay at his house, I could at least be in California and access my children by staying at my friend's house, who did not charge me any money to stay with him. And he travels a lot, so I was able to just stay there. But it's not really for children, and I didn't want my children involved in that, so they never went there.
The next section of this document concerns your contribution to school tuition fees for Josephine and Leo. How much did you pay in the fall or July through November?
July through November, I paid, I think, $9,414. Something around that amount. It would be, it's that $900 plus 6,441 plus 1,800. I could tally that up for you really quick. It was, 900 plus 6,441 plus 1,800. So between July and the end of November or the end of the year, I paid $9,141 in tuition fees.
And what did Mr. Llewellyn contribute for those costs?
He contributed to Birdie's costs, and I think it was.
I'm talking about these costs for Josephine and Leo.
Nothing.
Now, you had agreed to pay these costs in the consent judgment, correct?
Correct.
And tell us what the my understanding, it states that you would pay the tuition for Josephine and Leo, and he would pay for Birdie or Uma's preschool, correct?
Correct.
And the schools that we're talking about is LaSalle Academy for Josephine, correct?
Correct.
And High Point for Leo, is that correct?
Correct.
And what did it cost for these children to attend school at those institutions in the fall of 2022?
Do you mean the total tuition? Or
right. How much did it cost Leo to go to High Point?
I think his tuition bill is roughly $24,000 a year.
And
And
what does-
Josephine's is 27 or 26 or 27, but total, it's roughly like $50,000. It's over 50,000. I think it's $52,000 for both of them for the school year.
How did you think that you were going to be able to pay that amount of tuition?
I'm sorry. Did she just say it was $52,000 for the tuition? Oh my God. Let's keep that in mind when she talks about what she can and can't afford as we go down this long and laborious road. If anybody here has come in late, no worries. Please go ahead and hit the like or dislike button. Either will mark your attendance as here, and you can report back to the chat if you did forget for your flogging. Also subscribe. Let's see how she thought she was going to pay for $50,000 a year in school. What could I do with that money?
Tuition cost, given what you were earning in your business without child support and without spousal support?
When I signed that consent judgment on June 17th, my Leland project was full swing. I had enough cash to pay for a year of Cranbrook, and I believed that I would be able to sustain my business through the rest of the year and going forward while also trying to travel. And so I kind of just naively signed it thinking like, I'll just figure it out because my business is going well at this moment. And in reality, I could not sell projects to clients and also travel this amount. And so I lost out on multiple opportunities and was not.
Say it with me, folks. In the words of Judge Manning, this sounds like a you problem, lady. Seriously. Oh, I signed an agreement that later on I realized, oh, I can't actually do. What? Go away.
Not able to pay these tuition bills.
And your income, we just went over that. Did Mr. Llewellyn earn more income than you?
Yes.
How much more?
I mean, I don't, at the top of my head, I would have to, I would say, I filed this in the motion for child support in December, but at the end of November, one day, after a series of other terrible events, I looked at our joint bank account that has my name on it too. And I saw that beginning in August, between August and the end of November, so 3 months, he had earned upwards of 90,000, around maybe, actually, I think it was like $82,000 in cash deposits into our joint account that he received and immediately transferred into his personal savings account so that I wouldn't be able to access it. And he was just making like close to or over $20,000 a month at that point in cash.
And what were you making?
In August, I didn't make much. I mean, August and September, I had expenses to pay for the first Leland project. I earned $5,000 in the end of September for a new project. And then October, which is part of this series of terrible events that happened and led me to hire an attorney. At the very end of October, I asked for and received a deposit of $12,000 and some dollars from the client, my new client, to remodel their home. But during the month of October, there were about 2 weeks where I had minus $200 and something dollars. I had no money. And after earning so much money in Leland previously, I just was.
You need to shut up now, lady. Okay? Do you want to know what having no money actually is? Because let me ask you, do you have any credit cards with any limits on them? Oh, what's that you do? Oh, what's that? A black Amex? Oh, weird. Oh my God. So, like, you're really preaching to the wrong choir here. We see people making it do with hundreds of dollars a month and dealing with it. And you're complaining because you made so much money and now the money is not there. I really am confused. I'm as confused as you guys are. I'm watching this live. Also, for anybody wondering, you get points completely arbitrarily based on how I randomly assign them, plus the computer randomly assigns them, plus like subscribing, you get points, liking, I think you get points. But we're going to work on a program to get lots and lots and lots of points to everybody. But as of right now, you can check your points by typing in !points into the chat and it'll tell you how many you have. And that is free. Just free points. Totally arbitrary points. Okay. Let's continue on with her fucking sob story.
Broke from all of this.
And did you have to ask Mr. Llewellyn for money?
I mean, multiple times, yeah,
And why did you have to do that?
because I didn't have any and I couldn't see my children.
And did he lend you money or pay you money or assist at times?
At times, he purchased plane tickets. So in that contribution at the top where it says Andrew's contribution for travel costs, it's $2,990.40. Half of that about is for plane tickets for our children to fly to LA in August. He bought me a plane ticket in September, when we were still on amicable terms on September 8th. And he bought me a plane ticket at the end of November after Thanksgiving, when I did not have a return flight from Los Angeles and I was obligated legally to take the children back. I did not have a return flight. I had $400 and something in client money, which was not my money. I could not afford a plane ticket back, and I had to beg Andrew in multiple emails to please send me money so that when I dropped off the kids with him at LAX on November 25th, I would have a way of getting back to Michigan. And he did send me $700 for that plane ticket.
I would move for this to be entered as Exhibit 5.
Quick question, the travel costs, you're stating in those travel costs, that includes the kids' travel costs?
In November, it includes 2 plane tickets for the children to, well, actually, yes, it does. And it also December, it has a plane ticket for Birdie and when she flew back with me on December 11th.
Okay, so the travel costs are for you and the children.
In November and December, they are for me and the children. And I can add dates.
What about August?
Those are tickets that I bought for myself to fly there. And then also Andrew and I split the cost of the 4 tickets for our children to move to Pasadena.
Okay, so your half of that split cost is linked in there.
Yes, in August.
Okay, and then in November and December, it has the kids' costs in there.
Correct. And I will also add that in November and December, the costs that I paid for were my friend Charlie, who was also just a friend. He had like these companion fares that were buy one, get one free. And so I was able to buy only, like if I bought a ticket for Leo, for Josephine, then Leo's ticket was free. And then I bought a ticket for myself and then Birdie's ticket was free. And so those 4 tickets, I only had to pay 2 fares for them.
Okay, and then to clarify though, the judgment of divorce, the consent judgment of divorce that you signed did not contemplate the kids returning to Leland in November and December, correct?
I can't remember what it says about the November custody. I assume that it says that we were going to split that we would have I would have my parenting time in Pasadena, because that was part of the overall agreement. And then in December, yeah, so I think you're right. Yeah, it did not contemplate them leaving during November and December.
Okay. So a lot of these are new costs, based on the terms changing with your execution of the judgment, correct? Okay. And then the expenses, as we look at the expenses, you would acknowledge that you would have had those expenses in northern Michigan as well, right? For groceries, gas.
They probably, I mean, I can't say necessarily what they would have been here. My expenses here are significantly less than they are in LA. So they're not necessarily comparable. But yes, I do eat when I go to Los Angeles, so I do buy food.
Yeah. But you could have had those same comparable expenses in northern Michigan.
I would say no. I do not spend anything like that on groceries and food in northern Michigan. I do not spend anything like that on parking. I do not spend anything like that on child expenses on a weekly basis in Michigan or monthly.
Okay. And then school tuition, Andrew did not contribute any school tuition costs for Leo in that fall?
I think actually, I don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
What happened is, I will tell you that in November, Leo's school was communicating to us that his tuition was behind and we needed to make a payment by Thanksgiving. I did not have the money to make that payment. And so I had already paid some amount to the school. And I think Andrew, in order to keep Leo in the school, paid something, but I can't remember what it was. And then subsequently, upon his withdrawal, I am currently still paying Leo's tuition bill.
Okay.
Oh, I did want to go over the end here because we
okay.
hadn't.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Aishwarya, the Morse movers indication here, this is something that you paid for?
Correct.
And that was to pack up the truck in order to move everybody to California?
Correct.
And the therapy payments for Leo and Josephine in California, you paid those?
Correct.
And you paid for Josephine's oral surgery, correct? Did you ask Mr. Llewellyn for contribution to her oral surgery costs?
Yes.
Did he provide or contribute?
No.
And the total here, you've added it up for us. The additional expenses that we just went over was the total $4,215.
Yes.
And you also have an an entry here with everything that you spent. And that's $32,699.87. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you have an entry that says payment in July to Andrew for property settlement. What does that mean?
Andrew was paid for the property settlement that we agreed on, $25,000 in cash.
So you're including the amount that you paid to him along with everything else that you paid for the total amount that you spent since July 2022?
Correct. And the reason that I did that is just as an illustration, a financial illustration of all the effort and money that I went into at trying to execute the current judgment of divorce that we signed on June 17th. This is what that looks like financially for me.
And after you spent all of this, did you have anything left?
No. I mean, I had to keep working in Leland to keep my life above ground, above water. I had friends help me, and my car died, and my friend Charlie gave me his mom's car to use for a period of time, which I recently bought. But, I had to ask other people to help me, with basics.
Thank you. I again move for this to be entered as Exhibit 5.
I'm having a hard time. I'm not understanding. I guess there's not a heading to say what this is. Do you know what I'm saying? It just says travel costs, expenses occurred in Los Angeles, tuition fees, additional expenses. What is this? Does this encompass? What is this like? What would be the general heading of this document?
The amount that Ms. Nucala has spent since August 2022 to comply with the judgment of divorce's terms, September order.
I'm going to object to that because that's not complying with the terms of the judgment of divorce when we're moving the kids back and forth when that wasn't contemplated in the judgment of divorce.
Well, I guess, isn't it really, I mean, I can maybe categorize that. Isn't this just what she's testifying to as her expenses? We don't have to throw in you can argue whether she's trying to comply with the judgment of divorce. She's stating that she did. You can cross-examine her on that point maybe, but maybe a fairer way of saying this, a more neutral way of saying this is what her testimony was, that her expenses were from August 2022 through December.
I would be fine with that.
Not even through today, it's not even, so,
Yeah.
I mean.
I would be fine if it's just Miss Nucala's expenses from August through December, but not specifying to effectuate the terms of the judgment of divorce.
That's fine.
She can still argue that that's what they are. I mean, I'm not.
Yeah.
We don't have to title this anything more than Exhibit 5, in my opinion.
Okay.
It's really
Okay,
just,
fine.
I agree.
Okay, I was kind of talking, I'm sorry, did you, I guess.
I'm fine with that as long as we're not clarifying, if we're not distinguishing that this is the monies that Miss Nucala invested into executing the terms of the judgment of divorce.
That is a finding this court will have to make one way or another.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not gonna stipulate to that.
All right, Exhibit 5 is admitted.
Ms. Nucala, did you make Mr. Llewellyn a proposal as to how to resolve your differences on October 17th, 2022?
Yes.
Is this a true and correct copy of the proposal that you made on October 17th, 2022?
Yes.
Is that your email address?
Yes.
Is that his email address?
Yes.
Did you send that email to him?
Yes.
And I don't want to belabor this point because obviously the court will be able to read this on its own. I'm going to scroll all the way down so we know what we're talking about in terms of exhibits. And we then have a back and forth between you and Mr. Llewellyn.
Whoa. We're going to have to back up a little bit there. I think I saw a subheading that said Your Life as the title. So just give me one moment here while I cue that up. Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah. A very long email and proposal. We're here for it. You might hear video games in the background. That's just the reality. Hi, Andrew. Well, here we are, and things are very difficult between us. I would like to lay out the present circumstances and provide some thoughts on how we could work together to create a better situation for everyone. I'm going to touch on many different aspects of our current life, and I ask that you bear with me and keep an open mind. I would also like to say that I need to find a way to I would also like to say that foremost, our children need for us to have an amenable relationship. It is paramount for their long-term well-being. We need to find a way to compromise and move forward so that we can provide stability and consistency for them. We only have a few years left with Josephine and Leo before they head to college. Bertie is very young and we have a much longer road with her. Their well-being is our priority, and I know you share the desire to provide them with a stable and consistent life. Here are my thoughts. Ugh. At present, you are living with the kids in a rental house in Passat. What the hell is this? Like a TLDR for your life? Except it's a long red thing. The cost of living is pretty high, and all 3 kids are in private schools. We have a legally binding agreement that includes the kids living in California for the school year and Michigan for the summer. I'm paying for 2 tuitions this school year, and we will be splitting all of the tuition for the coming years. Obviously, you know all of this, but I'm trying to write down a complete picture of the current situation. I am presently separated from the kids. You are single parenting. We are unable to share the house that you are renting. I need to find a rental property to stay in during my time in California, and in an ideal world, I would have a project there to make my time there more productive. The cost for a monthly house is about $4,000 per month. I was offered a lease for, now let's,
Yes.
wait, shut up.
And I
Scroll.
don't want to
Thank you.
belabor this point.
I was offered a lease for, where did it go? For a house in Sierra Madre, which is perfect for the kids, but it costs $3,980 per month, and I need to supply a 1-month security deposit. That is essentially $12,000 to get to the end of the year, and I simply do not have the funds for it. I also spoke with someone last night about subletting their 1-bedroom in Silver Lake for around $2,100 a month. Well, that sounds like a dumb idea. But he doesn't want me to have kids staying overnight because it's too small. I've also contacted everyone I know in LA about work. Previous clients, other parents, Windsor, blah, blah, blah. I could definitely get a job there, but I can't make finances and time work. A job will not pay me enough money to support a life there. Tuition and rent alone is $8,000 a month. I know you are. Let's see what else.
Point, because obviously the court will be able to read this on
Aware of these challenges. In addition, I'm already committed to the projects here. Bloody, 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 blah. I don't even feel like reading
its
more.
own. I'm going to scroll all the way down so we know what.
Proposal for the next 6 to 9 months. Let's hear what she proposed. I am going to propose that Leo and Bertie move back to Michigan with me during the coming winter break in December. They can finish the second half of the school year in Leland. I would like for Josephine to finish her school year in California. We would need to talk to the schools about tuition payment, and I'm willing to just continue to pay them to complete the contracts. This is how it could potentially look. I rent a 3-bedroom home in Northport starting November 1st. I can be there through May. I'm planning to work on the house in the new year, and I will be moving back onto the property after the rental term expires. Bertie needs me, and I need to be with her. She would attend the children's center and participate in all of the usual activities. Leo is not doing well at High Point. I know that the school is lacking, but I am 100% committed to supplementing his education with additional tutoring, music lessons, skiing this winter, etc. He would also be back with friends who he considers to be his family. Josephine would probably want and need to finish out her freshman year at LaSalle. I don't want to split up the kids, but it would just be for this school year. She could fly independently to visit us, and we could also fly to see her. And it would only be for a few months before she stayed here for the summer. If you are abroad in January, then maybe I could bring Leo and Bertie to Pasadena. We will need to take some time to think about the following school year. I'm not opposed to bringing everyone back to California if I have some projects going on there. Seriously, is California not the fucking mecca for interior designers and people throwing stupid money at stupid people? Seriously. Oh, I'm sorry. We almost missed the good part down here. Down to there. There's a reality to your new relationship that I think you are starting to see. You cannot commit to the relationship in any way that you want while also being a single dad in California with a sometimes present ex-wife. This is not the life that
What we're talking about in terms of.
That's not the. No, I went too far. Damn it, guys. That's not the life. Blah, 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 blah. No, I totally went far. This is what happens when I get into this. Oh, there we go. There she is.
Turned to me in Michigan. And since Josephine, our oldest, liked her school in California, I said maybe she could just stay there and I could keep paying for that. But I said, I need to be with Birdie. Like she's little and I'm not able to be there and I can't afford my own space there. And I need for you to understand. And I also made it clear that I was not trying to malign him. I was not.
Okay, so it
Trying to
looks,
say that-
no, shut up, lady. I'm fucking talking. It appears like it says, if you are indeed considering a long-term serious relationship that includes travel and living together, then I think something about who's the primary parent, letting me be primary parent. This just sounds miserable, doesn't it? Let's continue on. I'll keep watch. Her writing bothers me, her reading bothers me, her acting bothers me, her tone bothers me. Very much about this woman bothers me. I'm sure it works on some people, but it don't fucking work on me. No offense.
He was a bad father. I acknowledged that he was had met somebody and he wanted his life to be different. He wanted to move in with her, he told me. And he wanted to travel abroad with her in January. And I said to him, like, you can do those things, but I need to be able to like be the primary caregiver for our children. And I can't afford to live there. I don't have money there. I don't have a job there. And, you know, over time, part of the contemplating the current judgment of divorce was like, over time, I'd be able to build a business there. But like the immediate costs that I had to cover to execute parenting time and to pay tuition bills was completely out of reach for me. So I was asking him to please understand that this was a family problem and we needed to make decisions for the best interests of our children.
Were you able to come to an agreement?
No. He just responded, when are you moving here? If you're not moving here, then I need to make decisions about my life and the manner in which I manage the elements in my life. And also on the phone, he had said to me, I can't remember if it was that same day or the next day, but he said to me, if you want to make a change, you have to hire a lawyer and send me something in writing. I will not engage with you about making any changes just via conversation.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have one issue here. So Exhibit 30 appears to be kind of buggy. Something about it won't let me go ahead and download it to my desktop. And I tried to use it multiple different ways in order, Ashwarya sent it to me in another way. And I forwarded it yesterday to Norma and to Megan. But Norma, I got an out of office message, so it looks like she's out of the office. So I don't know if you actually received it. I'm wondering, Megan, were you able to pull it up? Did you receive that?
Yep, I got it this morning.
Do you mind trying to screen share it for me? I don't know what's going, I don't know what else to do.
Oh, yeah. Let me try to do that one. Okay, now you're gonna really.
I can look to see if I have it as well.
Well, I can do share screen. Let me see if I can pull it up from my email.
It's only that one for some reason. 30 is not letting me.
Is that it's not one you sent? I have a number of emails that I received from you both on Friday. It's not in that group?
It was, but
I couldn't open it.
It was, but it needed to have the cover sheet, which had an email that showed how the actual attachment was sent. It's a PDF attached to an email, but we only submitted the PDF. So I asked Ms. Nicole, I said, hey, we need to submit the email that the PDF was attached with. And she sent that yesterday and I forwarded that. So that's the version of it. But for some reason, no matter what I do, I
think
can't
I got it up.
work. Oh, yay.
Here we go.
Thank you very much, Megan. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
I
no
don't, I
problem.
couldn't turn it into anything that would work for some reason.
And then if this exhibit, I guess I could wait until it's admitted, but if this exhibit's admitted, someone will send me this or we'll check with, Norma's gone this whole week, so we'll just make sure that we get all admitted exhibits to me, right?
Yes, I sent it to Norma and I can send it. Should I send it to Stacy in her absence?
I think we're okay. We have today, tomorrow, and then 2 days in May, so I can make a note to check back with you.
Okay, I'll just
Unless,
make it.
unless referee Hagan wants to share his personal email. Okay, I got my pen ready. On Zoom or on,
Yeah,
YouTube.
yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, so here it is.
Thank you very much. Ashwarya, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And could you identify it for the court, please?
This is an email that Andrew sent to me on October 20th, 2022. And he wrote a letter and attached it as a PDF.
And is that what the 72K attachment there is?
Yes.
Okay. And if you keep scrolling down, these are more communications between you and Mr. Llewellyn about the situation.
Correct.
And at the very end is the PDF attached, correct?
Correct.
Let's see if I can get to that. See, this is what I kept getting. Is that what you were getting, Melissa?
I couldn't even open it. There's something buggy in it.
Yeah, there was a,
There it is.
okay, I'm sorry, Miss Nuka. I'll let Miss Whitman take over to clarify what this is.
Okay. That's the PDF that's attached to the email, correct, Ms. Nukala?
Correct.
Okay.
So just to clarify, I have what I need then.
Okay.
No, it's a question. Do I have what I need? I'm sorry.
Could you scroll up? I think that there is a page that's maybe missing. That page maybe didn't, the first page of the letter didn't, or let's go.
Oh, too far. I went too far. Here, you went back to the PDF language. So this is all blank. Yep. And then it gets to
There's a
here.
page that's
So
missing.
this is not there. Okay.
Something is buggy about this. I think it needs to be scanned in as a PDF.
Okay.
So we will go ahead, Ms. Nukala, can you and I plan on doing that? And we'll hopefully get rid of the issues with regard to the file.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
At the end of the day, Ms. Nukala, was there a resolution based upon these communications?
Can I speak to what this letter is, or do we have to have it entered first?
I
Do you want me
believe,
to do you want me to pull it back up?
yes, please.
Well, if we're missing a page though, okay. Let me go back.
To answer the question, you can discuss what you believe the letter is, but if we're reading anything word for word, it has to be admitted first.
Okay.
If
So
that's
I'll just discuss what this letter is, because I've read it many times. Essentially, what happened is on October 18th, Andrew and I got in an argument on the phone where I said, you can't leave the kids alone for so long. And he was in the car once again in his driveway and started screaming violently in the car at me on the phone. And he said, I'm so sick of you. I'm so sick of all this. You're supposed to move here. And he was screaming violently. And I said, where is Birdie? Because I knew he just picked her up from school. And he said, she's in the back seat, presumably buckled into her car seat while her father screamed in the front seat at me on the phone. He then, 2 days later, he wanted to go to Malibu with his girlfriend for the weekend and needed childcare on Friday and Saturday night. And so he had asked me to come there and wrote me this letter. He bought me a plane ticket. I said, I don't have money. And he said, okay, I'll buy you a plane ticket, but I still only had minus $200 in my bank account. So I didn't have like any feasible way anyway to get up there. He wrote, the letter is about how our children are struggling with him in Pasadena. And there are multiple bullet points that say, Leo is having mental health issues, Birdie misses you, Josephine is having struggles, all the kids need to see you. And then it goes into as it says on the screen, this weekend. I would like to clarify my position on this weekend. Since you flew back, I've spent 51 nights alone. You've been them for.
So I just want to point something out that makes a lot of sense about this, and welcome everybody. If you are new to the stream, please say hello in the chat. We don't bite too hard unless you like that. But in Michigan, I believe it is Michigan. Somebody will correct me if I'm wrong. Michigan has what's called the 4-hour rule in terms of child custody standards. So, what that rule means is if they have to find childcare for the child during their parenting time for a period of more than 4 hours, they have to first offer that period to the other parent. So this was to prevent parents from sort of like getting maybe custody, but then like never being around their kids by just having them with babysitters all the time, etc. That's what I imagine. And it's part of, I believe, the legislature, or the maybe it's part of the standing order that Michigan gives out during custody cases, because it is a rule there in Michigan about the requirement to offer that parenting time to the other parent. Excuse me. Not all the courts go by it at all, and I've only really heard about it from Michael Page and somebody else. But I believe that's likely where the basis came from them having to have like even talk about this. Like, it's absurd to ask a parent to come from across the country to babysit for you when it would make so much more sense to hire a babysitter. But I think his hands are tied, and she was probably utilizing it. No, but that's not the case, Jonathan. It's this really weird rule where you would think that distance and ability would factor into it, but it didn't, how they wrote it. And so, that's as far as I'm aware, that's how it works. Now, I think that she's probably utilizing this as a way to know information about him, like how the status of his relationship is, etc., because it doesn't make any sense. Anyways, for all you folks that are on the East Coast that are heading to bed, please don't feel bad. You can tune back in tomorrow or another time, early in the morning tomorrow. Tune back in while we're sleeping. But we'll be going quite late tonight. But I appreciate all of you. Please subscribe. I so appreciate that. I'm about to make my coffee, and let's continue on with this. And seriously, I love you all. Thank you so much for being here. The chat is the best part. I could not watch these cases alone at all. Okay, somebody scoffed from the living room at that, because the truth is I've been watching them alone, but I've been with the chat the whole time. Let's continue.
For 15 nights. You've spent 1 alone. I'm overwhelmed. Oh, here it is. Leo is having difficulty in school.
Yeah, we can't read. I
Yeah,
just
we
said
can't
this. We
read it,
can't
though. It's
just
the
take it
point.
off the screen if we're not going to have it admitted.
Yeah. Okay.
Please.
I'm
We
sorry.
can't read from it exactly until it's
Okay.
admitted.
I'm sorry. So
Nope.
basically, he was just expressing that he was overwhelmed and that single parenting was very hard, which it is, and that he needed for me to come there and help him so that he could have a break. And he wanted to go away for the weekend. I very much wanted to go, but I did not have the money to do so. And I was planning to meet with clients on Monday, October 24th, to receive the deposit that I needed to shore up my life, because I had minus $200. And so I was meeting with the clients the following week. And I said to him, like, if I come on Friday, like, I've got to get back to Leland because I have to sell this project. I don't have any other business leads and I have to sell this. I don't have any money. And he was like, well, I'll just buy you a plane ticket. Long story short, he bought me the plane ticket. And I asked him if I could bring Birdie back with me because we both were really struggling with being separated. And he said no. I didn't have the money to go. I was angry. I changed the plane ticket. I went on the Delta website and I changed it to October 28th and myself. And I wrote to him, I said, I'm not coming this weekend. I'll be there next Friday. And he said, okay. And he had a friend watch the kids so he could go out of town. He went out of town, and the following week, my son was doing really badly. And it was very terrible. And we have other exhibits for that. But I ended up borrowing money from my best friend. She sent me $2,000. And I got on a plane on standby a day early so I could get to my kids as soon as I could because of what was going on there. And there's another exhibit about Birdie and how she was doing and how she responded to me when I spent the night with her when I was there. And that led me to hire my attorney, Melissa. I used that deposit, the $12,000 deposit from the project I sold. I deposited it. I paid back my friend Molly her $2,000, and I paid the retainer for my attorney. And I told her that I wanted the consent judgment to not be entered into the court because this entire experience had been a total disaster for our children who are suffering.
Hold on 1 second. Shwari, do you recognize this document?
Yes,
Could you identify it for us, please?
this is my personal bank statement from Huntington Bank in Leland.
And this is a true and correct copy of what you received, and that's your name and address?
Correct.
And the date of activity is from 9/28/22 to 10/26/22. Is that correct? And what is the ending balance?
Minus 208.
I'm not kidding. Do you want to see a negative bank account balance? That's super easy for me to get you. Like, lady, you're paying $50,000 a year in children's tuition and you're complaining about being short $200. Please don't make us out to be idiots thinking that you don't have access to other money. Fuck you.
$8.77.
Move for this to be entered as Exhibit 31.
Real quickly, I'm sorry, did you say the ending balance was minus $208.70? Oh, I see the minus. Thanks for the tap. Okay, no objection.
Thank you. 31 submitted.
Ashwarya, just before we continue, what was it that you were seeing with Leo? What did you observe? What were your concerns about him at that time?
He was doing very poorly in school, and Leo has always been an excellent student. And, over the course of the divorce, it was like poor baby was really, really struggling. And he was out there and he was back at the school he had attended before moving to Michigan in 2020. And the school is a wonderful school, but it's extremely academically rigorous. And Leo was totally unprepared for it. And he started the school and he did not know what was going on. And, he was suffering. And, we talked, we had a meeting with his counselors on October in the school year at Leelanau Children's Center in Leland.
And
I'm sorry, I literally
During
just
the
hit a random
collaborative
button
divorce-
because Lisa made me laugh so hard. That is the funniest thing. Leo ate his Chobani Greek yogurt so slowly I thought he'd die. Oh God. Oh, that's so funny.
divorce process, what did you believe to be in the best interest of your 3 children?
I wanted everybody to stay in northern Michigan. And I actually wanted to have some time to buy the house from Andrew. I also felt that our oldest child, Josephine, who is an excellent student, that she would benefit from being at a really great school. And I'm going to be honest and say that I knew that this transition from married couple to divorced couple was going to be very hard for Andrew. And so I wanted to preserve Josephine's high school education without interruption at an excellent place that met her needs. We applied to Cranbrook. She got in. I had the cash to pay for it at that time, a full year of tuition. And I believed that she could go there. She would be safe. She would be only a 4-hour drive, no plane rides. It would be paid. And Andrew and I would have to manage the first year post-divorce. And our other 2 children would be safe, and their education would be stable, and their housing would be stable in northern Michigan. That is what I wanted.
And at the time that you signed the judgment on June 17th, 2022, did you believe that the terms of that judgment were in your children's best interest?
No.
What appeared to be a child-related settlement, which is called an order, was entered with the court on September 15th, 2022. That essentially tracked the terms of the consent judgment of divorce. And the reason I'm bringing this up, procedurally, your case is a little bit unusual. How did that order come to be entered?
We had a phone call with friend of the court. I think it was September 6th. And by that point, our children were already living in Pasadena. They had already been enrolled and were attending their 3 private schools in Pasadena. And I had already paid over $9,000 in cash and tuition fees for the 2 older children. And so when we had the friend of the court meeting, it was my intent at that point to move to Pasadena and for the children to attend the schools that I was paying for, as we agreed in our consent judgment.
Did anything happen prior to the entry of the September order that caused you concern about its terms?
Yes.
Can you tell the court, please, what happened?
Andrew moved away on July 9th of 2022. And I was home with our 3 children in Michigan. He helped clean out parts of the house that I appreciated him doing. But the children needed to be fully packed up. And also Andrew had all of his furniture, like all boxes and things that he wanted moved to Pasadena were left at the house. So long story short, I was in charge of everything. And I was struggling with that. And I felt almost immediately after Andrew left town on July 9th that I had made a gigantic mistake. And I called him and said I was having reservations. And he said to me on the phone, I think he was driving through Oklahoma, it's too late. You signed it and our marriage has been terminated and you have to bring the kids. I said, okay. There was no room for discussion. I brought the kids on August 9th. They had COVID. I had COVID. We're all recovering. And we got on a plane for my daughter's first day of high school, which was, I think, August 15th. It was a Monday. We flew on August 9th and we arrived, and Andrew's house was not secured yet. He had just rented the rental and we stayed in a hotel for the night. And he was actually doing some pet sitting for a friend. And so I stayed at the hotel with the kids. And I just knew that this was a huge mistake in my heart. And I tried to talk to him about it. And I don't know the exact date, but I believe it was August 11th. Actually, there were 2 experiences.
We did just start over. I was having deja vu. Do you realize we did not notice at all? You guys, I apologize. That's how fucking droning that woman is. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was like, I swear to God, I've heard this before. She numbed us, and it's because I haven't had my coffee yet. Okay, let's fix it and get the right one. Because I got it. Oh, yeah, I got it. That was a war crime. I apologize immediately. But take this time, please check it. Like, can somebody just subscribe solely because I made that? Dragging divorce. That's what I called it. I'm so sorry, guys, but the real one's coming up. But seriously, I barely noticed.
DM. Ms. Whitman.
Ms. Nucala, we were discussing October of 2022 and the communications that you had with Mr. Llewellyn. I'm going to share screen for Exhibit 34 and ask you about it. Give me a moment. Do you recognize this email?
Yes,
And is that his email address
yes,
and yours?
yes,
And the date is October 26, 2022.
yes,
Did you receive this email?
yes.
What does it concern?
I had asked Andrew if I could bring Birdie back to Michigan with me because I was really struggling with the separation from her. And, you know, I was just, I needed to see her. I needed to be with her again. And he wrote back, she has a routine here and she's with her older siblings. You know, I don't want her to depart with you. And, I don't want her to leave school outside of the calendar. And I think actually this is part of, let me start by saying, I was upset by this email because our children were in pain from the separation and what was going on. And Andrew was so unempathetic to what they were expressing and the pain that they were feeling, and that it was really important for us to set aside maybe school schedules and, you know, like some of those things, because we were having a crisis as a family and I needed to see them and they needed to see me. And so when he's, you know, it was also just, I think he probably felt like he needed to hold me to the agreement, the 3-2 split, you know, as much as possible, because that was what we had signed. But it wasn't tenable. And then, you know, I did say to him, like in this next highlighted portion, that I wanted to fly early with Birdie for Thanksgiving. And I'll say I paid for plane tickets for the holidays, Thanksgiving and Christmas, because I had nowhere to exercise parenting time in Pasadena. And so the expenses that I have in that previous exhibit that was submitted, those plane tickets allowed me to have parenting time in Michigan. So it's not necessarily, you know, that is why those costs were incurred. And then just going back to this exhibit, it says that if she flew with me, she doesn't need a chaperone. So there's this whole logistical nightmare of executing parenting time cross country. Birdie is too little to fly with a chaperone, like an unaccompanied minor. I think it should be 5 or 6. She's 4. And her older siblings can fly independently. Leo still needs a chaperone. Josephine turned 15 and she does not. And so I was suggesting that Birdie come home with me to Michigan so I could have extra time with her given what was going on. And then the kids could join us a couple weeks later for their Thanksgiving break. And Andrew then does say he understands why, but doesn't let me take her. So, which, you know, whatever.
Move for this to be entered as Exhibit 34.
No objection.
34 is admitted.
What were your concerns at that time regarding Birdie, Ms. Nicola?
Anytime I talked to her on the phone or FaceTime, like I couldn't have a conversation with her, but I know that Andrew was leaving the kids alone a lot, and the older kids were really frustrated with having to watch her, and she was acting out. She was, I mean, at home at least, and you know, she just watched a ton of TV and was like, just would come home from school, and it was just kind of like no structure. The kids were like, Josephine's like, I just do my homework in my room at night and I sit on my phone, and Leo's like failing school and none of his assignments are completed, and Birdie's like watching TV, Andrew's absent, and the whole thing was like completely out of control. There was no supervision.
But what were your concerns specifically about Birdie?
That the separation was really affecting her emotional world. And she was like, when I was around her, like tantruming a lot and crying a lot, very clingy. I took her to see a therapist in October. When I arrived there on the 28th, I took both Birdie and Leo, and the therapist, she just wouldn't even get off my lap. Like she couldn't. I was trying to talk about Leo and Birdie was like clinging to me. And, Birdie was suffering from the separation from me.
Do you recognize what I just put on the screen that's marked as Exhibit 35?
Yes.
Could you identify it for the court, please?
This is a text exchange between myself and Andrew. I think it occurred on October 26th, which is the same day that I had that very painful conversation with Leo. And I was asking Andrew about like how Leo was doing. And Andrew was like, stop talking to me. I don't want to talk to you. And, we can read on the screen here. He wrote his conversation is in black and mine is in blue. And he wrote, unless there is some logistical issue related.
Just so we're clear, I know it's posted up. So if we're in a courtroom, your attorney would just hand this to you, but
Okay.
Until it's admitted, we can't just read it verbatim.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all logistical. No one's doing anything wrong. It's just,
okay. But
just a reminder. I mean,
yeah.
You could ask to have it admitted. I think she's identified it. Is there an objection to this, Ms. Belden?
No objection.
Do you want this admitted, Ms. Whitman?
Yes, please.
All right, 35 is admitted. So that just solves that problem.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. So, basically I'm just saying to him, like, I asked to talk about Leo's mood, his appetite, schoolwork, logistical childcare. If we cannot have a basic conversation, the health and safety of our kids, who is watching them? We need to have somebody there. And I have a legal right, which I do as a mother, to know what's going on with my children who I'm separated from. And Andrew has said at the top of the text message, he doesn't want to fight with me, which means not talking. And it's like, how am I supposed to know what's going on with my kids? And I say, can we have somebody in the middle? And he says, I'll think about it. And I said, I have zero intention to fight with you either. I'm committed to making the best decisions that we can for our family, for our children. And I said, neither of us is free to ignore the other person as long as we share joint custody. And he writes, please don't contact me anymore today. Thank you. I'm not ignoring you. I wrote, I am very much in the dark about what is going on there, how the kids are actually doing their appetites and who is watching them. And he writes, then you can fly here and see them. I was just beside myself. And that night I had that conversation with Leo where he was expressing so much pain. And that was
I'm going to object to, to the statements out of hearsay.
There was multiple things.
Just as a
Hold on. First of all, Thanks, lawyer. We didn't realize you were still with us because you haven't objected to anything. Secondly, I do not like it when the witnesses respond to the lawyers with why they're not doing hearsay. Anyways, let's continue.
The court's response, I'm not sure she was making a statement in as much as just categorizing it. Ms. Whitman, did you have a response?
I don't think she said what he said.
Agreed.
Okay,
The next day is the day that I borrowed money from Molly. My clients gave me a deposit for my work. They gave me a $12,000 something deposit. I had $14,000 go into my account, and I got on a plane and got to my kids. I asked Andrew in this text exchange, can you bring them here? You have a remote job. You don't have to physically be anywhere for your work. And, you know, it was like talking to the ether, just no response, just no like anything. It's just awful. And I write down here, Wednesday, October 11th, 11 p.m. I talked to Leo and we have a very serious problem to deal with. Please get home ASAP. Can you call me? He writes, can you call me? I wrote, he is hysterical about school and his grades. My point is everything I said, we need to reassure to Leo that he is not alone in his pain. We both love him unconditionally and that we are going to help him through this. Please make sure that he is not left alone at any time. I would like for you to check on him tonight. Please respond to this text to let me know you got it and that you can agree to this plan. And he wrote, I will do that. And he sent me a photo of Leo which is not here, it's not in this exchange, a photo of Leo in his Halloween costume saying that he was fine. And then 2 hours later, Leo called me in the middle of the night. He FaceTimed me from his bedroom in Pasadena and was crying on the phone. Andrew was home for that. I don't know if he knew that Leo had called me.
Do you
This-
recognize this email?
Yes,
And it's dated October 26, 2022. And is that your email address?
yes,
Is that Mr. Llewellyn's email address?
yes,
And is this addressing your concerns about Leo?
yes.
And to your knowledge, did Mr. Llewellyn receive this email?
He did not respond to it, but
Did it get returned to you as undeliverable?
no, it was in my sent box.
Move for this to be entered as Exhibit 36.
no objection.
Admitted.
When you went back and you borrowed the $2,000 and you flew to LA, just to clarify, did you again stay at the rental home in Pasadena with Mr. Llewellyn?
We made an agreement that I could stay in the house from October 28th. So I flew back on the 27th. I stayed at my friend's Ben's house. And on October 28th, I was able to stay there until November 8th. And during that time, I got to spend with my kids, and Andrew, I think, was with his girlfriend, and then he had an Airbnb. So he did accommodate and pay for other accommodations for at least a portion of the time when I was there, and I appreciated that. And I had received the deposit from my clients, and I paid back Molly, and I had like a little bit of money, and I had this new project that I needed to get back for. But I at least got to spend some time with my children, and I took them to see a therapist on the day that I saw arrived. I took Leo and Birdie to see a therapist on October 28th and kind of had described the series of events in October. I was at the rental house And I said to Andrew at some point, this is a December email, but I ended up essentially I asked for the court to set aside the entrance of the judgment at the final hearing on November 3rd. And I had signed a 6-month waiver so we didn't have to wait till January. And so I asked for that to be, via counsel, for that 6-month waiver to be set aside because of what had happened in October and the circumstances. And Judge Kronkowski, I think that's her name, she set it aside. And Andrew agreed to let me bring the kids to Michigan for Thanksgiving. I had purchased tickets via my friend Charlie's buy one, get one free thing. Charlie paid for them, and incidentally, and I paid him back over time. But he let me bring the kids back for Thanksgiving, and that was so great. And we went to Disneyland when I was there at the beginning of November for my daughter's birthday because I had missed it. That was really fun. And I just got to spend a lot of time with my kids. And I actually was supposed to leave on November 8th. And then I ended up not leaving until I could bring them all back with me on the plane. I think it was November 16th.
Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and read out the top highlighted line here. I just spoke with and this is from the dad to the mom. I just spoke with my attorney and she has advised me not to let you stay in my house. The reason is due to the false allegations of emotional abuse and neglect, quote unquote, that you filed against me with DCFS. You filed against him with DCFS and you wonder why he doesn't want you at the house? Oh, I'm super shocked. She's using very particular language, you'll notice. She's using words like, he let me take the children. He allowed me. And honestly, I appreciate people in the chat saying keep an open mind, or why am I, so hard on her? Because I don't like what she's spewing, just to be honest with you. I pick up on bullshit real quick, like really fast. And I call it like I see it. If he sounds like he's full of shit tomorrow, I'll be saying the same thing. But as of right now, I haven't heard her have real worry about her kids. It's mostly about her money or his money or money that she seems to interchangeably make ample of easily or be without completely. And then, yeah, it's very frustrating. I didn't even want to get into the poor discussion with the kid. Here's a great example. My daughter asked me the other day, out of the blue, about if polygamy was legal. And I was like, no, it's not. You can't marry somebody else while you're married because there's legal rights that you have that go to a partner and this, that, the other. And I was like, but why? And she goes, well, are you and dad still married? No, we've been split up for years. But we just finalized our divorce. He's getting married again soon. And she literally didn't even know that our divorce had been finalized or just even worked through because we don't talk about that with her. It's not her concern. And so she was like, oh, well, wouldn't dad be a polygamist if he got married? And I was like, no, we're not married. We got divorced. Didn't you know that? Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you finally, we are officially divorced because it was so long after. And she was like, oh, I laughed. And I was like, yeah, we don't involve you in adult things. So that's not the type of thing we would normally tell you. I don't like that these kids are being dragged into this in really weird ways. Sounds like I needed a divorce coach. Yeah, you're right. But we actually, yeah, it was funny. When we told our daughter that we were getting divorced, she was 6 at the time. She's 14 now. And we sat her down together and euphemistically sort of was like, sometimes mommies and daddies, they don't like you know, get along. And I even apologized. I said, we've actually fought a lot and that's not really okay. And we want to be better for you. And the better way to do that is for us to be apart. And at the end, my daughter's so smart. She like looks at both of us and she goes, "So you're getting a divorce?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she was like, "Okay." And then moved on. Like that was her 6-year-old response. And we just don't involve her in those types of things. So she's known about it and like known that we were split up, obviously, but she doesn't need to be involved in any proceedings or anything like that at all. Um, I think that it's ridiculous to me that you once trusted somebody so much to live with them, have babies with them, et cetera, et cetera. And now the only reason that you're calling Child Protective Services is because he has a girlfriend. It seems the main difference has been you've been fine with them living in California for however long, you know? Anyways, let's continue.
Missed a few days of school, and then Leo called Andrew from Michigan, and and communicated that he wanted to stay in Michigan and didn't want to go back. And Andrew sent me a text message saying that, it was Thanksgiving week and he didn't think we could get a mediator because he wanted to mediate it. And I said, okay, let me know what you think about him staying. And I got like a raging like email from his attorney, like accusing me of trying to keep the kids in Michigan for Thanksgiving. And, I was like, had totally defaulted on the consent judgment of divorce, and I had no right to ask for them to stay. And I was in a legally binding agreement that I wasn't carrying out. So I was forced to put them back on. I took them back on the plane on the 25th. I did not have a return ticket. And I had to beg Andrew, as I said previously, for money so I could get back to Michigan. And then I said, I'm going to come there in December to see the kids. And I was going to stay at his house, which, of course, at this point is completely not good for anybody, but I don't have anywhere else to have my parenting time. So on December 1st, what had happened also was in that period of time after Thanksgiving, we filed the motion for child support because of my financial situation. And Andrew had so much money, and my attorney Whitman requested financial support from Andrew via his attorney, who was Melissa Umulis at the time. We did not get a response. We filed the motion. I was like, I just have to figure out how to get there. I honestly, off the top of my head, can't remember how I bought that ticket, but maybe Charlie bought it for me. But I got back. I was going to fly on December 1st. And I asked Andrew, could you help me with an Airbnb? And there's a different exhibit. He just says no. And I had to change my flight. So I changed my flight to December 7th. The kids were super disappointed that I couldn't come as I had told them I would on December 1st. December 7th, I was en route to LAX from the Detroit airport. I am in the airport, getting on a plane to LAX. And I get an email, and Andrew had said I could stay at his house that weekend because his girlfriend was in town. And I am getting on a plane to LAX, and I get an email from Andrew that we have in front of us saying that I was no longer allowed to stay in his house because of a false report that I had called in to the Child Family Services Department of claiming that he had neglected and abused the kids, and that they had been interviewed, and he was not, his attorney said I couldn't stay there. His attorney sent a letter to my attorney saying that I was harassing him. And I just was like, I did not do that. I have no idea what you're talking about because I had not called in that report. The entire weekend was thrown into disarray. I got on the plane.
Okay, we're going to need a vote in the chat. If you personally feel harassed by this woman right now, one in the chat. If you personally don't feel harassed at all by this woman, 2 in the chat. 1 in the chat for if you personally feel harassed. You are not even related. You didn't even have to get these emails. Can you imagine what her husband felt like? You can't imagine? I'm sorry, lady. We've just done a poll. They all are annoyed by you. Seriously. Exactly. This is
I took an Uber up to see my children who were crying. And Andrew had left his car there. He had taken an Uber to his girlfriend's house. I got in his car and took the kids to dinner. And they were like, and he had said I couldn't stay there. And so I was like, I can't stay with you guys tonight. Birdie was crying. Josephine was like, I have no idea what is going on. I mean, I'm not supposed to say hearsay, but my kids were upset. I went to my friend Ben's house that night. And the next day, I got an email from Andrew saying, in fact, you can stay at my house. It's important for you to spend time with the kids. You can stay there. I said, thank you very much. And I went to stay with my kids on December 8th. And then I asked him, Leo was, sorry.
I'm just going to stop you right here. This is a true and correct copy of that email that you were talking about that you received when you were in the airport?
Yes.
Move for this to be entered as Exhibit 40.
No objection.
Exhibit 40 submitted.
And hold on one second.
okay. Just a quick breakdown of this right here because I can't. Originally, she was in the black, right? Oh, everybody, that means you have to mark it on your calendar. We got a chase for tomorrow with Credence and Mikey. Make sure you are there. I will be there. The red flag I saw here, guys, is whoever it is, whatever parent it is, they want to speak with the therapist. Why? Shouldn't even matter. If the child is dealing with the therapist, let the child deal with the fucking therapist. I guarantee you're the problem. Anyways, let us continue.
Need to close some things here. Ms. Nucala, is this the email on the following day, December 8th, that you were referencing?
Yes.
Did you receive this email from Mr. Llewellyn?
Yes.
And that's your email address and his email address?
Yes.
Move for this to be entered as Exhibit 41.
No objection.
41 submitted.
Ms. Nucala, have you recorded the parenting time you've exercised with your children from July 9th, 2022 to present?
Yes.
Give me one moment. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Did you prepare it?
Yes.
What did you prepare it based upon records that you had kept with regard to when you had exercised parenting time with your children?
Yes.
Could you please share with the court how many overnights you've exercised with your 2 younger children and then with your oldest child?
Since July 9th, I have exercised 263 overnights with Birdie, my youngest child, and Leo, who is 14, my middle child. I have exercised 91 overnights with Josephine, my oldest child.
And obviously you've broken it down into different months, correct?
Correct.
And you divide it as of two sections between July 9th until December 11th, and then from December 11th forward, correct?
Correct.
And why do you divide it in that way?
Birdie came back to Michigan with me on December 11th. And then the two older children arrived in Michigan on December 19th. Andrew and I renegotiated the custody order that was entered on September 6th. We were able to renegotiate it together we did go to mediation, but it was really largely negotiated outside of mediation. For the two younger children to remain in Michigan with me, and for Josephine, my oldest, to finish her freshman year in Pasadena. And so she returned to Pasadena on January 11th, 2023.
And Leo and Birdie have been with you since that time?
Yes.
Move for this to be entered as Exhibit 6.
No objection.
6 is admitted.
You authorized our firm to file a motion to modify custody on November 9th and to attend the initial final hearing date on November 3rd to inform the court that the entry of the judgment of divorce was being contested and that there would be a motion filed. Why did you choose to hire counsel and file this pending motion, Ms. Nicola?
I was unable to work out any reasonable, tenable, sustainable solution for custody and parenting time with Andrew. And I tried repeatedly in multiple emails and just desperately trying to find a way to see my children. And I was unable to do so. And at one point, he just said to me, you have to have an attorney send me something in writing. And that was mid-October. As soon as I had money to do so, I hired one.
Did anything notable take place in early December 2022 that caused you further concern about the terms of the September order?
Just kind of what we had, the DCFS call, and Leo was doing really poorly in school. And when I was there, I think on December 8th, I met with a couple of his teachers who had sent emails stating that he was missing a lot of assignments. I counted 31 missing assignments, and he was doing very poorly. And then, I just wasn't able to see my little child. And my oldest child was feeling very angry, and, she just, everything needed to change. And I had to go back to work. I received that deposit on October 27th for $12,000. That was for work that needed to begin. And I had construction beginning on December 15th in Leland that I had to oversee physically. I cannot run a construction project from Los Angeles. It's not simply decorating and buying pillows. These are subcontractors. It's a sequential order of business that needs to be attended to in person on a daily basis. And that's what I'm paid to do. That is what my business is.
Are financial concerns a real part of the circumstances that led you to file your motion?
Absolutely, yes.
And what are those concerns?
I had no way of supporting myself and paying for all of the tuition bills and the cost of living and the rental home in Pasadena. I also did not have a car there, so I would have had to ship my car, which died in November, and I need to get a different car. There's a laundry list of things that just simply could not be paid for because my income is in Michigan. And in order to earn an income in order to be in California, I can't earn my income here. And I did look at I connected with old clients in California, trying to see if anybody needed help. That did not go very far. I was looking at full-time jobs in California in order to try and just get a job there. And they were the pay was not very high. I would not have been able to afford anything really more than just basic living expenses, including a rent. In Andrew's own motion that he filed as a response to my request to change parenting and custody time, he filed a response in December. I think his response went in on December 7th. He states in his motion that he spends upwards of $10,000 a month in cash on rent, living expenses, and taking care of the kids. I could not afford that.
When you investigated possible part-time or full-time work in Los Angeles, what type of money would you have been earning if you had to take that job or chose to take that kind of job?
If I pursued a full-time job in Los Angeles, the salary for a mid-level interior designer, which is what my status would be in a job market, would be roughly $60,000 to $70,000 max. And it probably would be closer to $55,000 to $60,000 a year. After I'd paid for the premiums for benefits and whatnot, even without any kind of 401k, it would have really amounted to only maybe $5,000 or $6,000 a month total in what take home income. And the rental market in Pasadena, which is all.
Oh, can I get an F in the chat, please? Because this poor woman is just $6,000 a month. F in the chat. F in the chat for her $6,000 a month. Woe begone life, please. Seriously, I am. Ugh. Seriously, guys, this is hurtful. I'm so glad you're all here with me because this is painful. Judge Surfer is sitting there. Judge Sexy Surfer is sitting there charting tides so that he knows when he can get to his frickin'. That's right. That's after taxes and benefits. Monica, yeah, you have to own this. You did give me a heads up on this. Seriously, I'm never. There's. She doesn't understand that the judge is not like all the lawyers, which don't laugh at you when you talk about your life, which is so shitty because you only make this much money. The judge hears real cases. We listen to real cases. Hey, listen, Melanie, I am not saying that that $5,000 or $6,000 is livable in California. I live in West Coast British Columbia, which is one of the most expensive places in the entire world to live. I know what cost of living is, but the reality here is that she absolutely would get child support no matter what, and that wasn't included in the number. And if Buddy is making 20, 30 grand a month, he's going to pay child support. So I think that it's really shows her privilege when she's talking about how making that much money isn't really tenable. Of course it is. And the other thing is, I get it, but then climb the ladder. You should never have signed the first agreement. Who forced you? They ask you all the time. They ask you, were you forced to sign this? You did it, and then you go back on it. That's the problem here. We're past the point of she agreed to move to California. It's now her problem that she lives in California. Not to mention, I'm sorry, did you just tell me that an interior designer can't work online? Fuck you. I guarantee you could do that. I'm sorry. Of course, you'd have to be on site some of the time, but yes, this is a you problem. And I'll be just as hard on Mr. Andrew Llewellyn tomorrow. Let's not forget about that. He's not got a passing grade here just because I'm hard as hell on this lady. Okay? It is I'll be hard as heck on both of them. But Mr. Llewellyn seems very nice in most of his responses to her. The fact that he runs away screaming, I did too. So really, that's again sounds like a you problem for her. Okay, let's continue. I love you all. Thank you for being here. Please subscribe. I'm so close to 1,000. Okay.
Also included in one of Andrew's exhibits starts at around $3,500 to $4,000 a month. That would be close to 70% of my take-home income. And I definitely would not have been able to provide for any private school tuition in that case.
I want to back up for a minute, Ms. Nicola. Could you describe your work history since you were married?
Since we got married in 2007, I have worked sporadically. We got married, I was about 6 months pregnant. I gave birth a few months after our marriage and to Josephine. And I have always been the primary caregiver for our children. Our son Leo was born a year later. I was 25 years old when I gave birth. I gave birth to Leo when I was 27. And then I gave birth to Birdie when I was 36. And throughout all of those years, the primary thing that I did was watch our children at home. I did go to design school, which Andrew kindly paid for some design classes in 2014 and 15. And I used those classes to get an internship. I had 2 internships that paid $15 an hour. They were always on the other side of town from where we lived in Los Angeles. And that meant hours of commuting a day in order to have a job. And like hours of commuting, meaning like 1.5 to 2 hours each way.
Guys, I'm sorry. Do you know that when you say a plural word with an S, it like usually means 2? Thanks for explaining what hours mean to us, ma'am. I would love to see you go to a real job. No offense to any interior designers in here. I know you have real jobs, but I wouldn't bet that you would argue with me that there are some down and dirty jobs out there that people drive much more than an hour and a half each direction to get to, and that get paid less and do it with less attitude. Seriously. This lady, I don't know where her entitlement ends and her ego begins, is the reality at this point. Because she's so good that she's worth $150 an hour, yet she can't make that money in California where you'd think they would pay it. And yet instead, what do we got? We got Michigan. Northern Michigan is the hotbed for interior design rates. I'm sorry. Guess what? In this kitchen court, you can cite Google as a fucking source. So I can look that up. God damn it. Honestly. And again, if Mr. Llewellyn comes out here tomorrow, folks, let me just tell you this right now. If he comes out here tomorrow and he is making 30 grand a month and he's declaring $30,000 a month, and he's just him, nothing she has told me right now is saying he's a bad person at all. At all. All I'm hearing is wow, I want it perfect. I want this, that, the other. Honestly, it's beyond frustrating to listen to. FetLife is free, like, and you know that.
Andrew always said that it wasn't really worth it because at the end of the day, I was making like $1,000 total per month. And, it's like the kids needed someone to pick them up from school and like, all the mom stuff. And I always volunteered in their classrooms. I was a room parent on multiple years at High Point. I made dinner every night. I did all the grocery shopping. I was a very devoted mother. I continue to be a devoted mother, by the way. But, those were when I did not work, my children were my entire life. I did open a business in 2017 following a series of events that were very painful and difficult for me. And I said, I'd like to start my own business. And it kind of was a haphazard attempt and it did not go well. I was pregnant and it closed. And I know that we lost money and Andrew was very angry and I understand that. But after that time in 2018, when I gave birth, I had some design jobs, like small ones, like, can you help me with redoing my living room or pick a paint color? But I didn't have any significant income that I earned.
How was your family supported?
Andrew worked.
And what did he do?
Andrew is a copywriter and he works independently. He receives contracts from advertising agencies and they're usually for a specified period of time, like say a 6-month contract. His hourly rate has always been $90 an hour. Prior to COVID, he commuted to work and
Okay, now we know why she wanted to tout her $150 an hour rate so that she could say her hourly rate is higher than his. Bitch, he makes $90 or $20,000 a month according to you. Okay? If his hourly is less than you, what the fuck? The math doesn't add up right now. I'm sorry, excuse me, but you can't have it both ways. You can't have him making 30 grand a month or 20 grand a month and also having a $90 hourly rate. And like, no. Again, I'm sorry. It's very frustrating. This is math. Make it make sense, lady. Make it make sense. Also, again, this is declared income. This is on paper. He's saying, I earned this. This is part of what I'm going to pay you out of. Guys, the payment would be high for her. Jesus Christ. And obviously he's well liked. He's making good money. Like, again, why are you shitting on him for this? Like the way she says $90 an hour, she's trying really hard not to sound like sneering, but seriously, you can hear the whatever. Again, if he's only somebody do the math, figure out what $90 an hour, how many hours that would be before you hit 20 grand. Seriously. Because I want to know, is he working 80 hours a week? Or are you just jealous and he actually probably makes like 200 or whatever? He's not hourly rated. He's probably a freaking by the piece. Anyways, sorry. And she cheated on him, exactly. She cheated on him. He's single parenting. All of a sudden now, oops, she's all mad because he has a girlfriend that she's upset about. Yeah. And I'm sorry, he didn't want to pay for all your shit. Get over it. You were making $150 an hour. So if that's the case, remember that's take home. She said he was getting paid. He was getting paid take home $20,000 or $30,000 a month and then taking away and then putting it directly into that joint account that she looked at one fateful day or whatever she said, one horrible day. So he was squirreling it away. Now, is his math the same as her math in the sense that does he have to pay taxes after the fact as an independent contractor? All these people's taxes are what I'm questioning. I don't give a shit how much you think you made, as in how much your boss gave you. No, what is there on your paperwork? What did you file? I thought the US government was very strict about paying taxes and all that kind of stuff. In Canada, what is it called? A T4. I think it's a W10 in the States. I might have made that up. Or a 9. W9. Anyways. I know. And here's the thing. Also, if you haven't done your taxes, don't feel bad. Neither have I. Don't feel bad about that. That's not what this is meant to be. W2. There it is. W2. Anyways, that's what I want to see because none of this matters, to be frank. Um, yeah. And we're not even going to talk about how many years I went without filing taxes before. But luckily, when you pay and overpay and they owe you, they don't seem to mind. Nobody called up and was like, oh my God, we owe you some money. No, they didn't. Anyways, what beach do you think Judge Sexy Surfer is envisioning himself on right now?
The commutes were brutal for him. It was awful, and that was a big reason why I wanted to move really, away from California because he had to leave really early in the morning to go to work. Andrew is a devoted father too, and, was committed to supporting his family. And he would drive hours to work in the morning and I would take care of the kids and get them, sometimes he drove them to school. I think there was one job where he did that predominantly because I had a baby at home. I always picked them up from school and he would get in the car and drive home and he wouldn't really leave work maybe till 5 or 6, maybe a little bit later. And it would take him a long time to get home. And, there is an exhibit that we'll get to maybe, exhibit 44. And that one really outlines what our life was like, which is tenuous. He earned a lot of money, but our cost of living was so high. My ability to work was really limited because of my parental duties. And we had a traditional marriage and it was hard.
The nature of your business now, Ms. Nukala, can you effectively perform your business obligations remotely?
No.
Why not?
Because I manage construction sites and I am hired to remodel homes and in this new case to build a small guest house. And so I have to I produce all the drawings that are submitted to the building department. And I meet with all the contractors and we have like daily meetings. Today and tomorrow while I'm doing this, I had to hand off my work in a very organized manner to my lead contractor. And I meet with my clients.
She's describing a job. She's describing the most basic part of a job in the whole world. I have to go there every day and meet with the people. And they tell me what they've been doing. And I have to listen to that. That's literally what she's saying. Like, bitch, we know how the basics of a job work. Holy moly. Seriously, this is out of control.
Regularly. If they're out of town, I can do that via Zoom, but they're hiring me. If they're out of town, they're hiring me to be here to work on their house so that when they come back to town, it's completed.
Who works for your business?
I have 2 carpenters, who one is a general contractor, but they're carpenters, and they both work almost full time for me at this point. They're independent, so like they'll get 1099s, but they're paid through my business. I do not have like the plumber and the electrician and the HVAC guy, the painter and drywaller. Those are all subs that I coordinate, but they don't personally work for me.
Has your business been successful?
Yes, thankfully.
And what do you anticipate in regard to business growth in the future?
So I just signed a project that was about $500,000 in scope. And that's going to be starting in about 2 months if I hopefully live here still. And it's a decorating and interior remodeling project of the home. And then in addition to that, I was approached by a local investor who would like to, there's a big niche for my work in remodeling and small building, small new construction here, because a lot of people build really big things that are very expensive and there's a lack of affordable housing. And so he has purchased multiple different properties that he would like to have remodeled and then have some affordable housing built so that we can have a business. But that's basically an investment opportunity.
How would you compare the opportunities that you have before you today here in Northern Michigan compared to the opportunities that you've been able to determine or find in Pasadena, California?
So Pasadena is just a totally different business climate. I mean, there's no building there. Everything, the entire environment is built. So it's all remodeling. And I mean, over time, if I could definitely have a business, and I've communicated that to Andrew prior to signing the consent judgment, there are emails. But you know, it takes like years to develop something like that in a place like Pasadena because of the competition. Nobody in Leland does what I do. And you know, there's very little, there are no other interior designers here. I've been able to kind of market, actually don't market. I only work on client referral at this point. I need to have a referral, for anybody who wants to work with me has to come through a previous client. I don't have a website. I don't really do any marketing because I don't have to, because I would like to have my pick of projects. It is a totally different climate in Pasadena. I would need to aggressively market and I would have to take what I could get, which means small budgets, you know, more entry-level design work. It's a very established design community there, which is great. I would love, you know, to like network and stuff, but it's just like, I would have to really end my business here if I moved back to Pasadena. And realistically speaking, given the events of the fall, I would get a job in Pasadena. I would not be able to hit the ground running with a new business in Pasadena and pay for everything I needed to pay for.
Is your earning potential higher in Northern Michigan than it is in Pasadena, California?
Yes.
Is your cost of living in Northern Michigan lower than it would be in Pasadena?
Yes.
Have you thoughtfully considered the financial ramifications of living there versus here?
Yeah, I tried to do it this fall.
And which one makes more sense?
Obviously, living in Northern Michigan makes sense.
We started to talk about Mr. Llewellyn's work situation. Does he work? You mentioned him going to the office, but does he work in the office now or does he work remotely?
Andrew's worked remotely since 2019.
And what does that mean?
It means he logs onto a Zoom for meetings and works at his computer during the day. He does not have to attend client meetings, nor is it my at all since 2019. Maybe it's changed since the fall, but
guys, I forgot. I have definitely heard that if you want to make yourself in like design or entertainment or like any industry, that Northern Michigan is the place to go. Like, do not at all think about going to like Silicon Valley or LA or New York. Like, no, absolutely not. Northern Michigan will literally make you or break you. Where I would be a mediocre middle person in LA, I'm the top of the chain here. I'm sorry, this is getting out of control.
he has not had to travel at all for work.
I think we touched on this earlier, or maybe not, but we touched on your income. Do you know what he has earned from August 2022 to present?
Yes.
What is that?
It's roughly $138,000 in cash deposits into our joint bank account that he receives as a direct deposit from his clients.
Do you have access to that money?
I have a debit card to that account, but there's only been one occasion where I logged in and there was money in it, because usually he receives the deposit and transfers it immediately. I actually never even really look at that account. There was like a time, I think in like maybe in February or January, I think, when he owed me money for an orthodontist bill, and I saw that there was money in there and I went ahead and withdrew money. But other than that, I never check it. It's not my concern. Even though it's a joint account, I don't view that as my income or my money, and I don't touch it.
Would you agree with me that he earns considerably more than you?
At present, he does.
And historically, has he always earned considerably more than you?
Yes.
And has he operated as the primary breadwinner in your family?
Yes.
And this past fall, through my office, we filed a motion to amend child support, and we sought financial assistance from Mr. Llewellyn, correct?
Correct.
But that was pushed forward to this hearing date, correct? So you have not received any child support, correct?
Correct.
And the property settlement portion of your judgment of divorce, which is not up for debate and is final, you are not receiving any spousal support, correct?
Correct.
So whatever it is that you need to support yourself and your children, you need to generate it yourself, correct?
Correct.
On January 12th, 2023, you and Mr. Llewellyn agreed upon a stipulated order governing custody and parenting time and school enrollment pending the outcome of this hearing. What are the terms of that order as you understand them?
That the two younger children, Leo and Birdie, were going to stay with me in Michigan and re-enroll in schools here in Leland, and in Michigan. And our oldest daughter, Josephine, was going to return to Pasadena and finish her freshman year at LaSalle High School in Pasadena. Her school bill is close to $20,000 remaining. I had paid, I think, $6,500 or something like that, between $6,500 and $7,000 in August for her school. And but the remaining balance, Andrew agreed to pay that to facilitate her return to Pasadena. I want to make it clear that I had communicated with all the schools in December about what it would look like if they were to withdraw early. And there was substantial financial savings for each tuition bill, including for Josephine's bill. And Andrew declined Josephine's savings because he felt, and I agreed that she wanted to finish her freshman year in Pasadena, and he would pay for the bill in order for her to do so because I could not afford it.
To your knowledge, has that bill been paid?
No.
Have you followed the terms of the stipulated order?
Yes.
Has Mr. Llewellyn followed the terms of the order?
No.
I'm screen sharing something with you. One of the agreements was that you and Mr. Llewellyn would communicate through Talking Parents, an online application, correct?
Correct.
Is this a communication between you and Mr. Llewellyn on February 20th, 2023 in the Talking Parents application?
Yes.
Is this a true and correct copy of what Mr. Llewellyn sent you on that day?
Yes.
And what is the import of this communication?
Andrew and I were supposed to switch houses and fly. I was going to fly there and he was going to fly here, and we would switch in the air, land, each rent cars and drive to the other person's home to exercise parenting time with the children that were not in our care. We did it once in January, and then in February, we did both agree that maybe the dates could be changed, but I wanted to do it. And then I got an email stating that he was no longer able to do it at all. And he was just going to go ahead and come when he could on a weekend. And I didn't have an ability to really see Josephine in Pasadena because no one could watch the two here. And it was like basically just like pulling the plug on parenting time with my daughter in Pasadena. And I just want to make it clear that I flew back and forth from Michigan to California on 8 occasions from August 9th until the end of January to exercise parenting time and to see my children. Andrew flew once. He wrote to me 2 days ago saying that he's going to come here for Birdie's birthday in April. But other than that, he has seen her on one occasion for about a week since December 11th.
So, oh, I'm sorry, 1 second. I move for this to be entered as Exhibit 12.
Let's get to that. No objection.
Proposal admitted.
So, Ms. Nucala, while you were living in Northern Michigan and the children were in California, you flew back and forth 8 times, is that correct?
I flew 7 times between August 9th and December 11th. I flew once in January, so it's a total of 8 times, but I flew 7 occasions during that span of August 9th to December 11th, and it was grinding.
I was going to ask you, was it stressful?
I have to navigate the most insane amount of things to see my children. I have to drive from Leland or Northport, where I was staying, to the airport, pay for parking, board my dog, pay for that, get on the plane, switch planes in Detroit, get to LAX, get an Uber from LAX or pay for a rental car, fight constantly with Andrew about when I'm going to see my kids and where I can stay, staying at my friend Ben's house on the others, like in the middle of town in Laurel Canyon, which is like an hour away from where the kids are. I have no income there. And it's like, I spent just draining every cent of my bank account, and being forced as soon as I get off the plane to adjust to a different time zone. I have contractors calling me. It's 5 o'clock in the morning there. It's 8 o'clock here. They have questions about things at the job site that I have to answer. It is, and then I have to get back on the plane and get back and do it all over again. I did it 7 times.
And in comparison to that, Mr. Llewellyn has done it once?
He's done it once. I've done it 8 times, in fact, and he's to his 1.
And after he did it once, he wrote you this email or this message through Talking Parents stating that he's no longer going to do it, correct?
Correct. And he says it's because of financial reasons, which again supports this whole entire thing that Andrew understands that this agreement is not financially tenable. It is not realistic. It's not logistically executable, if whatever that word is. And it's bad for the kids. You know?
And in this message, he states that he needs to pay legal fees and that's why he can't do it, correct?
Correct.
Has Mr. Llewellyn voluntarily paid you any child support since you have had the 2 younger children in your sole care?
When in December, when I had the kids,
I'm talking about from the stipulated orders entry as of January 13th.
No.
Have you asked him for financial assistance since entry of that January stipulated order?
Yes.
Has he provided it?
No.
Do you recognize this Talking Parents message dated February 9th, 2023?
Yes.
Did you write that message?
Yes.
Did Mr. Llewellyn respond to it?
Yes.
Is this a true and correct copy of it?
Yes.
Move for this to be entered as Exhibit 8.
No objection.
Admitted.
And what were you asking for in this exhibit?
Money
Or
to pay
what?
orthodontist bill, and which is an ongoing issue. And
I'm going to stop you right there. Orthodontist for whom?
Josephine and Leo.
I'm so sorry. Do you hear how she said money? There is a yucky feeling in my tummy hearing that. I don't like that. Yuck.
My older children.
And what do they have going on from an orthodontic perspective?
They both have braces.
And what else were you addressing here?
Leo's birthday. Leo skis. That's kind of when it became his winter passion, which was great. And it's expensive. And I spent like thousands of dollars on like skis for him. And like there's a ski club at school that he wanted to participate in. And like just going there, like, can you contribute something for his birthday? Because he wants to go skiing with his friends. And Andrew said, I already did that. I already contributed. So I said, okay.
Did he contribute toward orthodontia?
The one time that he has contributed to orthodontia was once when I logged into our joint bank account and saw that he had a $9,000 something deposit. And I withdrew $600, I think, maybe it was $500. And I, with my debit card, because I have my name on that account too. And well, okay, sorry. What happened is the kids were here and they went to the orthodontist. The bill was like, I don't know, I can't remember, maybe like $500, like around $500. I'd have to get it for you. And I said, can you pay for that? Andrew was visiting here and he said, I can't pay for it. Can you write a check or can you do it? I said, okay. So I paid for it. And he said he'd pay me back and then he didn't. And I saw that he had got this $9,000 deposit. And so I paid myself back.
Given the difference in income between you and Mr. Llewellyn, what do
I paid myself back. Oh. Oh. Oh, I don't like them.
you make of the fact that he claims that he can't afford these things that you ask for?
I mean, I, first of all, am puzzled about how much. I don't understand where all the money is going, to be totally frank. I have bank statements, but even they, like, I don't know, I just can't even look at it. It's just so much money. And the cost of living in Pasadena is extraordinarily high. But I don't know what to make of it. He just always says no. And so I ask because I'm like, well, maybe he'll say yes this time, but it's always no. And I kind of just feel like he has this attitude that this is speculative, but like, I'm leftovers. Like I'm his ex-wife and he's like, you got a property settlement that was a sweet deal and I owe you nothing. And I don't care at all about what you're spending for our children. It does not matter to me. He said to me when Birdie was moving schools to Michigan, I said, well, maybe you could help pay for her preschool here. And he literally said to me, why would I pay for her preschool in Michigan when he was paying for her preschool in Pasadena? And he was not going to have to pay for that anymore. And I just remember thinking, like, just give me back my kids, dude. Sorry. Like,
Hold on a second. I just want to make sure I don't screw up my thing here.
But I think your client already screwed it up a little bit, lady. Yeah, your client let the fucking game out of the bag, dude. Give me back my kids, dude? What are you fucking on Full House? I say dude all the time, West Coast, whatever. But she is leftovers. That's the whole point. You fucking You fucked around and found out, is what happened, lady. You decided to find a different guy, and all of a sudden, oh my goodness, buddy who's making $30,000 a month, it moves on quickly to somebody else who probably treats him a lot better. I'm shocked why that didn't take very long. And imagine he was already taking care of all the kids. You bitched and moaned about it. He sent them back to you, and now you're bitching about you want more money. This is a you problem. If you didn't have a good enough lawyer to tell you not to sign that agreement to begin with, then it's your own fault. Oh, I'm mad now. I'm really mad. And you know what? Yet again, if Andrew comes out tomorrow out of the gate and he's a fucking loser, we're going hard on Andrew too. It'll be team nobody, team kids. Team put some money aside for the damn kids. But seriously, right now we're definitely team Andrew. Team birth control. Team birth control.
You recognize this talking parents message dated the 17th of February, 2023.
Correct, yes,
Did you write that message to Mr. Llewellyn?
I did.
And does that relate to the cost with regard to Leo?
Yes,
And what was his response?
I will consider your request and respond at a different time. And then
Did he ultimately pay anything that you asked for help with?
No. And I just want to elaborate on this email. Andrew has expressed that, the kids are not doing well in Michigan. And he called the school and he called Leo's school and said, I think Leo does not sound good on the phone. Is there something you can do to help support him? And then he told me that he called the school and I said, listen, in this email, I write, I hear you. I have signed him up for therapy. He's going to begin at the beginning of March and he skis. And, I'd like for him to take drum lessons. It is very difficult for me to have additional activities like drum lessons in Traverse City when I work up here until 5 or 6 p.m. every day. He's currently signed up for baseball. And then also we have a young child, Birdie, who is around the house and he gets tired of being around her. So I was going to hire a babysitter for her. These are all costs associated with caring for our children's best interests. He makes a lot of money. On average, he makes $18,000 a month in cash direct deposits. He can't send even $500 a month and then complains to me that the kids aren't doing well, doesn't at all engage with the actual reality of what it takes to care for them.
Move for this to be entered as Exhibit 9.
No objection.
Admitted.
Same questions with regard to this message. It's dated March 11th, 2023. Did you send this and
I
write
did.
it?
Yes.
And what does it concern?
I'm thinking for a second. She had the first baby in 2007 when she was 25, I think she said. I was going to say, I'm older than this woman. Is that possible? But I had my daughter in 2008, but I was 20. So she's like 5 years older than me, but our kids are the same age virtually, months apart. Oh, gosh. I hate her even more. If I had her at school, I would be, oh.
I'd like some lunch money for our son. And our children go to therapy. I have a babysitter to help with Birdie because our son does not want to be, he does not like being around her so much and he needs space.
Are you communicating all of this to Mr. Llewellyn so he's informed about what's going on?
In part, and it's also, I'm informing him what's going on and also addressing the concerns that he shared with me that Leo was watching Birdie too much and that the kids needed.
It is a perfect time for a dramatic reading. Leo eats lunch at school, which is his personal preference. The school charges for lunch now, and he currently has a meal balance of $156.85 for this semester. I will be paying this bill this week and adding additional funds to cover additional weeks ahead. I'm also paying for Leo's therapy, which begins this week, and Birdie's therapy, which she began 2 weeks ago. Their therapy costs $150 per session per kid. In addition, I pay to have a babysitter help with Birdie, and the weekly cost is roughly $200. Are you willing or able to help with any of these costs? Since you are not paying Josephine's tuition bill, I thought you might have some extra income to help with the other 2 kids. You received roughly $20,000 in cash directly deposited into our joint City National account for the month of February. Let me know. Oh, I am so wondering why he was thinking you're all about the money in that fucking message. Also, nobody's mentioned it yet, but is anybody paying rent? I don't think so. I think he bought their house and she's living in it rent free in Michigan, regardless. I'm having a hard time. First of all, if your children that are fully biologically siblings hate each other so much that you have to hire a third person intermediary because of that, that says something more about your parenting than it does if you were just to say, like, I need help every week with the kids. Blaming it on the other kids, like, he hates this kid so much that I have to get a babysitter. Make it make sense. Again. Also, she stole that money for the dentist. She just outright said it with this little smirk in her voice. And guess what else? Yet again, he isn't hiding that money from you. He has given you access to that account, and you've shown to steal or take from it without even asking. Anyways, yeah, narcissistic mother much?
Some kind of emotional support. So here is what that looks like financially. It's not free. Could you contribute? You're not paying Josephine's tuition bill as you said you would. It's close to $20,000 overdue, and she cannot re-enroll in the school that she currently goes to unless that bill is paid. That's a separate thing. That's obviously not in this email. Can you do something about this? Can you contribute something? You made, maybe I don't see it in this email, but in a different one, you just got a $9,000 deposit. You got a $14,000 deposit. I don't touch your money. I'm asking you politely via a parenting app to support your children in some small way. And the answer is always, no, I'll think about it. Or in this case, something very rude, which I think is in a separate exhibit.
I move for this to be entered as Exhibit 10.
No objection.
Admitted.
Here, we need to just, here's my response to, first of all, if you're in here and you're new, welcome to my kitchen. One of them. Please subscribe. She's bitching about the response to that email. I swear to God, I would not have responded well to that email either. And do you hear her tone? Snip, snip, snip. And listen, I have experience. I personally am also crazy. And I am also, you know, a lot. But there's some lines, and she's just horrible. It's no worry about the kids. It's about her completely. So, please subscribe. It really helps with my sense of inflated ego.
This is a previous email that Andrew sent to me via the Talking Parents app, expressing his concern about Leo on February 17th.
This is the one that came before the one we just looked at, correct? And is this a true and correct copy of it?
Yes,
And you responded to him in the email that we just went over, correct?
correct.
Move for this to be entered as 11.
No objection.
Admitted.
Do you recognize this email, Ms. Nucala?
Yes,
It's dated December 29th, 2022. Is that your email address?
yes,
Is that Mr. Llewellyn's email address?
yes,
Down below, this is an additional communication between the two of you, correct?
correct.
Is this a true and correct copy of the communication?
Yes,
Move for this to be entered as Exhibit 11, or 13, excuse me.
No objection.
Admitted.
Aishwarya, tell us what's going on here. What did you write Mr. Nucala about at 11:20 a.m. on December 29th?
I wrote to Andrew about our daughter who on Christmas Day, a wisdom tooth had popped into her mouth and she was in pain. So we had to go to the dentist who said she needs emergency oral surgery, which cost $2,880. And I had just paid for Christmas. I had just paid for, whatever, an insane amount of money. And I said, I said, will you agree to the surgery? Because the kids were supposed to be back in Pasadena on January 3rd. And she does not have a dentist in Pasadena or an orthodontist there. So he agreed to let her have it here in Michigan so long as I paid for it, which I did.
You asked him to contribute and he says he cannot contribute, correct?
Correct. Andrew was on vacation in Napa, California.
And then here we have a copy of the check that you wrote to Grand Traverse Oral Surgery in the amount of $2,880, correct?
Correct.
Oops, hold on a minute. This is a Talking Parents application message from Mr. Llewellyn to you on March 21st, 2023. Did you receive it?
Yes.
And in this email, he's asking you about the plane ticket for Leo with regard to spring break, correct?
Correct.
And he asked to borrow money from you, correct?
Yes.
Did you lend him money?
No.
Did it surprise you that he was asking to borrow money?
No.
Why not?
Because he lives above his means. And even though he makes a lot of money, he always seems to never have any.
Move for this to be entered as Exhibit 16.
No objection.
Admitted.
I'd like to ask you about school tuition. Is it accurate that all three children attended private schools while in California?
When we lived in California prior to the pandemic and our move to Michigan, our two older children attended private schools. Our youngest child was not yet enrolled in a school. She was a baby.
Now, so two of them attended private schools.
Correct.
And could you identify those schools for the court? It was
I think-
happening for both together.
I think
I
that's,
think Ms.
yeah, little freeze up, Melissa. Can you repeat that question?
Oh, sure, I'm sorry. Ms. Nukala, where did your two older children attend school in California prior to the pandemic?
They attended High Point Academy in Pasadena.
And did they receive any scholarships, or did that cost you and Mr. Llewellyn money?
We got financial aid, but we paid $15,000. I think the last 2 years they were there, we paid about $15,000 total. Maybe like $15,000 to $18,000 total per school year for both children.
And why did you, Mr. Llewellyn, make the choice that they would attend private schools rather than public?
Yes.
Why?
The public school system in Los Angeles County is terrible. And our children, they just didn't attend them. I mean, it's private school is like just a kind of a, I mean, in retrospect, if I could go back and change it, I would, but like, it's very much just what people do. We were just flowing with the crowd, but we also, our children are really, I mean, they're special. They're mine. So I can say they're special. And I felt that they needed like a really good education. And so we found a school for them that was really nice. If there is no comparable public school to any of the private schools in Pasadena, in Los Angeles.
What are the public schools like in their Pasadena district?
They're very low enrollment because most kids don't go to them. And so as far as I know, they are just not like, they're not known to have very rigorous academics. They, have a lot of like problems.
Okay, let me just give you a moment because we just talked about that huge living expense and how much money the fucking it costs to live out there. You're not going to convince me that every school in the Pasadena school system, somebody in the chat, look it up. How many schools are in the Pasadena school system? Because yeah, I call bullshit. Guess what? I served on a parental advisory committee, the executive level of it for my daughter's elementary school. I'm well aware of school politics and how schools can have different types of funding and different advantages and disadvantages based on where and who goes to that school. But you don't get to just pretend like every school in an area of a whole fucking place. No, I'm sorry. No. Like, it ruins her credibility. It's like when the DA in Judge Manning's courtroom has the same response for the shoplifter and for the murderer, that they have to stay in jail. It makes your murderer argument very weak when you can't reality and realize that the shoplifter is a different thing. But yet we hear the same blah 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 blah. Oh. And here, you know what else? I'm Canadian, so I have a totally unique view on the US educational system. And I'm sorry, you're so cute thinking that the school that you pay a lot of money for is going to be so much better. Yeah, maybe in the terms of the connections that they make in order to get jobs from their rich friends. But the education is actually usually a lot worse at a lot of those places. Anyways, rant over. Let's continue.
I mean, our children don't know anybody in any of the public schools in Pasadena at all. They have no friends that go to any public schools in Pasadena.
Is it common for children to go to private school in Pasadena?
Yes.
How was tuition paid for prior to the move in Northern Michigan in July 2020?
Andrew paid the tuition. He earned an income and he paid tuition, paid for everything.
Did you make any agreements with regard to school tuition in June of 2022? We touched on this before, but just to make
Yes,
it,
I would pay to facilitate the family's move to Pasadena.
Kelly, or Curious Kelly, thank you so much for coming into the room and watching. And I may sound hostile, but I'm enthusiastic. The hostility I have is because the language that I recognize is the type of language, like I've watched thousands upon thousands of court cases. No joke. Thousands of them. And this is a level of entitlement that we don't often see. This is not how you care for your kids in a divorce. It's just not. It's not. This is not how you make sure that they do well and take the divorce or handle it properly. I know adult issues, and I'm not saying that you just go ahead and acquiesce. That's not my point either. But this behavior from her is very telling to me. And again, like I've said multiple times, if Andrew comes out of the gate tomorrow and his evidence isn't just what we've seen thus far, because again, if he had, abusive stuff, she would have already presented that. They wouldn't be leading with this kind of evidence. So if that presents itself tomorrow, which she should have her lawyer get through that, the discovery is there, then I will be harder on him than I am on her. Honestly, at this point, I'm mad at both the lawyers. I don't like either of their style. I don't like the narrative that she's been allowed to take and go with for the whole time. I just disagree completely. There doesn't seem to be a lot about the care of the kids. It's a lot about her being impacted by the details of caring for the kids. And here's the other thing. Like I said, I'm Canadian, but I'm also a parent of a kid the same age. So I have some experience. My kid goes to a public school too. And it's considered an inner city public school, which is saying nothing here because I recognize I live in like a different, not LA or even a city like that. But this is the way that, like, I'm relaying my experience. I was divorced recently with my daughter, and the reality is none of this stuff is the way I would be spending my time or money dealing with their kids and dealing with their lives. And, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I sort of am hard on everybody, basically. And so and here's the other thing. I have not a single clue about what the dad's going to say tomorrow because it hasn't happened yet. So I have as much info as all of you guys have. These are my guts. But the way we do things on my channel is that you're always allowed to change your decision or change your feelings about something and learn as we get more information. And so I'll always eat my words and, um, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And here's the thing. I know that families, like, divorce can't be clean or undifficult all the time, but there is some serious, like, I've heard of some just absolutely horrible cases. And I've also heard some parents who are like trying their absolute best to sort of just handle things and get it dealt with. And another parent steps in their way because they're jealous. I feel always for the kids. That's really where my main concern is. If But my problem is that the language she used about the kids is very like possessive in a sense of, you know, it's narcissistic. It's a little, I get that vibe. I'm obviously, dude, we're in my kitchen, so I'm not diagnosing anybody, nor am I even remotely able to. But from watching thousands of hours of court cases over years now, I feel for the children. And on this channel, we talk about not only how people do, but how others can do better. Here's the thing. She's got a divorce coach, right? What is the purpose of a divorce coach? Is it to make you feel better about getting divorced? Is it to make your divorce go better? Is it to make your divorce better for your kids? Like, I don't know what their purpose and mission is, but I'll tell you right now, whatever her divorce coach has coached her on has made her come across exceedingly unappealing in her divorce case. So that's where I'm at this point. And I think sometimes these cases are the type of thing that remind us, hey, I got to check how I act as well. Like, do I, I've learned lots of things. Like, I remember one time hearing a case where this um psychiatrist or therapist or somebody testified about how the mom had been saying that the kid looked so much like her dad. And she explained, like, by implication, this parent has divorced this dad and therefore doesn't like the dad. And so, because there's negative back and forth between these parents, saying that to the child, you remind me of your dad, or you look so much like your dad right now, or that's the same look your dad would give, which is something I used to say out to my daughter all the time because that was never something I thought was a bad thing. But in reality, I was like, oh, that I can see how that would be very difficult for a 6-year-old, a 7-year-old, whatever, to distinguish between, well, mommy doesn't like daddy anymore necessarily or whatever, but I look like daddy. These are the things that we have to be cognizant of as we're dealing with divorce. And I don't have any more young children. My daughter's 14 now. We're at a different level of talking about divorce. But for anybody that is dealing with a young child, you do have to realize and do some research into how that can affect. I don't get that vibe here. She got herself a divorce coach and got her kids some therapy, but she wants to talk to the therapist. Again, therapy should be between a child and their therapist. I love that Judge Manning will not bring in a um a therapist because that will therefore nullify that relationship a lot of the time. So, anyways, that's how I feel. I encourage everybody in the chat to be have their own opinion and express their opinion on me and my opinion. So feel free to do that. And like I said, I eat my words happily sometimes. But at this point, this is totally the vibe I get.
Now, as we have it outlined in the current judgment of divorce, I agreed to pay for Josephine and Leo's full tuition costs. We did not have any financial aid, and Andrew would pay for the youngest child's tuition costs at preschool and for the school year.
Why did you agree to be solely responsible for Josephine and Leo's tuition given your earnings compared to his?
At that time, I was anticipating continuing to have significant business income from my business because I had done so between January and the time that I signed that divorce agreement. And I had enough cash to think that I could make it work. I was being really naive about it. I also was not really thinking about the cash that I was giving Andrew for the property settlement, which was $25,000. And so, I wasn't being real with myself.
Was it realistic in retrospect that you were going to be able to pay those costs?
Not if I was trying to have a business in Michigan.
And this relates to it, but you knew that you were not to receive any spousal support or any child support. but you were still willing to take on those costs.
Yes,
Did you try to fulfill that impossible agreement in any event?
absolutely. Yes.
And how much did you pay toward that obligation? And I think we touched on this earlier.
I mean, I have that table of expenses that's close to $59,000. If you want to just look at tuition alone, I spent $9,141 or $14 on tuition bills. I accommodated the move to California by paying for movers out here. And any manner of effort, everything I humanly could do, I did to try and execute the consent judgment of divorce. There is no evidence to suggest that I was not trying as hard as I humanly could.
Does there remain a balance owed with regard to Leo's tuition prior to his departure from California back to Michigan?
Yes, there was a $4,600 bill. So the way Leo's tuition went was the school has an insurance plan. And if you have an early withdrawal, you can have the insurance plan will pay a portion of the bill. The total bill that still needed to be paid even after the withdrawal was around $9,000. And I have thus far paid close to $6,000 of that $9,000. I still owe High Point $3,100 that I'm struggling to pay to fulfill the obligation to that school, which I care about that school a lot. My children went there for many years, and I'm going to pay that $3,100.
And Mr. Llewellyn has agreed to pay Josephine's tuition, correct? So she can continue at LaSalle Academy?
Yes,
But as I asked you previously, it has not been paid, correct?
correct.
And there's a show cause motion with regard to that point?
Yes.
Why is it important to you that Josephine's tuition be paid?
Because we signed a contract with the school and she goes to school there and she participates in the track team, which she's doing an amazing job on it.
She signed a contract like you signed the contract and then want to go back on? Oh, I'm glad to know how you feel about signing contracts and sticking with them.
And it's very uncomfortable and frankly kind of dishonest for her to be attending a school that is not paid for at all. I mean, I paid the only contribution towards her tuition that has been made was made by me in August when I paid close to $7,000. And the remaining balance is untouched. And I cannot pay it. And I agreed to send her back in January because Andrew said he would pay it. If she did not go back, we had an agreement from the school saying that we only had to pay a few $1,000s more and they would withdraw her. But Andrew insisted that she go back because he did not want to cede his full legal position, were his words. And so she went back and he was supposed to pay the tuition, which has not been paid.
If the children are ordered back to California and continue in private schools, are you concerned about their tuition being paid timely?
Yes.
Can you afford to pay the tuition for 3 children alone?
No.
Do you believe that they would do well in the Pasadena public school system?
No.
Why not?
Because they don't know anybody there and they have never attended those schools, are not familiar with them, and there is no community to support them that they are familiar with in Pasadena for a public school option.
We touched on this earlier, but I'm going to ask you some questions that relate to the best interest factors. Since the children's births, what has been your role in their lives?
I have been their primary caregiver.
What role did you play when Josephine and Leo were very small?
I stayed at home with them. I stayed at home with them, all of my children after they were born. There were instances when I had to work because we needed money, and I went to work at those times. But other than that, and then I became a working mother. I was not at all like neglecting my children. I had to work. But all in all, like, if you're looking at it, like 90% of my life since I gave birth has been devoted to being my children's primary caregiver. And Andrew has never once expressed any concern whatsoever about my ability to care for our children in a loving, stable, and consistent manner.
How were childcare? Well, you asked me that, strike that. What role have you played in making certain that the children receive their medical and mental health care that they need?
Well, I mean, over their life, I always took them to their doctor's appointments and stuff. If someone was homesick and needed to go to the doctor, like I would do that. Of course, if Andrew was home and he would do that, like we were we had a team effort, as much as possible. But since this custody.
No, sorry, sweetie. You cannot in one breath say, I was the primary caregiver. I was the mother. He didn't even care. And then also we were a team. Like we worked together. Totally. Absolutely. I mean, yeah, teamwork. Like you're getting your proper messages mixed up, lady. You don't know. You can't have every single version. Seriously.
Has been an issue. I, of course, took Josephine to the dentist and paid for her oral surgery. And my two youngest children, and when I was in Pasadena in October, I was concerned about them, and I took them to see a therapist in October in Pasadena. And then since Leo and Birdie have been in my care solely, since January, they both see a therapist. And, obviously if they needed to go to the doctor or anything, I would take them. And Leo also has orthodontia and Josephine has orthodontia. Josephine is here right now for her spring break. And so she has an orthodontist appointment on Wednesday that I will take her to before she flies back to California next week. I'm currently paying all the orthodontia bills by myself because anytime I ask Andrew to support any of these bills, he says no, even though it is in our consent judgment that he will split all out-of-pocket costs for medical expenses with me. And that just has not happened. Aside from the time when I just took money out of his account, out of our.
Wait, Ms. Nicola, with regard to the mental health needs of Leo and Birdie, we looked at an email or a Talking Parents post with regard to you and Mr. Llewellyn discussing their need for it. How did you find a therapist for them?
Well, it's kind of a challenge to find somebody who's available. And so I called the pediatrician, I called the school. I kind of was like given multiple names and numbers. And I spent probably like many hours trying to connect with somebody. And finally I found Megan Murtaugh-Graber, who has a wonderful, lovely setup. She is a cash only therapist. So I pay $150 a session for my children to go to therapy. Leo goes once a week and Birdie goes once a week. The schedule's been a little bit up and down with spring break, but she charges my card at the end of each session and I pay for it myself. I drive them there.
Whoa. Did she just say cash only therapist and then she charges my card every time? Is that what she said?
What about Ms. Murtaugh-Graber did you feel would be a good fit for the children?
She has a holistic approach to mental health treatment. She actually has a farm and has like llamas and animals, farm animals, that is kind of like almost like a pet, like a therapy type thing. It's very comfortable. And then she also has a converted school bus that she removed all the seats out of and turned into like a therapeutic classroom also almost. And she does play therapy in there with Birdie, and she does like art projects with her, and they like make things and play and have stuffed animals. And then Leo, she also has a kettle for tea, and Leo and I have an evening routine of drinking tea together. And so she drinks tea with Leo and they talk. And he also has at times, he's also like taken the llamas on a lead rope, like for a walk. And Leo was resistant about going the first time because he didn't think he needed to talk to anybody. But on the way home, he said how much he liked her because it wasn't a formal.
We'll object as we get into the conversation again.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
But Leo's mood after his first session was positive, and he chatted with me a lot just about like school, which a lot of times I feel like I'm kind of pulling teeth out of my teenager's mouth to get a lot of conversation from him.
How do you believe, or how have the children adjusted to therapy with Ms. Murtaugh-Graber?
Very well. I'm very happy.
Do you believe that they need this therapy and that it should continue?
Absolutely.
How do you encourage the children to love learning, Aishwarya?
I think at this point, it sounds like we're changing gears. We'll take our lunch break.
Sir, no, hold on. That's not where we're going. No, we're going to the next video, but that's not what we're doing. If you're in here and you haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe. I'm just going to pull up the next video and we will be finishing along as we go.
We are back on the record on
No, we're
case
not
number.
yet, dude. That's the same one. I'm still working on it. Just cool yourself, Judge Surfer. Okay. This part. Oh my God, there's much more. I'm really sorry. Not really. I know you guys love it. And again, Streamlabs is talking to me and I don't know what they're talking about. Don't hear me while I'm busy. Anyways, let's X out of that. X out of that.
We're back on the record
out of
on
that. Yes, we
case
are,
number
Judge. We're coming.
2210869 DM. Ms. Whitman?
Your Honor, I'm going to pick up where we left off. Ms. Nicola,
Oh.
I was asking you how you encourage the children to love learning.
They always went to good schools, always helped them with homework, always had extracurricular activities for them. I'm into art, and so our children always did lots of art projects.
Have you assisted them in pursuing their specific interests?
Yes. Josephine, our oldest child, always loved horses, and so she has been riding horses fairly regularly since she was young, and I used to take her to the barn, and I've since developed a pretty serious horse allergy, so I can't participate in it as much, but I still take her. And she participated in a horse clinic over Thanksgiving this past year. My son loves to ski, and he's artistic, and we always try to encourage that. And my little one loves art and ballet and dancing. She takes a ballet class now and has an art thing that she does with her nanny.
Do you know if the children were involved in extracurricular activities in California prior to the switch in December?
They were not.
Do you believe that those activities are important for them?
Yes.
Why is that?
It's just important for them to have balance, with school, to do something that promotes their own interests. Just.
Do you have social supports in the Leland community to help you?
Yes.
Can you describe those to the court, please?
I have a lot of friendships, like other moms with children who help me with my kids if I ever need help. Like, for example, today, my friend Sarah is having my son over after school and taking him to baseball practice because I'm going to be here today. I have a nanny who's lovely, a part-time nanny named Tracy. And I also just have a lot of colleagues, like my carpenters, who I work with, are always there to help me with any kind of fix-it thing. And I have clients who call and, just call to chat. So I have a wonderful community here, and so did the children.
We're just going to break that down really quick. These are the important details. She listed 4 people because at the beginning she talked about her 2 carpenters. So we're giving her 2 for that. How many of the 4 were paid for? 3 of them. We're left with 1. Which one are we left with? We're left with Sarah, who sounds the fakest of them all, to be honest. Get Sarah in here. Oh, funny, Sarah's busy today watching your kid. Weird.
How do you compare the community that you have in Leelanau County with the community in Pasadena?
The Pasadena community's also got some really nice people who are, other moms who like our kids are friends with. But just the nature of life in California and Pasadena is very busy and really high cost of living. So everybody works, and it's really hard to just ask for a favor, because everybody's kind of got their own little world of, like everything organized so that their own life can function. It's just a totally different lifestyle. And like, just for example, like, in 2018 or 19, I had a new baby, and the older kids were in school, and I needed help with driving them places. And I asked a friend, and she just was like, I would love to help you, but I just can't because I'm so booked and I have somebody help with my kids. And she didn't mean it in any negative way, but it just was really hard for me to ask for any help. And I also never really got any requests for help. Like, everybody does their own thing there.
So it's a different type of lifestyle. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And was that change of lifestyle one of the reasons that you moved as a family to Northern Michigan from California?
I mean, yes, I didn't know what exactly Leelanau was like. And once we got here, I realized I made a lot of wonderful friends almost immediately who all also had children. It was COVID times, but we were not lacking for any social fun and community. And it was awesome. It was great.
You are currently in a rental home in Northport.
Yes.
Do you have a signed lease?
Yes.
I'm going to call your attention in a moment. Let me see here. Whoa, what's happening here? Hold on a minute. Your lease is Exhibit 50, and I'm not seeing it right here. And that might have been because it might have been buggy. I'm going to just simply ask you about it. Who is your landlord?
Jesse Zevelkink is my landlord.
And when did you sign the lease?
I signed it in November.
Of 22?
Yeah.
And what do you pay per month?
$18.50 in rent, and then I have a little utility bill each month. Yeah, I can walk to the grocery store and the gas station and, the little shops in town.
What are your plans long-term regarding housing?
I currently have the house on Lake Leelanau Drive per the property settlement, and the house has always needed a lot of work. And over the winter, I made plans with basically like my business plans, included hiring my own business to do a small remodel. And I have produced the plans for that, and those have been submitted to the building department. And I met with the building inspector, Charlie Simmons, or I can't remember, Charlie C. and or S. And we talked through them, and the remodel is small, but gets me to an occupancy permit, which is the only governing standard for all building safety that I need to comply with.
What are the nature of the plans? What are you doing to it to make it habitable?
So half of the house was demoed when we moved in because it was in really bad shape. And I'm actually adding an exterior wall to divide the house in half with an exterior door. And so the portion of the house that was demoed, it was really messy for a lot of time in the winter. I know Andrew has pictures of it in his exhibits. But it's since been cleaned out completely. It's completely empty. And it's going to be separated from the living quarters. And the only thing I need to add in the living quarters is a freestanding kitchen, which I'm doing in the existing library. A freestanding kitchen basically means that there's an island and it has in the center of the room, it has a dishwasher, a sink, and a slide-in range. It'll have bar stools around it. And that's all I need for code compliance to get an occupancy permit by June 1 when my lease ends.
And do you have confidence that that will get done?
Yes.
And just to clarify, you and Mr. Llewellyn used to live in the Lake Leelanau home, correct?
Correct.
So he's familiar with what that is.
Yes.
And how are you going to make that house in addition to the kitchen? How will it work for the children should you be awarded custody of them as of June?
They all have their own bedrooms. And I mean, they've lived there before. It's on a 14-acre property and they love it. And we have a trampoline and a barn and a lot of room to run. And it's on the school bus route. They can take the bus at the end of the driveway. We've all lived there together before. And so, once this small remodel is completed and I'm going to have the house painted, and there is like a bathroom that was demoed in the livable part, and I'm having that removed and turned into a closet. I will have all the function necessary for an occupancy permit, and the kids will all have their own space in a home that they're familiar with.
Do you have any question that Mr. Llewellyn was unaware of what that house needed in order to be brought up to occupancy permit level?
Yes.
And has he made any mention of the condition of that property?
Yes.
When did he mention it to you?
I believe it was March 30th. I got an email via the Talking Parents app that stated he had contacted the building inspector and they were arriving the next day as basically a third party to judge the livability of the home. And he wanted to state that unless it passed the building inspector's inspection the following day, he was not comfortable with the children living there this summer. I assume that Andrew thought I was in New York because it was my best friend's wedding, but I decided to cancel that trip. I don't think he knew I canceled it. And he sent that email to me. The timestamp is 2:38 a.m. my time, so close to midnight his time in LA. And I received it. I was in Northport that morning and I called the building department and they said, yeah, we got a complaint from somebody saying that there had been demo done at the house previously and we are required by law to come see the property. And I said, well, I have building plans in motion that are going to get a permit. And they said, well, we don't really.
Denisha, it's like I always say to my daughter, if you're going to lie to me, you better make it good. And you try way harder than you think, because don't waste both of our times with a shit lie. This lady thinks she sounds, because each individual lie that she's telling has the right words. But if you string all of these things together, her true character is shining through. I apologize if anybody doesn't agree with me at this point, but the tone of voice, I hear a lot of tone of voice. I have a different brain than a lot of people maybe. I have something called aphantasia, so I have no visual imagery in my brain at all. I've never seen anything as black. I can see as good with my eyes open or closed. So I hear things maybe more that I don't know, but I definitely hear her tone of voice and all these different things, and my vibe ain't good. Anyways, also my best friend's wedding. Good movie. Let's keep going.
We just have to come see it because of this complaint. I said, okay. And they're like, well, we can reschedule it. I said, okay. So they came this past Thursday. And I talked with Charlie, and all Charlie does is, like in the inspection process, he just goes through and like after a rough inspection says, okay, check, you can drywall now, check, you can do this and that. until you get to occupancy. So I talked through my plans with Charlie, and he was on board with them. They're with the building department, and we are full steam ahead.
Is this a true and correct copy of the message that Mr. Llewellyn sent you on March 30th?
Yes.
Move for this to be entered as Exhibit 49.
No objection.
Admitted.
Have you investigated the real estate market in Pasadena, California?
Yes.
What, did you come to any conclusions about the nature of that market in relationship to your financial means?
I mean, it's prohibitively expensive. I mean,
What,
in order
what
to
do you
buy
mean
a
by that?
And the average home price, I think, is like $1.2 million. And then the average rental is usually, as far as I can see, between $3,500 and $4,000 a month for a 2 or 3 bedroom home. Andrew has a 3-bedroom home. I think he pays close to $4,000 a month.
Is that something that you can afford at this time?
No.
We touched on how things went for the children this past fall. I'd like to ask you about how things have gone since Leo and Bertie came to live primarily with you in December of 2022. How has Bertie adjusted to the change back to Northern Michigan?
I mean, I think it's gone really well for her. She has a lot of friends here that she's reunited with. Bertie moved here when she was like a little over 2. And so now she's going to be 5 in a few weeks. So the majority of her like kind of social life has really revolved here. And she has a lot of friendships, and all the other moms know her. Her name is Bertie, and she's very outgoing. So she's kind of like a little bit of a character, and she's great. She's doing well. She loves seeing her therapist, Meg. They do a lot of art projects together, and she's become very close to her babysitter nanny, Tracy, and calls her grandma, which I don't know exactly what that means, but I know that she feels familial towards her.
To clarify, where does she go to school?
She goes to Suttons Bay Elementary School.
And in what grade or class?
She's in preschool.
And what are her hours at school and preschool?
She goes.
Let's just list off every average preschooler's loves. Absolutely, number 1 is talking to their therapist. Yes, always. Duh. That's what my 5-year-old was really into at that age. Second, nanny. Loves her nanny. That is the second thing the child is into. Amazing. Again, red flag. And seriously, this is just frustrating. It really is. Really is.
Goes to preschool Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 8:30 a.m. and I pick her up at 3:15 p.m. On Wednesdays, she goes to school at 8:30 a.m. and I pick her up at 12:45. They have a half day. And on Fridays, she does not have school, and she spends the day with Tracy.
Does it charge tuition?
It does not. It's part of the GSRP program. So it's the Great Start Readiness Program, which is a state-funded preschool program. Bertie's old school Leelanau Children's Center and Leelanau Montessori that I tried to re-enroll her in were both full. And I was directed to this program, and Sarah Jane Johnson, who's the teacher, just said, we have extra spaces. I said, I don't think that we really qualify for state-funded preschool. And she said, at this point in the mid-year, they need to spend the budget and you don't have to worry about it. So that has been something I'm incredibly grateful for. And Bertie really likes it. It's a nice program.
And what is her teacher like?
Sarah Jane Johnson is an artist, and she's lovely. She's incredibly empathetic and warm and sweet, and I really like her.
Does Bertie enjoy school from what you've observed?
Yes. On the weekends, she talks about going back to school on Monday all the time.
Does she have any friends?
Yes, she has a lot of friends.
You said that she has a part-time nanny, for lack of a better term, called Tracy. Tell us about her.
Tracy's just this lovely woman. She's my age and she has 2 sons. And she is an artist and she does she lost one of her sons and a few years ago and developed an art program that she'd like to launch for children called Tear Water.
You bitch. Oh my God. How incredibly narcissistic of her to adopt that poor woman's grief and use it in her own divorce case. That is very ridiculous to me.
Art. And I kind of first approached her about doing tear water art in the barn that I have on my property because she needed a space. And I thought that having an art program would be great for everybody. And then it kind of morphed into, she does a lot of other stuff and helps just with personal assisting for me. And, and then really took on helping me with Birdie with childcare. And she's lovely.
Do you know her qualifications?
She has a bachelor's in child development, and she used to work at the Children's Center in Leelanau for I think over 10 years. So she was a teacher for a long time. And then she took time off after her son passed away and is now launching like an art program for children.
How has Birdie reacted to her?
They are close, dear friends, and it is so sweet. She calls her grandma. They do all kinds of fun things together on Fridays. Like they'll go to the Y in Traverse City and go swimming, or, they go to Tracy's house. Tracy likes to sew. So Birdie's learning how to sew on her sewing machine. They do all kinds of art projects and it's been great.
How would you describe Birdie's demeanor at this time?
Cheerful, upbeat. She misses her dad. We talk about that, and she talks about Daddy's dog, June, and she loves her brother, Leo, and Josephine came to town this week for spring break, and Birdie was just over the moon, does not want to go to bed at night because she wants to hang out with Josephine and Leo. Just being with her siblings has really illuminated for me how much she misses having all of us together. And she's doing really well, all things considered, in all the changes.
Do you believe that Birdie would benefit from a move back to California at this time?
No.
Why not?
Birdie is established at this point in a home with me, and she has a therapeutic support weekly. She has school. She has a community that she's re-entered, that she's a part of. If she were to start kindergarten here in the fall, she would be with all the kids that she kind of met during COVID when we moved here. And she's familiar with the home here. And, this is like her little world that she lives in, and it's pretty established. And she does get therapy here, which I feel is really important for each of the children to be in therapy. It's really, really important to me.
And why is that?
Because of what they have been through.
Let me just applaud you for one thing, my dear. You think that they need therapy because of their dad. They don't. Tomorrow I'll say if they do, but right now all I can see is that you are racking up these bills for them, and the adult child parenting they're going to have to do to themselves when they get older, you're not going to like very much, I'll tell you that much. That's why you left the other one, the oldest one, in California, because she probably gives you a lot more hassle than the little ones do.
It's an incredibly hard time, and it's really hard for your parents to get a divorce under any circumstances ever. Yesterday was Easter and we all really missed Andrew. And it's like, we were all sad about it. I was sad, the kids, and so it's like, it's always going to be hard. And they talk to me some, but I think it's really important for them to have a space to go talk about their own feelings. in a private way, which is what I do too, and what Andrew does too. We all, like Andrew and I each have a therapist. Like, of course our children should have therapists. This has been a really hard time with a lot of change and a lot of negativity.
Where is Leo in school at this time?
He goes to Leland Public School.
And what grade is he in?
He's in 8th grade.
And how is he doing grade-wise?
His grades are good. You know, I have to kind of like be on him a little bit about homework. But he goes to school every morning and is there, and he's back with his old buddies, and he has like 2 or 3 really, really close friends. And that has, I think, really buoyed his spirits, and he spends a lot of time with them. And, you know, he has like a whole little social world here in Leland, and he's doing well.
Compared to October and November of 2022, how is he doing?
I mean, it's night and day from my perspective. I think that, you know, he was really struggling at the school in Pasadena, and there was just a lot of conflict between Andrew and I. And so he was just really struggling with all of it and didn't have a lot of support around him. And here the school is much more just manageable. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily as challenging as maybe he could be challenged, but like, you know, it is well inside of his reach. And I also feel like, given all of the emotional difficulty with the divorce and the moves and being separated from me and now from his dad and his sister, I think that he's in a place where there isn't like a ton of pressure on him, and he has space to kind of like breathe and heal a little bit and see his therapist and his friends and be home with me. And we spend a lot of time together, and I try to encourage his interests at home. And I think he's doing a lot better.
What is his attitude like on school days?
It's positive. I mean, he gets up, he gets ready, we go in the car, we listen to music, we drive from Northport to Leland every morning. You know, he was drinking a little coffee with me in the morning, but then he kind of was like, I don't really like coffee. And I was like, okay. And, but we enjoyed I will always love this memory.
Shut up. What are you talking about? Why would you act like your kid is drinking coffee unbeknownst to you? You just testified that you spend so much time with this kid always. How the fuck did he get coffee? Like, that's a very weird statement. This is the problem. Like, overall, her testimony doesn't add up. She's saying so many things that just don't make sense. Like, also, the reality is kids say what they want to make a parent happy. She is a demanding parent. I guarantee you that. I fucking guarantee it. It is very much easier probably to just acquiesce to whatever she says as a child. They've figured that out very quickly. So I don't really give much weight over what she says. The fact that she has to hire a nanny, can't hold a full-time job though, has a personal assistant, the kids are in the private school, they hate each other, and therefore she needs the nanny. Like, all of this stuff is just, none of it adds up. None of it.
Of the winter drive from Northport to Leland, and it's kind of dark out in the morning and it's quiet, and we listen to music together in the car with Birdie on the way to school.
What kind of child is Leo?
Oh, Leo's such a sweetheart. He's very sensitive. He's always been the child who like wears his emotions on his sleeve. And so if he's upset or angry or sad, he lets you know. And if he's doing well and he's happy, he lets you know. There's really little, very little, like, I feel like you can see how he's doing just from spending time with him.
Where do you believe that Leo would do best at this time between Pasadena and Northern Michigan?
I believe Leo belongs and would do best, and his best interests are served in Northern Michigan.
What about Josephine? She remains in California at LaSalle?
Yes.
How much parenting time have you exercised with her since August of 2022?
Well, all the parenting time that I went out there to see all the kids, and then she flew back. She was with me from December 19th until January 11th, and she had her oral surgery here. Her wisdom teeth were removed, so I took care of her when she was here with me, and then she moved back there on January 19th. I'm sorry, January 11th. And then I was out there for a week at the end of January into February. And then I saw her for one evening on February 24th for a few hours, which was super heavenly. And I just, I have to say that since she has moved back to Pasadena, it's been hard to get a reading fully of how she's doing. I know that she does her homework and she was doing well. I think her French teacher went on paternity leave and she had a D in the class. And I think it was just assignments he didn't grade. And that was frustrating her. But I know she's like working as hard as she can at school. And she's really excelling on the track team. And I'm incredibly proud of her for just managing all of this. I know that she has thrown herself into school because of the conflict at home. And I know that Andrew is spending time with her. They go on walks and I assume I have no reason to believe he's not doing his best. But again, she doesn't have a therapist. Andrew just found someone last week and
Hold on. Let's just also note how she's literally turning everything that was a positive for her into a negative for him. This child is doing well in school, but that's because she's throwing herself into it because of the divorce. It's just too much. And Andrew is not finding the therapist, or the therapy costs too much money, is what she's going to say in the end. Honestly, I'm just like, I don't like the lies. I'm sure Judge Sexy Surfer is watching for this, because I'll be disappointed if this doesn't come back up. I really hope the other lawyers are making some notes too.
she costs $320 an hour. She sounds amazing and specializes in divorce, but that's a lot of money. And given all of the financial considerations we have going on, I don't know how that is going to really realistically be paid for. She doesn't have any other activities outside of school. She loves to horseback ride, and she's not doing that out there because, again, it's really expensive. It's $120 a lesson out there. Here it's $60.
What kind of child is she?
Oh, Josephine is very brilliant, and she's very, very warm. She has an incredibly empathetic heart. She's always loved animals since she was little. She's always ridden horses and just really connects with like the animal kingdom, I'll say. And she loves dogs, and she's just lovely. And she's really smart. She's well-spoken. She's polite. She has a job in Leland at the bookstore this summer. She worked there last summer. And I know that everybody loves seeing Josephine at the bookstore. My relationship with Josephine is not what I want it to be fully, because I don't get to see her that much. And I think at this present point, she feels like I'm trying to extricate her from her school in Pasadena. And I think that it's difficult because I am not going to say to Josephine, like, she doesn't know what's going on. Like, she doesn't understand that her school bill's not paid. She doesn't know that she's not enrolled for the following year. She doesn't know that she signed up for classes for the following year that she's not going to attend unless, the school bill is paid and the custody order changes for her to stay in Pasadena. And she's 15, so she needs me. And I don't have any executable, really, parenting time with my daughter.
What do you feel like would be best for her?
I think it would be best for Josephine to live with her two siblings and, well, me, if she's in Northern Michigan. Ideally, Andrew would move back and we would have a functional parenting schedule. But just in terms of like community support and access to activities. I know that she loves her school there and I don't want to take it from her, but I also think that she needs to learn how to drive. She does not have any driver's ed out there, even though she's of age to do it. She needs to learn how to drive. And I think that if she could attend Traverse City West, it has a lot going on. She said that she doesn't want to go back to Leland Public School for high school, and I would be okay with honoring her desires. She could ride at the barn here in Maple City, where she's been for a couple of years. She would have a part-time job in the summers. And I would say most critically, she would have access to affordable therapy and she would be with her siblings. Josephine and Leo have been a single unit since Leo was born. They are only 15 months apart and they are only 1 year apart as in in school together. And I feel that their separation from each other is not good for either of them. They have always been confidants. They've always been best friends. And this is not good for either of them. And I think Andrew would agree with that. I would also just say that Josephine and Leo both have college around the corner. She's going to be a sophomore in the fall. And I would like for her to have an opportunity to focus on her future. And that requires stability in her existing life, which she does not have in Pasadena. Andrew's lease is up on July 31st. His rent was late on February per his discovery. And there is no guarantee that he's going to have that house again for another year. She is not in a tenable position and she does not know it.
I want to ask you about mental and physical health. Are you physically healthy?
Yes.
And how do you maintain your physical health?
I exercise 3 days a week on Tuesday, Thursday, and Fridays at my friend Sue Birch's house in Northport. We do a strength training program.
And what about mentally? Are you mentally healthy?
I'm sorry. As of late, we have had a few cases where for some reason a lawyer who is getting paid money, okay, has included shit about these people's regiment of exercise. This lady, if that was not the most rehearsed line I have ever fucking heard in my life. Yes, I exercise 3 times a week at my friend Sue Bridgerton's house. We do strength exercises. Honestly, there's so much wrong here. It's it, and so remember I can't remember when it was, but the person who took a photo of their watch run and I was like, what the fuck? Anyways, okay. Let's continue.
Yes.
And how do you maintain your mental health?
Well, I exercise and I keep a healthy diet and I go to bed early. And I also see a therapist once a week.
And do you have a history of any mental health conditions?
I have a history of some anxiety and depression.
And how did you address those conditions in the past?
I saw a therapist and I also took medication for a period of time before I had Birdie. And then after I was trying to get pregnant in 2015, I did not take any medication and I still don't. I have seen a therapist periodically. I went to therapy, a very intensive therapy in 2017 and 2017, I think, mainly. And then I saw a therapist after we moved here in 2020. I think I saw her in 2021, and I currently see a therapist now.
How often do you talk to your therapist or meet with her?
Once a week.
And what about Mr. Llewellyn? Is he physically healthy to your knowledge?
Yes.
And what about his mental health?
Andrew he's always had depression as far as I know. And but has taken an antidepressant for decades and was diagnosed with complex post-traumatic stress disorder in 2021 or 22, 21. After we moved to Leelanau, he started to see a therapist.
Has Mr. Llewellyn shared his mental health challenges with you over the years?
Yes.
And how was that? How did he share that with you?
Emails, primarily text exchanges, just conversations. It was something we talked about as just a couple, like talk to each other, that kind of thing.
How would you describe his mental health challenges?
I would say that Andrew has like a very serious anger problem, and it continues to be an issue. And since actually since I would say November and onwards, since things kind of got really bad between us, we stopped communicating verbally for the most part. We negotiated the current custody order on the phone, but other than that, we don't talk to each other, and we now use a parenting app. So I would say that, I'm sorry, what was the question?
How would you describe his mental health challenges?
I mean, I would say he definitely has a anger problem. And
why do you say that?
Because of just like a lot of really, really ugly incidents that he's apologized for.
Can you provide the court with any concrete examples of how Mr. Llewellyn's mental health issues have resulted in a communication breakdown?
I mean, I described the episodes in August and in October with yelling when Birdie was in the back seat.
Mayor, because you weren't here earlier when she described the incidents that she's talking about, which is his anger issues, and I'm sorry for somebody coming new to this is going to seem a little funny, and maybe I sound a little bit harsh. But again, we hear true cases of people having real anger issues. This lady is a needler. Takes one to know one. I'm one. Anyways, this was her description of the anger event earlier. They were driving in the car. And she was nagging him and reneging on a deal that they had already made where she agreed to go to California. And he got so angry that he shook in his seat while he was driving, and he pulled over responsibly and put the vehicle in park, and he exited that vehicle, and then he proceeded to walk away from the situation, shaking his arms in anger and yelling in emotional frustration. Not her nor their child, but by himself. And then, like, seriously, that was what she described. And you could hear the fucking needling in her voice. Seriously, was that not the reenactment, though? She was like, and his arms were shaking in the air. Let's continue.
I would say that after there's just a lot of events that I could go into, but I think for the purpose of this question, I would just say that, we moved to Leelanau in 2020, and I really had a lot of hopes that it would really change the dynamic, and it just did not. And there was just constant, ugly, horrendous fighting. And I would say that the predominant theme of them was Andrew losing control of his temper and just screaming at me uncontrollably. Sometimes on one occasion, we were in the little guest house on the property, and Birdie was standing there, and he was screaming so violently in front of her. She was like 2.5 years old, not even 3 years old. No, I'm sorry. She was not even 4 years old. And it was just horrendous, and his anger has been an issue since I was pregnant with our first child before we got married. And, for the most part, like, because he didn't hit me and he did not break things, I felt like, how bad could it really be? But the reality is that it is really, really bad, and it was really abusive. And I spent years dismissing it, ignoring it and saying it was okay to myself, or trying to calm him down and accepting the apology, and then it would happen again.
Does that dynamic continue to adversely affect your ability to co-parent?
I mean, to some extent at this point, since we only use the Talking Parents app and there's been more space between us, I feel like presently our co-parenting ability is completely around children and scheduling, and that has been better for both of us.
Has domestic violence played any role in your marriage?
Yes, unfortunately.
And how is that? Can you provide the court with some concrete examples?
I'm going to go through a couple of examples that I'm going to try and do it as succinctly as possible. But, Andrew's father passed away in 2015, and that really marked the before and after in our life together, in our marriage. And I think he really struggled with that loss and the ensuing dynamic with his family. And it really took a toll on our marriage and on me and my own health. He left his job, for example, in 2016, he had a job at an advertising agency that he was very unhappy doing. And he decided to start a soccer business, teaching young children soccer. I had reservations about it, but I was supportive because I always tried to be supportive of everything he wanted to do, which is absolutely true. And he left his job. And at the time he wanted to have a baby. I got pregnant.
Thou doth protest too much, methinks, lady.
The health insurance lapsed, and then I went to the doctor and I didn't have any health insurance, and I paid for the visit out of pocket. And at the doctor's appointment, they said, "I'm so sorry, but there's no heartbeat." And I was kind of like taken aback by that because I was surprised, and I had Leo with me and we were outside, and I was trying to tell Andrew on the phone that there was no heartbeat, and he just started yelling at me on the phone, like, "What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean." And I was like, "Andrew, I'm just trying to can you calm down?" And I'm trying to calm him down on the phone. And then I wanted to get, they were like, "You have to have this procedure done where you go to the hospital to have it removed." And I couldn't have it done because I didn't have health insurance. And then I ended up passing it, like having a miscarriage. They said, "You can take these pills." I took them at home that night, and I ended up bleeding and passing the miscarriage in the bathroom. And we lived in this tiny 600 square foot house in LA.
Okay. Firstly, I am a mother, but I've never had a miscarriage, and my heart goes out to anybody who has had a miscarriage. That is very sad. I ran a mommy group for many years. We had 500 local moms. I dealt with many women that had miscarriages in person. I also dealt with many people that dealt with um, pregnancy loss and many things like that. So I come to this from a feeling of compassion and grace to people, that people react very differently to things like that. And all I hear in her comment there is a judgment on him and how she managed to tell him. Now, the reality of what she's saying is that if there was there's a way to take a medication and then you would have but it's not like they don't say, "Oh, you need a DNC," which is what she's talking about, where they would remove it from your uterus for you. But that there's a pill that you can take if you're early enough along that can deal with that yourself at home. And it honestly, she doesn't understand maybe, but she would be bleeding if she had the DNC anyways. And I, again, feel really sad about Denisha. There's more. I don't know if I'm going to do it or not, but and exactly, so in Canada here, this is a moot argument. There's no like sympathy she's going to garner, because if you need medical care, you're going to get it. But nobody, like, it was bizarre to me. So again, I'm getting very like narcissistic vibes, like utilizing this fact that she had this situation with the kid there. Like he did too. That man just had a pregnancy loss told to him over the phone, and he reacted by yelling. Again, the main art anger issue you're talking about here is like missing in my opinion, but he experienced that as well, and you told him in what manner? Like he didn't seem to understand. So I'm really, I feel for everybody in this situation. I'm not saying that anybody should have a specific reaction, but that goes both ways. So you just told him the same thing. And I really think that you have to, see both sides of it too. Maybe, different people deal with things in different ways. Again, I didn't hear anything about domestic abuse at all. And I'm sorry. Like, I don't like to call out people that say that they've been abused, but the emails, the texts from her to him, I do not see the power struggle. She seemed very fine having money and taking it and spending it and dealing with it for a long time. So there, I'm not getting the same. We've seen cases where literally a woman, I remember a case where a woman's like utilities were shut off at her house. She couldn't have anything to deal, to pay for it. She really didn't. She does like, it's not only that she had to drive an hour and a half for a job. It's like there's many, anyways. Yeah. If anybody is getting tired, please feel free to go to bed and you can tune in another day, another time. But I have to finish this part tonight because we got to do tomorrow. I can't let it back up, you know? Um, and the thing is also like, she describes having a kid. Like, I get it, dude. I had a kid too. And yeah, cared for that. I breastfed for 2.5 years exclusively. My daughter never took a bottle one single time. I can make it sound like I did all the work too. So, you know, like that doesn't necessarily mean the same thing. Anyways, let's go ahead and finish watching more.
We had no money because it was like just crazy. And I had just like been bleeding all over the floor. And I was in bed. It was like 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 4 or 5 a.m. And he went to his soccer camp that he had started and called me hours after I was bleeding on the floor from a miscarriage and was like, "Can you come help me at the soccer field? I really need help." So I drag myself out of bed and I go to help him there. And then like the next week, I was like, I have to get out of here. I am so miserable. I can't take this. And his mother sent him $15,000. She always supplemented our life in California with significant cash gifts. I was in Old Mission with the two children, Josephine and Leo, after I had my miscarriage. And Andrew was in LA. He came to visit us in August. I again still did not, I didn't really have health insurance. And I ended up like being on a beach and I had like started to lose the feeling on the left side of my body. And my eye was drooping and I couldn't move the left side of my body. And I was taken in an ambulance to Munson. And it was the scariest experience because I was fully conscious and I had to have like CAT scans and they were like, "You're having a stroke." And I didn't know what that even meant because I have young children and I was 34 years old. Long story short, I had like every possible test done in the book. I never once met with a psychiatrist, incidentally. It was not deemed a psychiatric issue. There was no psychiatrist involved. And they said it was inconclusive what had happened. They never found a clot. And
Hold on. Did anybody even say psychiatrist? Who said psychiatrist? Who fucking said that? Nobody. Again, thou doth protest too much, methinks.
I was released. We went back to LA Our car was repossessed. The school tuition was not paid. And at the beginning of October, I was forced to apply for food stamps. On October 20th, a few weeks after that, Andrew inherited $650,000 from his father who had died. And I said, we're going to buy a house and I'd like to start a business. And so because
Ding, 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 ding. Oh, it's not even the girlfriend. It's not even the girlfriend. Oh. 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 She's so mad. Ah, this is fucking hilarious. Oh, I have Team Andrew. Team Andrew. Oh, she's so mad. She's spending all his money. She's like, oh, the kids definitely need that 50K a year school. You. Wow. What a bitch. What a little bitch. You think if he gave 600K to his son, he didn't put shit in it for the kids? Oh. Oh, guys. I'm sorry. Let's continue, but holy moly, 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 moly. I didn't know about this. Do you see this? I was totally shocked. That fucking took me for a loop. That's hilarious. Uh, how many hours? How many hours has it been? Seriously, somebody tell me. Because we're looking at I mean, I'll give her something. You know what I'll give her? I'll give her the fact that she is able to have gone however many hours. We're probably at 4 or 5 hours now. 5+ hours. She didn't mention this 600K once. She didn't mention it once. Both those lawyers know about it. That's why they took the cases. This is no wonder. What a fucking bitch. She thought, oh, he's gonna give me money and pay for everything. Oh, I cannot wait till cross-examination. We started at 5 in 2015. Yeah, that sounds about right. Not quite though. This is today. This is recent. This is breaking news, folks. Breaking news coming at you today.
I wanted to be able to support, like help contribute to the family's income. And I felt that having a business would help me do that. And it would take time, but over time it would help. He agreed to that, but there was a lot of conflict around it. And on Thanksgiving night,
Her money was in 2015? That barely changes my mind. What that tells me is she already spent it all. Still funny to me. She didn't even mention that. Oh my God. I'm sorry, folks. You have no assets and you had $650,000? Sorry, math don't work again.
of 2016, we got into some bickering little argument, just like a little argument, and it escalated horrendously. Our children were asleep, probably not asleep, in this bedroom, and we were on the other side of the wall, and Andrew started screaming that he was going to punch me in my effing face repeatedly because he was so mad at me. And I kept telling him to stop and calm down. He was screaming violently and threatening me. The next morning, I was so distressed and upset, and Andrew felt sad and guilty, did not particularly apologize. We went to the Santa Monica Pier, and we rode the Ferris wheel and all these carnival rides with our children. He bought me a pair of earrings that day, and we never, ever, ever talked about it. He did start seeing a therapist named Reiko Ikimoto Joseph after that episode and started to work on his own mental health. After we moved to Leelanau in 2020, these same kinds of arguments, I would say that the Thanksgiving night argument that I just described was probably the most extreme, but just constant anger that was just so out of line. And it went on for years. And when we moved to Leelanau, I made a lot of friends immediately with other mothers who had children. And I started to spend a lot of time with those women because their children played with my children and hung out together. And we had parties and social time together. And Andrew hated it. And it became a huge conflict and exacerbated the fighting. At the end of all of this, I started asking for a divorce. At the end of 2020, he said no. In 2021, in the summer, we agreed to a trial separation, and he was moving to Pasadena to pet sit for some friends, and we were going to have a trial separation. Before we went, he left town. On July 16th of 2021, we went to the Riverside Inn for dinner. There was a horrible accident at our house with our children. I had a bunny, and we had a puppy, and the puppy mauled the bunny, and my son called me crying at the Riverside Inn that the bunny had been killed. I said, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." I was standing outside. Andrew came outside and just started yelling at me in front of the restaurant. I said, "Calm down." He was drunk, and we went inside, and we tried to pack up our dinner, and he started just being so horrible at the table and was like, "This is your fault. All of this is your fault. This house is cursed. I don't know why we live here. I hate it here." He left. I went outside. He was drunk and drove us home at a really high speed around the lake. We got to the house, and he was just so angry at me. And like, just the kids were crying. It was the worst scene. And then thankfully, after 2 more miserable days together, and him blaming me for our life in Leelanau and all that we left in Pasadena and all the chaos, blaming me for everything. Thankfully, he got on the plane on July 19th, 2021 and left. And on August 1st, I bought an online divorce on LegalZoom. I did not file it. I just bought something to demonstrate to him that this was over and I was done.
Have the children been privy to any of these incidents?
Many.
How has it affected them, in your opinion?
I mean,
Oh, I can already tell you haven't, you wicked witch. You wicked witch. First of all, let's just take a split second to decide why Andrew is to blame for driving drunk. Were you drunk? If both of you were drunk, why didn't you have a better plan to get home after drinking at a restaurant? If one of you wasn't drunk, why on earth would you allow somebody who's drunk to drive? Why wouldn't you just call the police? That would perfectly fix all of your problems. Also, I'm sorry. Your kid calls you freaking out because your pets have mauled each other and are dying, and you go back in to pack up your food? Weird? This is weird.
I think that time will tell. They don't they don't ever say to me like, "Remember that time Daddy was violently yelling at that he was going to punch you in the face?" That's not a conversation I've ever had with my children. I worry that they are going to grow up and feel that this kind of behavior is a part of what marriage is. So I don't know what the effects are over time, but that's again why I'm committed to their therapy in Leelanau, where we can afford it.
Did you address your concerns about his behavior this fall with Andrew directly?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
Email.
You recognize this email?
Yes.
It's
Dramatic reading of this email. That is from her. I will add that you have a documented anger problem. And you also physically grabbed me in front of Birdie and pushed me out the door of your rental house in Pasadena. This occurred 2 months ago. You also began screaming uncontrollably in the car and then ran up and down the street screaming at the top of your lungs. Leo, not even a new fucking paragraph, first of all. Just grammatically, do me a solid and fucking properly deal with this. Leo is not doing well in school and is at risk of failing history. He cannot graduate from 8th grade if he fails that class. I am not saying these things to make you feel badly about your behavior. There's plenty of blame to go around. If you want to have an honest conversation about my emotional life, then we will also need to address your behavior.
Dated October 17th, 2022. Is that your email address?
Yes,
Is that his?
yes,
Did you send that to him?
yes,
Is this his response?
yes.
Is this an example of you attempting to address the issue with him?
Yes,
Move for this to be entered as Exhibit 23.
No objection.
Admitted.
Do you have any concerns with Ms. Nucala about Mr. Llewellyn's anger management issues should the children remain with him alone in California if you remain in Michigan?
yes.
What are those concerns?
I mean, I feel that his anger problem is primarily between us. But I know that he's yelled at other people and acted inappropriately in front of other people. I never honestly I have to say that I don't know what triggers him. I know that I trigger him. But it has historically been a volatile element of our life. And I think that it's hard to see how it would just go away.
Are you interested in communicating with Mr. Llewellyn in the future through a co-parenting application like you're using now?
Yes,
Would you like to continue using Talking Parents?
yes.
Why is that?
It just, both of us it's nice, honestly. I'm sure he feels the same way. It's nice to never get a text message from him. And I'm sure he would say it's nice to never get a text message from me because the Talking Parents app sends me an email and I read it when I can. And I usually try and do it, when I'm not feeling stressed out about work or anything. And it just allows guardrails and boundaries and structure.
Do you believe that you and Mr. Llewellyn will be able to effectively co-parent in the future once this matter is fully resolved?
Yes.
And why is that?
I mean, this is a hard day and we've had hard times, but fundamentally, Andrew is the father of my 3 children, of our 3 children. We spent the majority of our lives together. And there is still a lot of love in my heart for him. And I don't think that will ever change. I think we both need boundaries and time to recover from this. Our children adore their father, and having a really positive relationship with both parents is really important for our kids.
At this time, are you able to continue your business if you must move to California to continue to have significant time with the children?
No,
Do you believe you'd be able to establish a comparable business in California?
no,
You mentioned this briefly, but you would need to go ahead and secure a salaried position should you be required to move back to California, correct?
correct.
And you don't anticipate that you'd be able to earn more than $60,000?
Correct.
Would you be able to make ends meet since you are not receiving any spousal support on that money?
No,
To your knowledge, is Mr. Llewellyn able to continue to work and earn as he is currently doing if he chooses to return to Northern Michigan?
yes,
Do you believe that removing Leo and Bertie from their current home and schools in Northern Michigan would be in their best interests?
no,
Do you believe it would be in Josephine's best interest for her to continue to be in California, separated from you and her siblings?
no,
Are you willing to do whatever is necessary to make sure Josephine's transition back to Northern Michigan goes smoothly?
yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Belden. Do you have any questions or cross exam?
I do, but I'm gonna need 3 minutes to take a break if that's okay. I have to use the restroom.
Sure. Do you need break?
Me too, lady, but hold on, I'll get the next bit going. She finally rested, thank fucking Christ. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. We have to finish this because we gotta watch the rest tomorrow, so. Let me just get to the video. Please take this moment to subscribe. If you haven't already, it makes me really happy, and I'm getting so close to that 1,000 people needed. That was part 3. Part 4 was.
We're back on the record on case number 2210869 DM. Ms. Belden.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Nucala. We've never officially met, correct? But this is the first time we're making.
Yeah, we all wish we could skip.
We're back on the record on case number 2210869 DM. Ms. Belden.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Nucala. We've never officially met, correct? But this is the first time we're making each other's acquaintance. I know I got involved in this matter later on. Thank you for your testimony this morning. Can you start with, I think you told us that you were 25 when you and Andrew were married?
Yes,
Okay, and then you're currently how old?
I'm 41.
Okay. At the time you were married, what was your educational background and your career path at that point?
I was, at the time I was married, I had a philosophy degree, an undergraduate philosophy degree, and I was pursuing coursework so that I could apply to medical school. So I was taking multiple pre-med classes, chemistry and biology and organic chemistry.
Okay. And were you living in Chicago at the time of your marriage?
Yes,
Okay, so this was in Chicago. So you were a student at the time you were married. Were you working at that time?
I was supporting myself and I had my own apartment.
Okay, and what were you doing for a job?
I was working for a doctor named Dr. Henry Lawmeyer, and he had a clinical research organization, and I helped to do all of the intake with patients. So like I took blood pressures and did like baseline kind of assessments that I was trained to do. And then during the course of the studies, I would record all of the like all of the, all of their other vitals and information as they went through the study. So there was a documented set of information that went to the pharmaceutical company.
Okay. So can we agree you're a well-educated woman?
I am, gratefully. Yeah.
Good. And then you said you were pregnant at the time of the marriage, and then sweet Josephine came along shortly thereafter. And at that point, you said probably the majority of your marriage, you were stay at home. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But I know you previously testified about getting back into doing some interior design. When did you start doing the interior design education and work?
In 2014, I began taking interior design classes. It had actually what had happened previously was I was taking some art classes, just, like drawing classes, and I wanted to do something creative. So I went to interior design school at UCLA.
Okay.
And I finished about half the program and started doing internships that were paid.
Okay.
And then I kind of stepped out on my own.
Okay, so you didn't complete the program?
Correct.
Okay, but started internships, and those were paid internships,
Yes.
and you did 2 of those.
Yes.
And how many hours would you say you committed to those a week?
The first one was for a residential interior designer in Brentwood. And I probably think I went there like 3 days a week. So like 24 hours, 3 8-hour days. The commute was about an hour and a half each way. So add that up. So it was about 11 hours, committed 3 times a week to my internship. And then for the second internship, it was for a high-end kitchen company. And I did all of the kitchen drafting and design. And that I was there, I think, 5 days a week. And that commute was about 2 to 2.5 hours each way. So it was pretty brutal, the commute on that one.
Okay, and you were there full days, so it was a full time.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that was in 2016?
The kitchen job was in 2015.
Okay, and then the job in Brentwood was?
That was also in 2015 at the beginning of the year.
Okay.
And I was in design school alongside being in the internship. And then in the fall, I had left design school and I had begun the kitchen internship. And that I did for about 4 months, I think, 3 or 4 months.
Okay. So you were done with both jobs by beginning of 2016?
I was done with both jobs at the beginning of 2016, correct.
And then did you pick up any other jobs?
I ended up just doing some interior design projects for other people in Pasadena. So the first real one that I got, I think, was in the fall of 2016. And I helped a woman named Sarah Letts with her house. Actually, I'm sorry, it wasn't in 2016. What happened next? That was afterwards. I don't think I worked that much in 2016. I was trying to get pregnant and Andrew was working and the kids were at home, and I had just done like that kitchen job that I described with the giant commute was incredibly taxing for everybody. And yeah, so I ended up going back
So-
to be a home mom.
So when did you take that, when did you start taking up those interior design jobs in Pasadena?
After I started a business in 2017, I had a little home store which was like decorated with all kinds of, home items. And that store did very badly as a business. It's in and of itself, but it led to about 4 or 5 design projects in that very area because people came in and hired me for my services.
Okay. So you said that kind of networked you and you started to get some interior design jobs. You think about 4 of them.
I think about 4 of them. I can think of 4 of that, the 4 clients off the top of my head. Yes. So I could definitively say 4.
So did you do those 4 jobs from 2017 till the time you moved in July 2020 or?
I did those jobs until I gave birth in
Okay,
April of 2018.
okay,
And then one of them I actually had to finish like after she was born, but it was like tying up ends.
okay. And then did other jobs approach you after that, after Birdie was born?
Yeah, I did have a friend who was a fellow mom at school. I was helping her with her house, and that was kind of fruitful. That was in 2018.
Okay. And again,
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That was in 2019. I'm trying to think about the dates. That was in 2019.
okay. And tell me what was involved with that 2019 job. You said you helped another mom with, was it a remodel or?
Yeah, so she wanted to have her front staircase done in her foyer. So like it had this ugly carpet and it needed a lot of carpentry work. So, we did some carpentry with like a local person, and mainly it was like paint and fabric and picking out rugs. And she bought fabric for me. That was like a big part of my business at that time, was like people would just buy fabric and I would make a commission on the fabric. I did not really charge my hourly rate that much because it was really expensive for people and I was pretty young at the business. And so now I charge my hourly rate. But at the time I was primarily would take a small design fee up front for like maybe $1,500. And then I would charge commission, which was 30% on things that I sold.
Okay. And you said currently your hourly rate is 150?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I have to jump in. I'm well aware of what a foyer is, but I'm Canadian and so I say it foyer, not foyer. And like I guess writing it doesn't get that across because anyways, it's foyer. That's how it's pronounced. Foyer, not foyer. That's not what it is. It's a foyer. And like seriously, if anybody could frickin' get away with saying foyer, it's an interior designer. Please, come on.
What do you think your hourly rate, what would be a comparable hourly rate in Pasadena? What would you charge if you were in Pasadena doing the same job?
Oh, I would charge probably the same.
150
Yeah.
with the with after you acknowledge the cost of living adjustment?
I like to charge $150 an hour. I'm not a $200 plus hour a designer. That's just not. I could, I guess. I mean, I have to tell you, it gets pretty prohibitively expensive for
Mhm.
people. I would say also in Pasadena, if I could just comment on this, People who charge $200+ an hour in California and LA in a crowded market with lots and lots of designers generally have a lot of like publicity in magazines and websites and things like that. And so they charge more, and their clientele is really is just different from what I would charge if I was in Pasadena, because I don't have publicity. And I could, of course, put together a website, and I would, but it isn't comparable to kind of I would say the two markets are apples and oranges, if I may.
Okay, but you're acknowledging you could do some publicity here and in Pasadena for that matter.
I could do a website. Publicity is something that like somebody else publishes about you, so that's not really in my hands.
Okay. Currently, is your interior design job, is it full-time or part-time?
Full-time.
Okay. What does a typical week look like for you work-wise?
So I, because I work in construction, all of my people are at the job site between 7:30 and 8 a.m. And
Okay.
I make it clear that I am not available to see anybody until after 9 a.m. because I take my children to school in the morning. But I start when I wake up. My main carpenter, Brian, he's also a project manager for me, and he usually will email or text me the things that are going on that day, so I don't have to hold it all in my head. And I get my kids ready for school. I walk my dog, or my son helps me do that. And we get in the car. I drop Leo off at the Leland Public School. We drive to Sutton's Bay and drop off Birdie. And then I drive north from Sutton's Bay. And I usually either stop in at the job site that's active right now in Leland, or I stop in at the property, that property on Lake Leelanau Drive. I feed the cat. I usually run home and eat some breakfast 3 mornings a week. On Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday mornings, I have an exercise class from 9 to 10 a.m. So I go to that on those mornings. And then I kind of get my work day started really in full swing around 10 a.m. each day. And that entails usually a client meeting once or twice a week. If not that, it's drawings and elevations for clients, sourcing items, managing the job site, who's there today, what do they need, when is the inspector coming, what needs to be submitted where, did this package come in, is it correct, just all the things that I do. I usually wind down around 2:45, and I go pick up Birdie from school by 3:15. And then we go up, and Leo gets out of school at 3:10. So he waits for me to pick him up, and I get him around 3:30. And then some days we come to my office in Leland, where I'm sitting right now, which is above the Harbor House. And, Birdie and I will do activity, like she has like all kinds of coloring and stuff like that. Leo sometimes does homework. More often than not, I take them to the Merc and I pick something up for dinner, and we go back to the house in Northport, and I do all of my work starting around 4:30 p.m. for another hour. And then Leo does homework while I'm working on my laptop, make dinner. Birdie needs to get to bed around 8. Dishes, and then I hang out with Leo. I try to be in bed by 11 p.m.
Okay.
She goes to sleep so early, well, we don't over here. In kitchen court, we go and we stay up late.
When you
That's the way
started
it
back
is.
to work, I think you touched on this, but you and Andrew really were a team, correct? You worked together to coordinate who's getting which child where, and how we're going to juggle our day. Would you kind of have a touch-in point where it's like, okay, here's what I've got going on today, and here's what I've got going on today, and okay, so you tackle that, I'll tackle that. Did it feel very collaborative?
I would say that Oddly, the time when it felt most collaborative was when we were in Leland all last year. He may probably feels like it was super annoying for him because he did a lot of stuff, but I had a really busy project here in Leland, and Andrew helped a lot with the kids because I was running around a lot in Leland doing my job, and he helped a lot with taking the kids to activities and making dinner. And that was incredibly helpful. In the years when we lived in Pasadena, Andrew also worked full time, and he was usually far away from where I was during the day. And so primarily when I worked in Pasadena, I also was the primary caregiver. And so I always had to stop what I was doing, or, you know, if I had those long commutes on the commuting, when I had those 2 internships, it incorporated aftercare for the kids after school where they were, because his commute was just too far to really coordinate effectively with me during the day. But in Leelanau, we did coordinate together a lot. I would say he probably would be like, I did everything, but I would say we both tried to work together.
Okay, okay. And again, I know you testified this, but you moved to Leland as a family around July 20th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
And you moved there from Pasadena.
Correct.
How many years were you in Pasadena prior to moving to Leland?
3 years, a little over 3 years. We bought the house in Pasadena. Andrew bought it in February of 2017, and we moved on July of 2020. So like 3+ years.
Okay, and where were you before July of 2017?
We lived in multiple different homes in Los Angeles that were rentals.
Okay, so you were in the LA area for how long then?
From 2011, in April 20th, I think we moved, end of April 2011, until February when he bought the house in Pasadena of 2017. So that is almost 6 years.
Okay. And you said Andrew bought the house in Pasadena in
2018.
July 2017.
I'm sorry, it was February 2017.
February 2017. Okay. Do you know how much you purchased that home for?
I think it was $1.02 million.
Okay. 1.02 million. And did you have a mortgage on that home?
Yes.
Okay. But I feel from your previous testimony, you said there was a nice down payment you were able to make on that. How much did you put down on the home?
I think it was like, I mean, I think he would know the exact number, but I would say it was like around $400,000.
Okay. And you mortgaged the rest?
Correct.
Okay.
$100,000.
And how much was Andrew's inheritance right before you purchased that home?
$650,000.
Okay. So where did the other money go from that inheritance?
We had a $65,000 tax bill that was back taxes. We had some debts. I can't remember how much. We spent some of it. And then we also invested about, I think all told, we invested around $50,000 in my business. And then after we bought the house, Andrew purchased the house because he had a full-time job. So he had W-2 income. So we were able to get a mortgage, and we used the money from his family to pay for the down payment. He had a full-time job with a company called Bluebeam that he got in November of 2016. In February of 2017, he closed on the house, and 2 weeks later, he was fired from that job. And so he decided to stay at home and continue working on his aspirations to be a writer. And he stayed at home until probably, I'm going to say August. And I think we spent roughly $30,000 to $40,000 on like living expenses. And then we had agreed prior to buying the house that I would start this.
Ladies, Sounds like he's done a pretty bang up job to me of being a fucking writer. If we're going to be honest with each other, he's making how much a month? $30,000, $20,000, even 18 by your lowest estimate? Good job, bud. Ugh, I'm so mad, but I'm cleaning.
This business so that I didn't have to commute and I could have flexibility with being a parent, because I'd always been the primary caregiver. And so I was trying to run this business, and I had another miscarriage in this whole process. And Andrew was at home, and he also was kind of like primary caregiver while I was getting this business up and running. And he was working on his writing.
Okay. So during your marriage, is it safe to say that it's been like most relationships where there's been ups and downs, happy and sad times?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I think you said this already, but you love Andrew.
I love Andrew.
And do you believe Andrew loves you?
I hope so.
Okay. And I think I know the answer, but you love your children.
Of course.
And you know Andrew loves your children too.
Absolutely.
And your children love you.
Yes.
And your children love Andrew.
Yes.
And your children love one another.
Absolutely.
Okay. I just want to revisit the history here a little bit. I'm going to direct you. Let me do my share screen.
What is taking
Okay,
so long?
I'm going to
Oh,
share my screen now. You'll see this says Exhibit C20. And I'm going to get down here. Do you see the heading of this says plaintiff's response to defendant's verified motion to modify custody, child support, and parenting time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna get you to, don't get dizzy. I'm gonna get to. Okay. Okay, Exhibit 3 to that motion. You will see it's a Gmail account. And again, I'll have you, do you recognize that that's your email address and you sent it to Andrew Llewellyn's email address?
Oh, yes. I know this email very well.
Okay, and it's dated Sunday, August 1st, 2021, 10:23 a.m. And I see the caption is "What is next?" Is this the email you sent Andrew to let him know that you wanted a divorce?
Yes, after almost a year of asking for a divorce, and he just would not consent to it.
Okay.
So I went on LegalZoom and I bought one.
Okay. I will have to read this out loud because Yet again, full of dichotomies, full of problems. So close to frickin' finishing cleaning, but it'll have to wait. Don't let me forget entirely, okay, guys? Here we go. Wait. I think I have a slightly better resolution here. Okay. Hi, honey. I am sorry that I am being short towards you. What the fuck is this? Text. Oh, text. It is seriously, who did this? They stone chiseled this, sweetie poo? Text is not the best way for us to communicate, for me to communicate with you right now. So I will call you at 3 p.m. my time in the, oh my God, I actually can't read that. Because she just said, I'm not going to talk to you via text. So why is there any more to this message? Why? In the meantime, maybe? I don't know. I'd like to share some thoughts with you. I have spent the last few days laying in the hammock and feeling the weight of my life, our life. What does that say? Settle into my body. The agony of this last year is everywhere, and my sorrow is deep. It's deeper I've than last year, and it is deeper than the last 1 to 4 years. It is deeper than the last 15 years. This is bad, Dr. Seuss. It is my whole entire life. It seems like it lives in my soul, and I, in a part of me. I'm sorry, guys. I can't read this. This writing is so bad. And I have good frickin' writing. Is this from him or from her? Let's let them tell us about it while I finish cleaning.
And
Okay.
send in the receipt.
Okay, and in it, you said I filed for divorce this morning. Is that accurate?
I think that actually at the time I thought I did file for divorce, but fast forward 2 years later, I did not. I mean, I did not know really I just needed for him to hear that it was over, and he was in Pasadena and I was in Leelanau, and it was over. I had had enough.
Okay. And can you read just that last little, it starts with you, it's 3 lines.
Yes.
Read that to the court.
Yes, you are an amazing person. You are an amazing father, and I will always, always love you.
Okay. And you signed it, love me.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay. And did you and Andrew oftentimes write love me?
Always.
Yeah.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
he always did. Yeah. My
Okay.
name's long.
After reviewing all the documents, I noticed that seemed to be a theme. So, okay. So you're confirming that. That you both would sign things, love me.
Correct.
Okay.
We don't anymore.
Well, maybe it'll return to that.
Yeah.
So, so you filed your verified motion to modify custody, child support, and parenting time. And in that, here, I'm gonna have to pull it up 1 second. You'll see this says Exhibit C12. Oh, Your Honor, I guess I should ask that that previous exhibit be admitted. The, oh, what was it?
C20, I believe.
C20, correct. C20, that is,
The pleading, right?
it is a pleading and then there were exhibits attached to it. It's, I think it was plaintiff's response. Melissa, do you have any objections to that?
I don't, it's in the court file in any event, so.
Okay, good, okay.
It's admitted.
Thank you.
But just on that clarification though, I know you probably both know, but just because things are attached to a pleading doesn't mean it's been admitted as an exhibit. So
yeah,
I sometimes people say, well, I attached this to my motion or whatever. It's already admitted, but that's not the case. So this has now been admitted, and whatever attachments are there, since there's no objection, has been also admitted as exhibit. Correct?
Well, Megan, I would need to know what the other exhibits.
That's why I wanted to clarify, because
I have no issue with the exact email that you referenced at all. I'm
go
fine
through.
with that,
yeah,
but
that's fine. Then can we just go, can I just say when we pull up another exhibit, I'll just have to ask at that time, or do we want to go back to that pleading and go through each exhibit right then and there?
can you just submit that one email?
Yeah, we'll just do that right now. So I
That
am
was
asking
exhibit
for submission
3.
of exhibit 3 of exhibit C20.
That is fine.
Okay,
thank you. I thought it was helpful to clarify.
Bad
you.
lawyering.
so now I am going to. Okay, so we're back to exhibit C12. You'll see the heading says C12. This heading, or this pleading is defendant's verified motion to modify custody, child support, and parenting time. Do you recognize this
Correct.
document? Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that this be admitted as exhibit C12.
This is the pleading or anything
It's
else?
the pleading. It's the pleading. I
Um,
mean, Melissa, you shouldn't have it. It's your document.
I don't, it's already in the court record.
Okay, so we're fine.
I have to say, you keep saying that, but what I'm saying is just because it's been filed with the court doesn't mean it's been admitted as an exhibit for what this court will consider during this hearing. Does that make sense? As evidence? The
Sure,
reason why I say that is because people, you wouldn't believe how many times people just file things and they just say, well, I filed it, so it's admitted, but that's not, to me, that's not the way trials work. So if you want things admitted as evidence, they have to be admitted by the court during the trial, the evidentiary hearing.
Megan, I understand what you have in front of me is our motion. Is that the entire document that is known as C12?
That's right.
So if you scroll all the way to the bottom of this document,
Let me do that.
it ends with the signature line and the proof of service, or I don't know what else is on the bottom of there.
I'm going. That's the end. There's the final. So it
Okay.
ends with the signature lines with Miss Nucala's signature of November 8th and Bree Neros' signature of November 9th.
Certainly, I mean, Ms. Neros and I drafted I drafted this. So, but Ms. Nucala signed it to state that it was accurate.
Yeah.
So I suppose, I guess I don't normally get asked to have pleadings be exhibits, but I don't see an issue of why I would object. So I don't object.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. C12 is admitted.
Okay, so Miss
But
Nucala,
just to clarify, I mean, you understand my point though, right?
I do.
Everything that you all have filed in this court or in the file.
You're not going to review.
Well, no, I have reviewed the filings. The issue is whether it's evidence, not whether you filed something. Do you understand? The distinction is kind of clear, right?
kind of clear, maybe?
I mean, I think, okay, isn't that
No,
clear?
I
Like,
think
you
it's
want-
clear. I understand.
It's
what
like,
you're
it's
saying.
like, so, when the two of you, Ms. Whitman and Ms. Belden, when you make comments on this record, it is not evidence. It is a part of the record, but it is not evidence.
Yeah.
So what this referee reviews is evidence.
Yeah.
For when I decide cases. And I just want to make sure that that's clear.
That's clear to me. Miss Witten?
I don't have an issue with the
With-
pleading.
Okay, so,
But you understand the point? I mean, can you acknowledge that at least? Ms. Whitman?
Me? Yes, I certainly, I understand what you're saying, Your Honor.
Okay. Want to talk about unique situations happening during a court case? That would be one of them. Here's a great little lesson for you. When the judge makes a point like that, where he continually reiterates something that you don't seem to get, as a lawyer, you need to fucking take some note. Would you guys all agree with that? I'm dumbfounded by the fucking lawyering right now. And I'm not a lawyer. I'm just somebody who watches court from my kitchen. But what do we think? One in the chat if this is her first case, two in the chat if it's her second case.
Thank you.
okay. So Miss Nukala, I'm gonna point you to this, this document, this wherefore language. Could you read to us this wherefore language?
Sure. Wherefore defendant Aishwarya Nukala respectfully requests that this honorable court grant defendant's motion, award defendant primary physical custody of the children or the current schedule if plaintiff chooses to return to Michigan, and award plaintiff a reasonable long-distance parenting time schedule if he chooses to remain in the state of California.
Okay. And then can you read the I swear language?
I swear and affirm that the above responses are true to the best of my information, knowledge, and belief.
Okay, and that is your signature there.
It is.
Okay, so, and I think you testified on this earlier, but just to clarify, you think the custody schedule that you and Mr. Llewellyn, it's agreeable to you. It really, the issue really comes down to where are the kids going to live? Would you?
Residence.
Yeah, the children's residence. Is it going to be in California or is it going to be in Michigan, correct?
Yes, I am not here to malign Andrew and say that he should not have rights to his children. He should not be, he should be stripped of, I'm not saying that. And I once believed that.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that because I just wanted to confirm that. So you are stating to the court that this really is just where are the kids going to live?
Yes, I am not here to ask the court in any manner to strip Andrew of any parental rights. If I may just elaborate for a moment, I believe that Andrew submitted a motion on December 7th stating that he wanted sole legal custody of our children. And I was deeply offended by that because I would never do that to our children. They need both of us.
Okay. Okay.
Actually, I'm sorry, that motion with the sole custody request was filed on December 16th.
Okay. Okay, I am now going to direct you to Exhibit C1. Do you see this document, Ms. Newcalla? Says it's titled Consent Judgment of Divorce. I'm going to just scroll quickly. Do you recognize this document?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And I'm going to get to the end just so we can. Okay. Do you recognize your signature there?
Yes.
Do you recognize Andrew's signature there?
Yes, we signed those documents at the desk where I'm sitting right now, across from each other in my office on June 17th, 2022, which
Okay.
also happened to be the our 15-year wedding anniversary.
Okay. Can you read the language right underneath? It says approved as to form and content, and there's a cool, I guess, first of all, I'm going to ask the court, I would ask that this exhibit C1 be entered.
Is there anything else below this point? I just need to know before I.
It's the exhibits to the judgment. Uniform child support order.
Also,
Yeah.
one thing I wasn't sure if I saw, and I wasn't staring at it as you scrolled,
Sorry.
but I didn't know if this was the one signed by the court.
It's never been signed
It's
by.
never been
Okay.
signed. Yeah, that's right.
It's never been entered.
Correct.
I don't have an objection to this document.
Okay. So I'll wait for referee Hagan to admit it.
Oh, yeah, it's admitted. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Ms. Newcalla, can you read the paragraph right below the approved as to form and content?
Yes. In signing this consent judgment of divorce, we, Andrew Hamilton Llewellyn, and plaintiff, and Aishwarya Newcalla, defendant, hereby verify that we have read and understand its provisions and approve its substance and form. It correctly and completely states the terms of our property settlement agreement. In addition, to the best of our knowledge, we have fully disclosed to each other all assets in which we have any ownership interest, and this judgment distributes all of the assets and only those assets that we have disclosed to each other. We voluntarily and of our own free will, without any undue influence or coercion of any nature whatsoever, fix our signatures hereto and hereby agree to be bound by the terms and consent to the entry of this judgment.
Okay. And you had read that before you signed it, correct?
Truth be told, I didn't actually see this filing. Andrew brought the signature pages to the office where I'm sitting and I signed them. And, you know, if I may just elaborate for a moment, Andrew and I signed as it's written, as he also has submitted in multiple motions. We signed this agreement sitting across from each other on our 15th wedding anniversary. And then we went out to dinner. And the entire spirit of this entire agreement was about our family and preserving our family experience. Andrew moved to California knowing that I could not rent a place immediately and put my name on his lease in order for me to have a place there to exercise parenting time and continue having our family experience as much as possible. I understand. I don't know that I specifically read all these sentences. I did not have a counsel at that time. And things were kind of squishy. It was squishy time. And in retrospect, it should not have been. We should have, I'm here because I'm saying that this was a mistake. And I did my best, as is demonstrated by the evidence, to uphold this judgment that I signed.
Okay, so I'm sorry, it's your testimony that you had not read this document before you signed it?
For the most part. I mean, I think I had skimmed it. We had gone through we had done it in mediation. with like Linda Ratz. And, we were in collaborative divorce for months. And we tried to see it. We saw a therapist. And in the end, I just kind of was like, I cannot deal with any of this anymore. If you want to move back to California and that's the only thing that works for you, then so be it. Fine. I've had enough of this. And we completed our mediation session with Linda Ratz within 30 minutes, including all the parenting schedule. Maybe 45. I wouldn't be able to tell you specifically, but it was under an hour. And we paid her $600.
Okay, so this custody and parenting time section, I believe your testimony up to this point is that you're in agreement with this custody schedule, correct?
Do you mean the 3-2 split, or do you mean joint custody?
I think it's like a 4-3, 3-4, right?
It's like Monday, Tuesday are his days, Wednesday, Thursday are my days, and then we switch weekends.
Okay.
So whatever that may be.
Like a 5-2 then.
Yeah.
5-2-2-5. Okay. But you are in agreement with that.
That's what I signed. I'm not in agreement with that if I'm living across the country from my children.
Okay. Can you read to us section 2 titled Custody and Parenting Time?
Sure. It is hereby ordered that custody and parenting time of the parties' minor children shall be as follows. A, custody. The parties are awarded joint legal and shared physical custody of the minor children, Josephine Nucala Llewellyn, DOB 10/16/2007, Leo Augustus Llewellyn, DOB 02/10/2009, and Uma June Llewellyn, DOB 4/25/2018. Joint parental authority. The parties shall continue to exercise joint parental authority and responsibility for the health, safety, education, and general well-being of their minor children. This authority and responsibility shall include the maintenance and support of said children. Each party is directed to maintain communication with the other and to reasonably determine the best interests of the minor children until further order of the court.
Okay, I'm going to scroll here. I'll stop. I'll get to C so it's a little easier. Okay, go ahead.
C, residence. The parties will move to Pasadena, California in summer 2022. The parties agree that the domicile and legal residence of the minor children with father and mother will be changed from Leelanau County, Michigan to Los Angeles County, California, beginning in the summer of 2022 in order for the children to attend school in Pasadena, beginning with the 2022-2023 school year. MCL 722.31, parentheses 1, is not applicable as the parties consent to the minor children's residence change as provided herein, MCL 722.31, parentheses 2.
Okay.
Should I keep reading?
Please keep going.
Domicile. The domicile of the minor children shall be the state of California, effective upon either party's relocation to California with the minor children in summer of 2022. E, parenting time. The parties shall exercise parenting time as follows, unless otherwise agreed and arranged. Father shall have parenting time every Monday until Wednesday. Mother shall have parenting time every Wednesday until Friday. The parties shall alternate weekend parenting time from Friday until Monday. Unless otherwise agreed and arranged, parenting time exchanges shall take place after school or 8 a.m. start, 5 p.m. end if school is not in session. Mother will maintain a residence in Pasadena, California to facilitate her parent time during the school year. Summer parenting time. The parenting time schedule as set forth in paragraph E above shall continue on a year-round basis. The parties anticipate that the children will exercise parenting time in Lake Leelanau, Michigan during the school summer breaks, and the parties shall work together to reach an agreement in an equal parenting time schedule during the summer break to accommodate the children's travel to Lake Leelanau, Michigan.
Okay, and then I'll just scroll here, the holiday parenting times. I think that's pretty customary, the pretty customary schedule. So do you remember reaching an agreement with Mr. Llewellyn about this?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you knew that that was the agreement the two of you had discussed and reached an agreement on.
Correct.
And you were okay with that agreement?
I think that I was conflicted about the agreement. I was extremely tired of arguing with Andrew and trying to find a resolution. Which basically at this point, I had asked for a divorce initially in December of 2020. We signed this on June 17th of 2022. And so it had been a very, very long road of trying to find a way to end the marriage, which was essential for me. And when I signed this agreement, I had every intent, as is evidenced by what was submitted earlier today, of carrying out the agreement. When Andrew moved to California, I expressed reservations. He said, "You signed this agreement." I said, "You're right." I did not hire an attorney and contest it. Instead, I hired movers and helped pack up the house. I bought plane tickets. I put my children on a plane and flew them to California. Regardless of Andrew's abusive and aggressive, out of line behavior, I left them in California. I paid tuition bills in August and September. I agreed at the front of the court call because I was trying to execute the agreement, and I was actively looking for clients and also for a rental property to live in so I could exercise my parenting time independent of his home.
Okay, so I'm going to move to I'm going to back up a minute. So you notified Andrew that you wanted the divorce. The first time I see it in writing is that August 1st, 2021 email that we already discussed and was already entered, correct?
Yes.
Did you start, you said that you thought you had started a divorce proceeding, but you hadn't. What happened next to move this divorce forward?
Andrew came back. He was in Pasadena. He was very alarmed by the LegalZoom divorce receipt, understandably. And I will add, I'd like to just add, I regret taking that action. I really should have called an attorney. And that was a mistake that I made. I made many mistakes in this process, and that was one of the first ones. Andrew returned, and we entered collaborative divorce.
Okay. And when did you enter the collaborative divorce?
We had an initial call, I think, with Jake Tracy is his last name, now remembering it, with Real Life Counseling in Petoskey. He is the divorce mediator. And we had a phone call with him, I think, in September of 2021.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you both hired your own attorneys, correct?
Correct.
And I think you stated this earlier, you hired Gary Gardner?
Correct.
And Andrew hired Shelley Kester, correct? Okay. How long were you in the collaborative divorce process?
We started in earnest really in February of 2022. There was like a lot of scheduling difficulty. We both had to pay retainers. Like it was took a long time to really get started. I could be wrong. I actually don't remember when exactly we started, but we started in my memory, February. It could have been earlier. It was no later than February.
Okay. And then was it April when you and Andrew decided to leave the collaborative divorce process?
I agreed to leave collaborative divorce at the end of April. Okay.
And you were in agreement with leaving the collaborative divorce process?
I think that the word agreement, I don't think characterizes my feeling about it. I was very fed up with trying to find an agreement with Andrew, and he suggested that maybe we should see a therapist instead because the collaborative team was moving so molasses slow, and we were struggling to make progress. It was taking forever. I was upset about the Cranbrook situation that was going down. And I just was like, I just want to get this done. And I want to be done with trying to get divorced for, so long. I wanted Andrew to move out. He didn't. I wanted to just be done. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. I wanted him to move out. I wanted to have my own space, and I wanted to move on.
Okay, I'm gonna direct you to, let me get here. Okay, this is titled Exhibit D, Part 1. And it looks like it's email correspondence for a period of time between you and Andrew. I'm gonna get to page. I have them page marked at the bottom. You'll see date stamped.
Hurry up, lady. Seriously. I don't know whose
Do
hourly
you
rate is more.
recognize this email of Monday, April 11th, 2022? That's your email, ashwarya.nukala@gmail.com, and you sent it to Andrew? Oh, did we freeze up?
She froze.
Oh, she did? I couldn't tell if she was just reading it. Okay. Sorry.
No worries.
Hmm.
And then did we lose I thought you were still just reading, so
Okay. I didn't
luckily
start-
they told me you weren't. All right, Ms. Belden, you're all set to
Okay, let me go
do what
back.
you need to do.
Okay, so Ms. Nukala, where we started with, I'm gonna go back. This is just an email exchange between you and Mr. Llewellyn, I believe, but I'll have you confirm that. Do you see this email from Monday, April 11th, 8:24 a.m.? That's from your email address to Andrew, correct?
Yes.
Do you see right there at the bottom where it says, I told Gary Gardner?
Yep. I told Gary Gardner that we're probably going to leave the collaboration process, which is what I'd like to do.
And you believe that?
I think actually, if you read the full email, it gives you a picture of what was going on. I was extremely swamped with work. I haven't even had a cup of coffee or a glass of water. I'm sorry, it's in that email. And I just say, yeah, I told him we're going to leave. I want to do that. I have to say that I was so, if I could just tell you from memory kind of where I was mentally, was sick and tired of trying to find an agreement because Andrew did not want to live in Leland. If you scroll up in this email a little bit, it says, in addition, I'd really prefer to work with someone downstate who is educated and skilled. I'd prefer not to work with anyone, mediator or therapist in Northern Michigan. I simply have not found anyone skilled, education, or professional enough for our standards. I felt that no matter what I was trying to do, mediation, figuring out things with school with the kids, trying to find a place where he wanted to live, it just was never enough. And so I was busy working. I needed resolution. Again, it says right there in that further up part, like he was open to Birmingham. Our daughter had gotten into Cranbrook. we were really trying to find a solution and we couldn't do it. And after months of collaborative divorce, I was like, enough, fine. These meetings are costing like $3,000 each every time. And, between paying the divorce therapist, my attorney, and then he paid his attorney, like, it just was like, and we had no progress.
Okay,
I would say that is kind of when you read, which I would like to do. I think that I probably could supplement saying, I would like to divorce. I'm sorry to be sorry.
no, okay, but you admit that that was your email of
It is
April
an email that
11th.
I sent to Andrew. Yes, that could be entered. Yes, it's evidence.
Okay, and you told Gary Gardner that we're going to leave the collaboration process, which is what I'd like to do.
I wrote-
Whatever your reasoning was, you told Andrew you wanted
I-
to collaborative divorce. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. I might ask that this. Maybe I should go.
I'm just trying to figure out, are we asking for just that email? or
Yeah,
this-
Melissa, I mean, I can start at the beginning and you can see it's just a nonstop email chain. Or do you want me to just, is it easier, Referee Hagan, for me to just say, I'm asking for page 9 and 10 of Exhibit D to it be admitted right now?
Only if you're gonna provide me with those. It depends on what you're gonna provide me with.
It's gonna be, there's a lot in here that I'm going to be, I guess it would be easier if we could just have the whole thing admitted. I'll start at the beginning. I'll just go down. Here, I'll just say Exhibit D, Part 1, Melissa. Let's start with that because it's broken up into different pieces because it's so big. But it starts with an email between Ashwarya and Andrew on Friday, April 8th. And it's just, I told my client, I understand that he's a writer. You guys wrote a lot to each other, Miss Nucala.
Yeah, it was our love language.
Mm-hmm,
Everything was signed love me too.
mm-hmm. Am I going too fast,
Yeah,
Melissa?
I can't even.
Okay, did you already see this? I gave a hard copy to
Yes, I have to.
Thursday,
pull
and
it
then
out.
I emailed it to you on Friday. Get everyone dizzy.
I have it.
Okay. Why don't you take a look at that and see if,
It's, hold on 1 second. It's D, hold on 1 minute. I gotta get there. I've got it. I'm looking at it in hard copy.
okay, Part 1.
Um. da-da-da. I don't have any objection.
Okay,
I just want to make sure that I am knowing where it ends, which appears to be.
here, I'll go right to the bottom here. You'll see it's page, sorry.
There's
Oh,
stuff with
put me right back
Jennifer
to the top.
Bowles. And then Linda Rates.
Yep, so page 68 of 176 is the Part 1 section of Exhibit D. So it's pages 1 to 68.
Oh my God. Okay,
Melissa?
okay. 1 to 68. All right, I can't just stipulate to this entire thing.
Okay,
I
well then,
mean, it contains all sorts of things that have in hearsay in it, and I can't just stipulate to this whole thing.
okay, well then let's just go with the pages then. I'd like pages 9 and 10 of Exhibit D. I'll start keeping a tab. Your
Um,
Honor, of the
that-
documents I will resend to you and
The April 11th at 8:24 a.m. document,
yes,
I don't have an issue with that. She obviously wrote it and sent it to him.
yeah, okay. Okay,
All right, so that portion is admitted then.
thank you. Um, I'm going to. Sorry.
This is just ill preparation, in my opinion. This is fucking, oh my God. Also, guys, literally, I was watching, this is where I tuned in earlier. So, um, also it's loud because it's a real kitchen. But anyways, they honestly coming up, what I think has happened is they have fucking photocopied a phone. They've laid the phone on a photocopier and photocopied it.
Okay, can you see this? It says Exhibit C41,
I do.
Part 1, okay. And this is plaintiff's motion to enforce contract. I'm gonna get to the exhibit I wanted to show you.
Talk all you want about Canadians, we can take it. That's no doubt about it.
Megan, I don't have a C.
C41,
No, it just goes in the stack that was dropped off. It goes from A to B, which is pursuant to protective order, and then it skips C and it goes to D, which is what we were just talking about.
We've already had a couple Cs admitted.
yeah, and I emailed it to you as well on Friday, Melissa.
Okay,
So maybe, but I'll pull this. It's just the motion to enforce contract, and then I'm gonna get to exhibit. Okay, so this is exhibit 3 to exhibit C41. I'm gonna ask that exhibit 3 be admitted in just a minute, but I wanted Aishwarya to look at this. Or I'm sorry, Miss would you prefer Miss Nukala or Ashwarya? Okay, what would you prefer?
Whatever is easier for you. It's
Okay,
totally.
I'll probably go back and forth. Okay, so Ashwarya, do you recognize this text exchange between you and Andrew?
This one is the one
Yeah,
that was
clearly it's a
chiseled
text
with a
between
rock.
us. I don't remember this specific text, but clearly there is one. So I'm happy to read it. Would you like me to do
Okay,
that?
yeah,
I can't see a date on it.
it's April 28th
22.
of 22.
Okay, I wrote to Andrew.
I think Andrew is the
yeah,
Andrew is the blurry.
Yeah, Andrew is the darker text
Yes.
background. Andrew writes to me, hi, when you get.
And just, I don't mean to be sort of pedantic about it, but it hasn't been admitted, so you're welcome to read it to yourself, but if you'd like it read on the record, Ms. Belton, I would ask.
Yeah, we should have it admitted. So, Ishwarya, you recognize this text exchange? I'll have you look at it for a minute and.
Sure, yes.
Okay, so I would ask the court to enter this as exhibit 3 of exhibit C41.
No objection to that limited exhibit.
Thank you. That's
Okay, and then
exhibit 3 to exhibit C41 is admitted.
Okay, then I'm gonna ask you to start reading right at the bottom where Andrew starts with, do you want to?
Do you want to contact those lawyers or are you planning to find someone else? I thought about writing to the whole group about whether they can submit the paperwork, but I think I'm going to call Gary and ask him.
Okay, and then okay, and then Andrew wrote. Do you see that? It says, okay, I'll contact Shelley then.
Yep, okay, I'll contact Shelley then, and I say, okay. I said, okay, we will have to pay Shelley's fee in full before they submit anything. And he writes, yeah, probably. And then I said, I also would like to just file it myself. I don't think it's hard. I'm going to call the court and see how to do it. If you want to call Shelley, that's fine, but I don't want to wait for a lot longer to file.
Okay, and then he wrote,
I would like to contest her fee, honestly. I think it's unethical for her to charge me $7,000 for basically nothing.
and then, I'm sorry, you wrote.
Well, then I would prefer to submit the paperwork directly to the court.
Okay, so this is talking about the collaborative divorce process, right?
Yeah, but we didn't have anything to submit to the court. There was nothing that we agreed to in collaborative. So when I'm writing, I'd like to submit something to the court. I'm saying to him, I want to have my divorce filed. Thank you very much. How do we do this? I'll call the court if we don't have attorneys.
Okay, so then at the top of this, I think Andrew writes, but if you're going to contact Gary, I will contact her.
Okay, yeah. And I said, and you can do that yourself. I don't know that I am. I don't want anything to do with those people. And that's because of something that happened in the collaborative divorce that I'm not supposed to mention. And
Okay.
he back, yes, that's the way I feel. And I said, I drafted the Cranbrook email. Is it okay if I send it today?
Okay, so, at that point in time, though, you and Andrew are both acknowledging that you want to leave the collaborative divorce process, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
$5,000 to each of you.
And then is it true
Gryffindor.
that you and Andrew both wrote via email to the collaborative divorce team that it was your decision to leave the collaborative divorce process?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall that Andrew sent a note saying you and he both wanted to leave the collaborative divorce process and you hit reply all and said, this is correct.
I do remember sending that. Do you know what the date is on that?
Yeah, let me find it.
What I mean is I queued up points for y'all because you're here. And obviously I now figured out why I like giving points out so much. Harry Bird throwback.
Looks like that was May 5th, but let me pull that up for you.
Would you like to kind of hear about what was going on May 5th?
Well, just 1 minute. I'm gonna start with this.
Sorry.
That's okay. I'm gonna get us to that email. Again, this is in part 1 of Exhibit D. And I'm gonna take you to pages 88. I guess I misspoke. This must be part 2.
Hurry up, ladies. I'm a better lawyer than you from the kitchen.
Okay, here it is. This is part 2 of Exhibit D. If you get to page 88, I'm just going to show you quickly. It's 88 to 91.
I don't have any objection to
Okay.
either of those emails.
Okay, great. So I'm going to go back up to page 80.
We should show them to Aishwarya so she can confirm that that is in fact her
Absolutely.
email
Yep.
address.
So
It does
Aishwarya,
also
I'm gonna-
contain a whole lot of other people. I mean, there's
Yep. I wanted to show this to Aishwarya because it looks like it's an email. Is that Andrew Llewellyn's email address?
I can't.
Aishwarya, do you
The
see
share
that?
screen's not up, just so you know.
Oh, well, that would be a problem. I'm sorry. Let me do that.
she'll stipulate that she agreed with him to withdraw from the collaborative process on May 5th, 2022.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's what you're trying to
okay,
get
you're just
across.
you were trying to show, I'm sorry, Aishwarya asked for that email, so I was just gonna pull it up
It's
real
okay.
quick.
And I think that's like, if it's just a matter of me agreeing to, yes,
Yeah.
I agree to this.
Okay, so it's an email from Andrew, and it looks like it's sent to the team, basically saying
Correct. We're done.
that you guys were done, and you wrote back, I'm writing to confirm this, correct? Okay.
Correct.
So I would ask Your Honor to enter pages 88 to 91 of part 2 of Exhibit D.
Any objection?
I don't think it's appropriate to have Gary Gardner's email in there, which is on page 89. That's hearsay. So is
That's fine. Yep, we can take that. I guess I only need 88 to 89 then. 88 to 89. I just wanted to be able to show that.
All you're trying to show is that she
Page-
agreed.
page
You
eight.
have her saying that on the record.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
she'll
page
stipulate
88.
to that.
Yep, and that's good. Okay, I just wanted, when Aishwarya asked when that happened, I wanted to confirm, but if Aishwarya is in agreement, that's good.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so then where do we leave it? is that page 88 is admitted, or what's the requirement?
I would ask that page 88 be admitted.
I have no objection to only page 88.
All right,
Okay.
thank you. Admitted.
Um. Okay, so you left that collaborative divorce process, and then spring break of 2022, you and Andrew took the kids to Pasadena area for spring break, correct?
We went to Los Angeles, we went to Santa Monica, and we went then to Pasadena, and I paid for the entire trip with my income from my interior design business that's located in Leland.
Okay, and is that when you and Andrew first started talking about a possible move back to Pasadena?
I can't remember when that became an actual thing. I remember we were in Pasadena and we went to Santa Monica, where we have a lot of memories from when our older children were very little in the year 2011. And we used to take them to this beach and then drive through the canyon. And we were like a little family, and it was very sweet, wonderful memories. And so we went there with Birdie. And then we stayed in Santa Monica, which was super fun. And we went to a really nice restaurant and did some beach time. And then we went to Pasadena and we saw some old friends when we lived there. And we spent an afternoon with our old neighbors. We're on the same street where we had our home in 2017 to 2020. And our kids played with all of the old neighbors' children, and we were sitting around with everybody, and it was extremely hard for me because I was sad. And when we were driving away that afternoon, our daughter Josephine, the oldest one, started to cry because she did miss Pasadena. On those dates, that spring break trip, our children did not know that we were divorcing. And they did not know that we were in collaborative divorce. Our children did not see us really. Andrew lived in the house.
Use their grief, darling. You said they are brilliant. You think your brilliant children were just like, oh my God, my parents are amazing. This is going to be a great spring break trip. You give them so little credit, but yet you tout their abilities in the next breath. It's sad. Can you hear the snoring? Anyways, yeah, was that when her account was negative 200, right? Okay, let's finish this off.
And, we carried on as much as we could.
Okay.
He helped a lot with the kids. I was working, and they didn't have any idea that we were getting divorced on that trip.
Okay. And do you remember posting a number of pictures to social media saying what a great time you had?
I had a great time on that trip. We ate a lot of nice food, and we spent a lot of time as a family. Andrew and I do not have a romantic relationship at this point, so we do not, have any of that. It was in my mind a test, just like a test of what I wanted the future to be, which was continue to have family time without having a romantic relationship and a marriage with Andrew, but instead was about our children honoring their need for both of their parents to get along. And we were demonstrating that by going on this trip together and having fun. And I posted photos of it on social media, even though all of my friends knew that we were getting divorced. And people, and it was like I tried as much as I could to believe, and I still have hope, not that we would go on a trip like that together again, but that, we could still have parenting time as a family.
Okay. So I'm going to direct you to exhibit C41, exhibit 5 specifically within that, and I'm going to hit share.
Was partially driven by the children's reaction to being told we were getting a divorce, and Andrew's very clear.
Okay. But
Sorry, I'm just gonna be able to respond.
Yeah, I'll just ask you though to.
Well, yeah, okay, I'll stay.
Okay, but can you
Ms. Belden, if you don't want her to elaborate, you're gonna have to start interjecting.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, just tell me to stop. I'll stop.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you said, can you read right when he said, no, it cannot, can you just read that next part?
We will need to figure out if she doesn't get in. We will need to figure it out if she doesn't get in, but we will cross that bridge at that time.
Okay, so I guess I'm asking you, at that time, you and Andrew were on board with applying to schools in Pasadena, and working together to
Yeah,
complete
I would
this
like
process.
to make this 100% clear.
Okay, but
We
this
don't-
isn't
yeah.
your time. I'm sorry, but Aishwarya, this isn't your time to talk. So I am referees. The referee's gonna be proud of me. I'm interjecting.
Okay.
That's not fair to me. I'm just
I
saying.
know.
that Ms. Whitman will be able
I'm sorry, I'm
to,
just trying to keep it moving along, Aishwarya. So that's where I'm.
I understand.
Ms.
Here it
Whitman
is,
will
4
be
o'clock.
able to cover things on redirect if she
Yes,
finds
that's
it
right.
necessary.
That's right. Okay, okay, and it was at around that time that you and Andrew approached the mediator here locally, Linda Marsh Rates, and you went to mediation after you left the collaborative divorce process, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I think you testified earlier that you guys were able to reach an agreement pretty darn quickly there.
We had done some talking with a therapist named Jennifer Bowles
Okay.
previously to going to mediation, and she really could not bridge the gap between us. I wanted Josephine to go to Cranbrook. I wanted the other 2 kids to stay in Leland. And I said to Andrew that if he wanted to take time in California or figure out what he wanted to do, and the 3 children would be settled in their respective schools, and it would not be disruptive to them. And so we were not able to, and he just wanted to move somewhere else. And he looked at different places, and I know he made an effort. And so we ended up seeing Linda after we had done a number of conversations.
God, this is such fucking. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Can you go on, Aishwarya?
Oh, so we just, we had talked with each other. We'd met with a therapist after we left collaborative, and we sat down with Linda Retz, and we just agreed. I would say I said yes to just everything that was put on the table. Do you agree to waive child support? Yes. Do you agree to waive spousal support? Yes. Do you agree to move to Pasadena? Yes. Can you do this split 4-2? Yes. He will get them Monday, Tuesday. You'll get them Wednesday, Thursday. Yes. Every other weekend. Yes. It was like 20 minutes we had a deal.
Okay, and Andrew agreed to it that quickly as well, though.
Yes.
Okay. And so you guys entered into a mediation agreement. Yeah, you entered into the mediation agreement in April 2022, correct?
I don't think it was in 2020. I don't think it was in April. I think it was in May. We had an initial settlement agreement that I signed and Andrew did not sign. I don't think I'm allowed to say what that was. I can if someone says I can.
Mediation negotiations are not.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
We had an agreement. I signed it. Andrew did not feel it was favorable, and he did not sign it. And so then we ended up having the second agreement that he felt was better. And I signed it and he signed it. And then she prepared the paperwork and the file. I think actually, no, Melissa Umulis prepared the paperwork. And that is what we ended up signing on June 17th in my office.
Okay, so you and Andrew went to mediation. You reached an agreement at mediation. And then did you work together did Andrew say, should I reach out to an attorney to draft up our agreement, Aishwarya? Do you remember that? Okay. And you said yes.
Yes.
Okay. And that at that time, let's see.
Hurry up, lady. I've decided to make this a
I
little
am
fancy. I'm gonna put
going
it in the
to,
toaster oven for a little casserole. I should add vodka. In for a penny, in for a pound. Beep, beep, beep.
going
Thank
to
you,
share
Jonathan. I'm checking right now.
screen. Do you see this, Aishwarya? This looks like it's heading is child-related mediation agreement. This is Exhibit D, page 30.
Correct.
Ms. Whitman. Okay, so you recognize this agreement. You guys came up with the custody schedule.
Correct.
Okay, and let's see. And you and Miss Rate signed it on April 27th.
I think that this is not the agreement that was entered that we put into the filing.
Okay, but you see this agreement, so you went to mediation on April 27th and some sort of mediation agreement was reached, though I guess that's my point. And then you'll see down here is property-related mediation agreement.
Right.
And again, at
As well
the
as
end,
not signed by Andrew.
yep, and it's not signed by Andrew, but you'll see
signed-
yours.
So I signed both of these agreements on April 27th.
Yeah,
Andrew
okay,
did not sign them.
that's what, yep, that's what I wanted. So I would ask that the court enter Exhibit D, pages 30 through 34. That are the two mediation agreements, one headed property related mediation agreement and the other one heading child related mediation agreement.
I don't think these are the final ones.
No, these are not the final ones.
I'm going to object to entering mediation agreements that were not final mediation agreements.
Okay, I thought they were the final. Okay, fair enough. But you did attend mediation in April, Aishwarya,
Yes.
with Andrew, April 27th,
Agreed to the child mediated terms that are on the screen.
and the property related.
I did, and he did.
Yes, okay, okay. And then, after you left that is when Andrew said, let me reach out to an attorney to draft something up. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was Melissa Umulus.
Cumulus, yes.
Okay,
Just to clarify, this property related mediation in your exhibit is not the final whatsoever. I mean, the bottom line is the proposed consent judgment of divorce that Ms. Umulus prepared was in fact the final settlement with regard to property related issues. It was in fact what Aishwarya had initially agreed to with regard to child related issues, but those are not final. Only the
Okay.
property related piece is final, but this is not an accurate statement of the property settlement.
okay, and that's fair. I guess I just wanted to have Aishwarya confirm that the parties attended a mediation in April.
We attended mediation in April.
Okay,
And yes.
and you thought there was success at that point, though. And then
To be done, yeah.
okay. I'm now gonna point you to
Is
To be
this
clear,
all
then
the love?
that portion has not been admitted. There's been an objection and I haven't heard
Yeah.
anything else
Yeah,
about it.
that's fine, and that's fine. I wasn't having it admitted for the content within it, just to show that the parties went to mediation April 27th. Okay. Okay, this is Exhibit D, pages 101 to 106. Ishwari, I'm gonna have you take a look at this. It's a Gmail, it looks like it's an email from Andrew to you. Can you confirm this?
Yes.
Dated May 10th, 2022.
Okay, yes.
Okay. Looks like Andrew is saying that he had some thoughts, he wanted to talk to you. Would you confirm that?
Yes.
And what was your response?
I'm tired. Call me, I'm on the sofa. I don't feel good. And I said, can you email me your
Okay,
thoughts?
and so he sent you a document that says property settlement terms.
Yep.
And then is this the document?
I guess so. Yeah, I don't recall this. But yes, this is actually, I'm looking at it right now and it looks like basically his offer that we ended up incorporating into the consent judgment of divorce, and it's dated May 10th, 2022.
Okay. So he's saying,
So do you want me to elaborate?
yeah, that'd be great. Can you summarize what the agreement was?
So the agreement was that he wanted to live in California and I would agree to that. And the kids would go to private school there. I would waive my tuition, my rights to child support and alimony. And I would pay for the two older children's full tuition bill. And we would all move. He's saying here by September 1st. And in return, he would let me basically have the property for $25,000. Since we already had that previous, I mean, I guess I had agreed to pay him 300 grand for the house, like in that settlement that you just had up there that was dated April 27th. And he came back with, he didn't sign it and then sent me this kind of, I would say he kind of sent me this out of the blue is my memory. I was not at all anticipating that he was going to offer me the house for $25,000. We had already initiated talking about Pasadena. There was nothing about, I mean, in my memory, there was nothing about it that was like, I was like, Pasadena was on the radar. And then he said, we were already applying to schools and talking about it because the kids reacted really badly to the news of the divorce. And I wanted to make it better for them. And so that was kind of my like, well, what if we just went back to California? And Joseph, and so that was kind of what was going on. And then he said, I'll give you the house for $25,000 and you would waive your right to child support, alimony, and you would pay for these tuition bills and you would be there by September 1st. And You could have the kids in the summer.
Okay, and so you're saying you originally had said you would pay him $300,000 for the home. So
I signed
I'm
an
going to
agreement.
object as the settlement discussions that they had. I mean, the bottom line is they had a final consent judgment that they both signed, talking about settlement negotiations prior to that with unsigned mediation agreements. I don't actually understand the relevance anyway. Property issues are not at play here. The court determined that they were not at play. It has nothing to do with what we're asking the court here to decide, which are custody issues. So I'm going to object to any testimony with regard to the settlement of the property related matters in this case. It's not relevant to what we have before us today.
okay, and I would argue that the home is Miss Ishwarya just acknowledged that this was the global settlement, and that if the kids moved to Pasadena, there was going to be this change in the property settlement. So
I don't think one of those things moved on the other. I mean, if you're saying
Ishwarya already brought up though, that she had offered to pay 300,000 to Andrew, and I would like that. She brought that up. She would like, I'm trying to find out what the value of the home is. Ishwarya, what do you think the value of the
objection as to relevance? How does the home value have any relevance? The property settlement is final. The court determined, that's the law says.
We're talking about assets though, and ability to relocate to Pasadena, and finances and money to be able to make that work for Ishwarya. Ishwarya has raised as an issue her finances and her ability to fund the move that she agreed to in the consent judgment of divorce.
It's true.
Are asking about the value of the home. I have no issue with that. I have an issue about discussing the property settlement negotiations of the divorce.
Okay.
Which is
And
final.
Ishwarya first brought up that she had offered that 300,000. So I was just going off of that. I didn't prompt her on that.
I understand what both of you are saying, but part of our issue here too is, aren't you claiming that she didn't really agree to the terms that were the final agreement, Ms. Whitman? I mean, haven't you brought settlement discussions into this entire thing?
No, I have
That's
not.
the way okay, you have. I shouldn't ask you. You have absolutely brought that in.
I don't understand, Your Honor. I mean, the issue here is what happened and what changed in the fall after the move to California, which is at which point a motion to change custody was filed, and that's why we're here. Child custody issues can never be final if they are prior to the entry of the judgment, if there's been a change of circumstance, or in fact, that isn't even required under the law. It's a best interest factor analysis now. The property settlement issues are final under the law. Those are what they agreed to in mediation with Ms. Rates back whenever it was. But the property settlement issue.
Thank you. I think what part of it we're trying to figure out, or at least the way I'm looking at this, is we're trying to figure out what she agreed to and what she didn't, because that's become part of an issue here. Moving back to California is part of this discussion. I can't just throw that part out because it is a part of the settlement discussion.
Well,
They're intertwined in a way that we have to talk about them now. You brought them up on direct. So I guess I wouldn't have brought them up on direct if I didn't want them to be an issue on cross. I can't help that now.
I'm confused. The issue being.
In other words, so we don't have to be confused. You can find.
There's a little free legal advice for you, lawyers. The judge is telling you something here. I want to see what he's not confused about, but hilarious.
An objection later. We're fine talking about this now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So Ishwarya, you and Andrew bought the home in Leland, Michigan. When did you buy that home?
We bought it in July of 2020. It probably closed at the end of June 2020.
Okay, and how much did you buy it for?
I think the sale price was $449,000.
And did you have a mortgage on it?
We did not. We also did not have an appraisal done prior to purchasing it. And there there has never been an appraisal done on the property
Sorry,
to this
it's me
date.
fucking
And
typing
so
it
the
in
actual
without.
value of the home
Oh,
is
of course.
unknown, and it's in very bad condition, as Andrew himself in an email to saying that he called an inspector, said that it was not habitable. It is under construction, and there is no discernible value that has ever been decided, because there's never been, if you go to a bank and you want a mortgage, they send an appraiser to your home. Since we purchased the home with cash, there was never an appraisal done. There, to this day, has never been an appraisal done. Andrew spoke with a realtor near locally and asked him, hey, what do you think about this house? And the realtor, I think this was maybe in December of 2022, just a couple months ago, said, I don't know, 500, maybe 600. I would say that if there is a genuine interest in like the value of the home, I would say that I don't know what it is, and neither does Andrew. And there is nothing that could be submitted for, it could not necessarily be, like we
Okay,
have to have an
I'm
outside
gonna stop,
appraisal.
I'm gonna stop you, Ms. McCall. My question, I guess, is you and Andrew thought purchasing it in end of June of 2020 for $449,000 was a wise purchase, correct? Or were you opposed to it?
Oh, no, I wanted to buy the house. Yeah, I wanted to live in the country. I wanted to live away from Los Angeles and live in a small place and, you know, raise our children without a giant commute all over Los Angeles. I've
And
made that clear.
how many acres is it?
I think at this point it's been rezoned for, or like, I think we purchased it, and there was like a couple other things going on with it, and it was purchased for a total of, I think it's 14.4 acres. I'm gonna tell you that also, Andrew has not executed the quit claim deed.
Okay, Ms.
And so-
Nucala, I'm gonna
Yes.
slow you down for a minute here. I'm sorry, I wanna kind of stay on track here. So you and Andrew bought that home with 14 acres. It's in Leland, Michigan, correct?
It's in Lake Leelanau,
Lake
Michigan.
Leelanau, okay, and you purchased it June of 2020, end of June of 2020 for $449,000.
Yes,
Okay, and it was all cash purchase.
correct.
Okay, I'm back to this exhibit. So we're looking at the terms of the offer that Andrew made to you.
Correct.
Do you see this at the bottom? He put one major question. Can you read to the court that?
Okay, your residence in California.
Again, this hasn't been admitted yet, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I would
That's not
ask,
to cut off the witness, that's to cut off the attorney from asking that.
I would ask the court to enter this, Ms. Nucala recognizes this, this email coming from Andrew Llewellyn's email address to her email address. So I would ask that pages 100, 1, 2, here, 101 to page 104 of Exhibit D, Part 2 be admitted.
No objection.
Okay,
And to be fair, your objections are also on the record, so I appreciate that being open, but you've got whatever objections were there, it's admitted, but.
okay. So I'm sorry, now, Ms. Nucala, if you can read that section that says one major question.
Okay, your residence in California. The issue with the parenting plan at present would be your living situation in California. I suppose we could have a house and an apartment and we could go back and forth to adhere to the parenting schedule, but I don't think that's a good idea to share living spaces. If you don't have a multi-room home, then we can't adhere to the parenting schedule. What are your thoughts about this?
Okay. And then
Can we read that other thing that you scroll by since we're going through the whole property settlement? There are essential.
You know what, that's something, I'm sorry, Ishwara, that's something that Ms. Whitman can cross-examine you on. I just want to state right now, so that shows that it was sent to you. And
Okay.
then that was sent to you, and then you responded with,
This looks good.
okay? And
Okay.
then what did Andrew respond with?
Okay, thank you for reading. I'll send it to Melissa.
Okay, and so again, this is May 12th, 2022.
Correct. And I want to make it clear.
Okay, and again, you'll be able to you'll get that chance. I know you do. I just want to move it ahead as it's now 4:25. So then that was sent to Melissa Umulis. And then Andrew at some point sent you a copy of the proposed consent judgment of divorce, correct?
I assume so, yes. I don't remember when it was sent.
Okay. Okay, so I am going to, 1 second here.
Am I allowed to ask a question or should I wait?
No, I'm sorry, you're not allowed to ask a question.
If you need something clarified, you could say you don't understand. I guess if you don't know or don't understand, you can.
Okay. Could I ask a question to have something clarified?
Yeah, who are you directing the question to?
To you.
Oh, okay.
We'll see. You can ask it and we'll see what happens. I guess that's the best way to say it. I'm sorry.
In the motion to enforce contract, which was submitted on March 17th, which is what we're kind of reviewing here, there's no mention of the Child Custody Act that governs child-related matters and the difference between that act and the property settlement. We are here, and I'm happy to answer all the questions about the property, but as related to child-related matters, can you clarify for me how this relates to what ensued, like what my how does this relate to children and how their rights as minors that are protected in that act? Because is it just an argument essentially that I agreed to move to California, I didn't do it, so I reneged on my part of the agreement and I should give Andrew more money to have the kids back in California? I mean, to have them back in Michigan? I'm just confused about.
Yeah, and you know, Aishwarya, that's something you can ask your attorney, Ms. Whitman. But yeah, right now where we're at is the best interests of the children are assumed to be protected by the parents, and the courts look to the parents' input on that. And so that's where I'm focusing right now.
Okay.
Okay, so I am going to point you to Exhibit 6 of Exhibit C41. And I can share this. These are some texts dated June 14th, and I've got it's easier for me to read the hard copy. June 14th up till June. Actually, the June 17th, basically. So it is Exhibit 6 to Exhibit C41. Ms. Nucala, do you recognize these texts between you and I know it's sideways? Is there a way? There's probably a way to flip it here.
It's okay. I can read it sideways.
Okay, well, that's impressive. So do you recognize this document? this
I mean,
text
I recognize
exchange.
that it's a text exchange. I don't recognize the specific text exchange.
Okay,
I
if
remember it,
it's
but
okay, if it's okay, I will just read the first one just to make it clearer to see and see if this jogs your memory. It's an email or it's a text from Andrew on June 14th. It starts with sure, period. I also just talked to Melissa Umulis, period. Everything is ready to be signed and filed, period. I just want to go over it with you, period. There are no surprises. When would be a good time for you to do that? And it looks like then you respond with, can we do it tomorrow? Is that jogging your memory?
yeah, but we never did it.
Okay, well, let's go. Then he wrote, yes, I will print it out for you. And you wrote, okay, thank you. Is this, I guess, first of all, do you recognize this text exchange?
I mean, I can affirm that that is a text exchange between me and Andrew. I don't remember.
You can? I'm sorry. Again, was this chiseled by the Flintstones? Seriously, somebody fucking tell me that is, what is that? Swear to God. Hear the snoring. Anyways, let's continue. Seriously, how do you confirm shit about that? If I had a hieroglyphics team from Egypt, they would have a hard time deciphering these.
Remember
Okay,
this,
we
and I
can,
will tell you that the only time we talked, and we have a little guest house that we call the chicken coop. It used to be a chicken coop. I feel like we talked in the chicken coop, and he said, you know, this is the deal that we agreed to, and it's all the things in the consent judgment. I said, okay. And then when we signed it, he brought the signature pages and I signed it. I'm not contesting at all in any way, shape, or form that I signed this. And you know, he didn't like, you know, he wasn't like you are, you know, it was, I signed it. I tried to
well,
execute.
I know, and I understand that, but so I guess Ms. Ashwari is recognizing that this, or Ms. Nukala is recognizing that this is a text exchange between her and Andrew. I would ask that it be admitted. It's exhibit 6 to exhibit C41. And Melissa, I did send it to you, not sideways.
No, I know. If you can scroll through, for whatever reason in the gigantic box, I have every exhibit that you delivered to my office except for C. So I'm
She
reading
did
it
say
on
she
my-
didn't remember it either, so I don't know if you have the foundation while we're all trying to read sideways. So I don't know if you want, either you're gonna have to go through the whole thing with her
Sideways
or
is
you'll have to try
fucking
with your client.
braille.
You can just get it in through Andrew if he remembers it since he prepared
Okay.
it.
That's what I'm saying, unless you want to
Okay.
go through every bit of it with her and say,
Yeah, let me, if you don't mind, I'm gonna read it because I think it's important. I'm trying to jog Ashwari's
I
memory.
just have to say that I don't want it read on the record until it's admitted.
Okay, so Ashwari,
It's
summarize.
difficult, like I understand, because it's difficult if we were in the courtroom, you
Yeah.
just hand it to her and she would have it and she could read it.
Yeah, that's right.
I know
I'm
that's
gonna-
what you're trying to do, and I appreciate that. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to say,
Ashwarya, I'm gonna summarize that it's on June 14th that Andrew writes to you that he's got a copy, a document for you to review. And it looks like you responded, can we do it tomorrow afternoon? I'd like to clear some time off my schedule. He says, okay, I'll print. You agree. It turns into
Megan, I think you need to scroll through it so she can actually see it.
okay. The next page. And it's hard to read that. Okay, so it looks like on June 15th, there's an acknowledgement that the two of you are talking about your schedules. And you wrote to him, "Hi, I'm in the room," and I'm thinking that's what you were saying was the chicken coop. You can come whenever you're ready.
Chicken coop is not the room. The room is my office.
Oh, okay, okay, so your office, and you said you can come when you're ready.
Okay,
And he said, "I'll be there around 2:15."
okay.
Do you remember him bringing you on June 15th the proposed judgment of divorce?
To my room, to my office? No.
Okay,
I mean, maybe he did. I mean, I'm just telling you honestly, I just
okay,
don't.
fair enough.
Oh, that was a really busy time for me for work. I had clients whose house I had been working on, and they had arrived, and I needed to finish things, and I was there a lot. And it was a chaotic time because Andrew was also trying to move, and I just
Okay,
I don't remember these granular who gave what to who when.
okay, it's important though.
Okay.
And so I'm asking you, do you see that? This is still June 15th, where it looks like you're acknowledging that you got the papers. Do you see that? It starts with every corner.
Okay, yeah.
So so does that sound right then? You got the papers on June 15th.
It says that I got them. I write there, I got the divorce papers today. I also am, this like expressing a lot of sadness about something with my mom. And every corner of my life is full of negativity. It's been a horrible time. Yeah.
Okay,
I have to tell you that so I got them, but I don't have any memory of this text exchange. I have no memory of receiving them. If I wrote that, I guess I got them, but
okay. Do you, as I flip through a little more, do you remember asking Andrew to meet to sign the papers together?
do I remember? Can you repeat the question?
I'm sorry. On June 16th, do you remember reaching out to Andrew to ask him, can we sign the papers together?
I did write that. I wrote, can we sign the papers together or do you want to do it alone?
Okay. And you see that says June 16th.
I do see that.
Okay. And then now we're to June 17th. I think you'll see an acknowledgement of your anniversary.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like the two of you are trying to coordinate a time to sign the judgment of divorce.
Okay.
Do you remember that? Do you remember
I
having
don't remember any
exchanged?
of these text messages. I remember signing the divorce papers at the desk where I'm currently sitting in my office in Leland.
Okay. Do you remember asking Andrew to come to your office to sign the divorce papers?
I mean, I assume I did because he can't get up here without me telling him to come over.
Okay. So you remember signing the papers with Andrew at your office? And
There's
then,
no doubt that I signed the papers and I tried to execute the agreement.
and then what time, and then what did you do after that?
I think we went out to dinner and I was dog sitting for my friend Amanda, who is a friend, and we were back at her house. There were some other things, going on, and it was a sad day.
Okay, so the two of you went out to dinner together?
We were going out to dinner together a lot at that time. We were
Okay,
really trying to work through things as a family.
okay. So did you go out to dinner as a family or just the two of you?
We went out alone.
Okay. Do you remember where you went?
Yeah, we went to the Riverside Inn in Leland.
Okay. Do you remember what you did after you left the Riverside?
We had been drinking at the Riverside Inn, and we went to Amanda's house and we danced to Purple Rain, which is a Prince song. And then he left and I went to bed.
Okay. Okay.
Lie. Oh. Oh. Has anybody ever heard such a lie before? And then we went to bed. And then I went to bed. And then I went to bed. Ugh. Like I say, fucking lie better to me. Try harder.
Let me find something real quickly here.
The judge is dying to be done.
Okay, this is just for ease of reference, but this is Exhibit C. It's identified as Exhibit C2.
There was no request to have exhibit 41, exhibit 6 admitted, by the way. Those texts we just talked about.
Yeah, okay, now that we've laid all that foundation, can I ask to have them admitted, please?
So I have a question then. Does
I'm
that mean
objecting
what
because
they
she says
did there
specifically
was
she doesn't recall.
basically made those illegible by photocopying them like 57 times, which would technically comply with discovery, but would make them difficult? Um, that's what I think. And is it because those are about the sexy times that they had? Anyways, this is not a lasagna. It was a pasta bake that I made on a whim during this stream. This stream has been going on for a very long time. You hear the snoring. Um, please subscribe if you're not already subscribed. I'm so close to 1,000 subs, and like, wouldn't we like to have that celebration this weekend? Oh my gosh, that'd be amazing. I'll cook something really special. But let's just finish this off. We are so fucking close. We're so close to being done.
Sending them. She says she remembers certain things, but she doesn't recall sending them. They can come in through him if he recalls sending them, but she doesn't. There is no foundation.
She
And
remembers.
I will say I agree with that at first. Well, I guess she doesn't dispute that those are texts the two sent though, right?
She's not disputing
He doesn't
that.
remember sending. I mean, they are what they are.
That's what the point. Yeah, you just kind of stated it the way I would say. I will admit it on that. Then I know she's saying she didn't remember it now, but
Yeah.
she's not disputing whether that occurred. That's what I originally had an issue with on the foundation, but then we went through them.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. So now I'm gonna point you to exhibit. It's marked as Exhibit C2. I know it hasn't been admitted yet, but it shows it's the verified complaint for divorce. Ms. Nukala, as you look at that, do you remember seeing this document?
Well,
Andrew and Melissa Umulis signed on June 27th.
no, I've never seen this document. Was that sent to me? Do you have an email for it?
Yeah, I have a summons that is,
What is a, I don't, this is not something that, the only,
let me keep going then, 1 second. So here's, it says verified complaint. Let me just keep going here. Okay, there's the addendum. And then here is the summons that shows, it was issued on June 30th by the court. And then here's acknowledgement of service. Let me get to the. Well, now verified statement. Sorry, we're getting there. Oh, how did I miss it? Did I miss it?
did I sign this anywhere?
No, you wouldn't have.
No, you wouldn't have signed the verified complaint.
And no, I don't know.
But I do have an acknowledgement of service with your signature that I just wanted to. Okay, so here is the. Okay, here is the document that was verified complaint for divorce. Let me find. Let me quickly take you to.
4.
Yeah. Exhibit C4. Now this will be the proof of service. Acknowledgement of service. Is that your handwriting, Aishwarya? Your signature there?
It is. Where
Okay.
did I sign that?
So it says, I acknowledge that I've received the summons and complaint together with the notice of final hearing, verified statement, UCC JEA, and record of divorce. And you signed it on July 27th.
Okay,
Okay, so you did get a copy of that complaint for divorce, correct?
apparently, yes.
Okay. And these are pleadings, so I don't think they have to be, well, you would acknowledge.
This is a little secret from my mom, but a 10-second tidy is a dang long 10 seconds. But I motivate myself in many ways, and one of them is saying I only have to do it for 10 seconds.
Acknowledge that that's your signature to this.
That is my
Okay.
signature.
Okay, so I would ask that exhibit C4 be admitted along with exhibit C2.
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you. C2 and C4 admitted.
In that document, I'm sorry, back up to the verified complaint. Under paragraph 11, can you read that to the court?
The parties have reached an agreement fully resolving all child-related and property-related issues, which agreement is set forth in a signed consent judgment of divorce and uniform child support order final to be filed.
Okay. So that's consistent with your understanding. This was June 27th, and I think we know you signed the judgment of divorce on June 17th, correct?
Yes,
So you would not have been disputing that Andrew's statements in that complaint that you guys had already reached a resolution.
Correct. And then all of my evidence and actions demonstrate that
Okay, and that's fine. Yep, and that's something that can be in the cross complaint, or I'm sorry, in the cross examine,
Redirect.
redirect.
This is cross right now.
I'm sorry, in the redirect. Okay. Did you file an answer to that complaint for divorce?
I don't know what that means.
Okay. That would be that you file a pleading with the court out going through each bullet point that Mr. Llewellyn put in that complaint for divorce. Well, I shouldn't say typically, oftentimes, when one party, the plaintiff, starts an action, they file the complaint for anything. And then the party that's served with that document will file a responsive pleading called the answer. Do you remember filing a responsive pleading?
I don't think I did that.
Okay, and I don't see that on the record.
I didn't have an attorney at the time, so
Okay, and
Just-
then let me get to exhibit C5, but you had sufficient income at that point in time, right? You were talking about earlier in your testimony. Your
Yes,
income.
I did not get an attorney because I felt that Andrew and I were able to figure it out on our own. And we had done collaborative, we went, like, I didn't have an attorney. And
Okay,
he just was hiring Umulus to file the paperwork.
okay, and then okay, and then here we have exhibit C5. This is plaintiff's motion to waive the 6-month waiting period pursuant to MCL 552.9F. Do you remember seeing this document?
I do.
Okay. And do you remember signing a stipulation
I do.
for that? Okay, let me just. So you remember stipulating to waiving the 6-month statutory period?
I do.
And why did you want to waive the 6-month waiting period?
Said many times, I've been asking for a divorce since December of 2020. And I had every intention of trying to work this out with Andrew as a family issue. And by the time we filed, it had been almost 2 years of requesting for a divorce. So I think at that time, I felt like, can we just finish this? It was ill-advised for me to sign that.
Okay, and now I'm going to. Have you look at this exhibit C8. Do you recognize this document? It's an order from the 6th of September, 2022. And I think you touched on that earlier in your testimony, correct?
Correct.
So in that order, the judge is saying, we're going to attach the judgment of divorce, and the child-related matters regarding custody support and parenting time will be made into a temporary order.
Correct. And I was in California at the time that this was filed. I was in LA. I was in Pasadena staying in Andrew's house, and on September 15th.
You were there on September 15th. Okay, and this was signed on the 6th of September.
Yes,
And
and
then
I went there on the 8th, and I was there when this order was entered. So I didn't actually get this until after some time. Like, I didn't see it for a while.
When did you return after that trip? So you went out on the 8th of September and you returned
Back on September 18th.
September 18th.
I left again on September 30th.
Okay. It looks like, the court right here is saying, I certify that on this date, I served a copy of this order, to the parties. They put it in the mail on the 15th. So
Okay.
you were home from the 18th till the 30th?
Yeah, I mean, I maybe
Okay.
get this. I agreed to the, yeah.
Okay. And then can you read this notice language right underneath the judge's signature?
Yes. This temporary order is being entered immediately upon the recommendation of the friend of the court, and all its provisions are effective upon entry and enforceable upon service. You may move to modify or rescind this order by filing a written objection and request for hearing with the clerk of the court within 21 days from the date of this order. This order is mailed. If an objection is properly filed and a hearing is held, the court may either increase or decrease the amount of this order retroactive to the effective date of this order.
Okay. And did you object to this order?
I did in November when we filed our motion to change parenting time and custody on November 9th.
Okay, but I'm sorry, did you object within the 21 days that this is saying that you could file an objection?
I did not formally file. A series of events that I described earlier this morning, the October 5th event where Andrew put Birdie in the car while she was crying out for me and drove off with our two daughters.
And I'm sorry, I'm gonna bring you back to, this was mailed out on September 15th.
I missed the 21-day period.
Okay. Okay, and then from my file, it shows that the final hearing of divorce was set for November 3rd.
Yes.
And that's when you first raised that you were not happy with the terms of the child custody.
Can you be more specific
I'm
about?
sorry, is that when you first brought to the court's attention that you were unhappy with the proposed judgment of divorce?
Correct.
Okay. And you're unhappy with it with respect to the child residency, correct?
Can you explain what you mean? I don't know.
I'm sorry. Your issue with that is the residency requirement that the children live in Pasadena, California. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. You have no issue with any of the property related terms.
I have said to Andrew, as he said to me, that if he wanted to change something with property, then he told me I had to hire a lawyer and send him something in writing. And so I said the same thing to him. And I've never received anything in writing from Andrew via an attorney about the property settlement. And so I won't answer whether I'm okay with it or not, because I don't feel that it's
I need to hear from you, and the court needs to hear from you. What part of what did you contest about? Why did you contest the entry of the judgment of divorce, the consent judgment of divorce that you signed on June 17th? Why did you first notify the court on November 3rd that you were unwilling to have it entered?
Because of the behavior, Andrew's behavior and treatment of our children while they were in his care in Pasadena.
So your issue was with the care the children were receiving in Pasadena, not with them living in Pasadena.
No. Let me be clear. I'm sorry. I my attorney, on November 3rd, objected to the entrance of the consent judgment. It was because I had major problems of how the children, their residents in Pasadena, and Andrew's treatment of them in Pasadena, and how they each specifically were doing in Pasadena, and and all the child-related issues that I've already outlined numerous times. And it was not in their best interest. And so I missed the 21-day objection period, but my entire thing is really about how them being there was not in their best interest, and that came to light after they were living there with Andrew.
Your Honor, is it are we planning to stop at 5?
Yeah, I was gonna let Ms. Belden sort of finish out this point or this question, and then we'd be done. This is, yeah.
Okay, I think I'm at my not breaking point, my resting point for right now then.
Okay, just, if you would, just give me a second, I want to finish my note.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so any other questions or issues? It's before we start back tomorrow,
I don't believe so.
which is likely an early start for Mr. Llewellyn, I assume.
Very, yes, on the other side of things, for sure.
So I'm gonna go off the record then. Thank you all, and
Okay, friends. Thank you all for being here with me while we did that. Um, I would appreciate you all leaving a comment with your favorite moment somehow. I don't know. We're gonna figure it out. I love you guys so much for being here, for keeping me motivated, and for being my court friends. I love you all. Seriously, I'm so excited to be part of this community. And obviously, like, I'll take the night shift. I'll take the, I'll take the night shift and do the long streams and stuff, late. But tomorrow we have a few things coming up. So we have Credence and Bishop, or Credence and Mikey, who are doing We Gotta Chase tomorrow. A really good episode Mikey was telling me about. So I want everybody to make sure they go see that. We are going to have a time served live tomorrow evening, and that is always a good time. So I want everyone to also tune in for that. And then we will finish it up by watching what parts of this case we have. So, I understand you can't, well, you can. I'm not going to tell you what you can and can't do. I'm not even going to judge you for watching court all the time. It's totally fine. But remember, you can always catch up later. There's no shame in that. But you can always come in and ask questions for a TLDR right at the moment and just hang out with us, or you can go back to the beginning and start watching from there. I'm on the West Coast. I still have some shit to do tonight. First of all, you guys make my evening. You make me laugh so much. You make me dance, literally. So just a joy to do this with you guys. I will not be on at 7:45 in the morning at all. No. I think the first people we need to tune into tomorrow are probably Credence and Mikey. But just when you get up in the morning, check on their page and don't tell them I kept you up late. I don't know. I love them. I will be getting the case. I will be watching it, or not watching it, but I'll be getting the case. I haven't eaten that already. I know. I'll be getting this case for us to finalize tomorrow if nobody rats on me to Matthew Hagen somehow. So nobody mess it up. Let me just deal with it. And we will be back here tomorrow. But like I said, Credence and Mikey, we've got some time served. I'm sure there's others this week that I want you to go check out, like sub all the good stuff. Don't unlike their stuff. You can unlike, or sorry, unlike thumbs down my stuff if you want, but other people don't do. For me, it's fine. I understand. I seriously do love you all. You've kept me on track. The kitchen is mostly clean. The food is mostly made. The court has mostly been watched. So please leave 20 seconds for the tape delay. The kitchen is now closed to the public. Thank you for tuning in, and I will catch you tomorrow. Have a great night. Bye.